Hello and welcome. This is a video that I am testing out the idea of. I want it to be a little more informal. I want it to be a little fun. I want everything to just feel real chill. So, this video is going to be a look at the timeline of my Human AU, at least so far. There are small things I'm still figuring out, and there are things that aren't really important for the overall plot. Not really plot, the overall concepts and ideas that have not been worked out, but it's not important that you know the exact day that Blue Nose was christened. It's not important that you know the exact time of day that certain events happen. This timeline is first and foremost looking at historical aspects of the real world and of TUGS, looking at both different production information that I've learned, taking that production information, comparing it to the real world and actual sources, environments, different places and cities, and also looking at different tugboat companies to understand a general timeline of what's going on. There are a few things I will start off with that are general assumptions that I want you to think about going into this. I have Big City as an East Coast city. Specifically, I analog it closer to being something like New York City than I have it being San Francisco. Some people prefer that Big City is closer to San Francisco and is a West Coast city. However, it's pretty consistent in the show that Big City is an East Coast city, so I want to portray it like that. Where I deviate from Big City being an East Coast city is that I personally grew up in the Midwest. I grew up on Lake Michigan. I'm from Milwaukee. You're not going to find where I grew up by me saying that. So, with that in mind, there are aspects of sailing and waterway that I inherently am more familiar with. I'm more familiar with deep river systems, creek and wastewater being open channel. I am more used to lakeside port activity, which is not super different from oceanside when you are talking about the Great Lakes in the United States. However, it is good to note that there are differences. I grew up in a Navy family. I spent many years of my childhood on base. My family historically has been Navy families. My father was in the Marines, or my stepfather's, who I lived with as a child, was Navy. That has a bit of perspective on, I'm not really going to touch into a lot of Navy stuff, but characters like Blue Nose, I might be more, I guess, sympathetic, or with characters like things like war and PTSD. I might be covering that in a way that others might not. It's something that my family has experience in. It's something that any military family can tell you about. Starting off, while explaining certain events that take place, I will be referencing things like To be specific, I will be mentioning things like implied like child abuse. I will be talking about injuries to some capacity, whether it is like this character got cut or this character had like life-altering disabilities. I will be discussing war. I will be discussing some of the negatives of American culture in the past. I will not be diving too deeply into topics like prejudice or racism or homophobia or any of that stuff. In my ideal headcanon world, no one in TUGS is homophobic and they are all a big happy found family, but that is not realistic, and I don't want to portray that as being realistic in comparison to other things within this AU that may be more realistic. I also, as you can see, there is a large swath of time. I don't care that much about Civil War big city port. I don't care about the War of 1812 and how big city port was burnt down during that, or I don't much care about like in the Revolutionary War this happened. Those are things that I might go back and flesh out later, and I may make a sequel video to this like years in the future. However, it's not interesting, at least to me. I'm an American. If you can't tell from my accent, I'm American, and it's things that I know absolute crap ton about. I do not care to explain the intricacies of the Civil War in this. I don't want to talk about it, quite honestly. There are enough problems with all kinds of other things contemporary to Big City that I will be discussing, but I'm not going to be overly discussing. Other things, there will be empty space on screen. As you can see here, like there's going to be empty space. In this empty space, I will be not particularly citing sources, but if there is a historical event or something that I'm basing off of IRL, I will be putting tags on screen in post if I miss something while talking, or if there is an art that I've done that talks about it, I will post said art on screen so you can see it. If there is like a fanfic that I'm referencing, I will pull quotes from it. That sort of thing. I'm kind of just freewheeling this. Most of this is in my head, so this is kind of something just to get it down. We've had 8 minutes of just getting this all together and discussing. I just want to forewarn. Some of this is dark. Some of this is silly, goofy fun. Some of this is not taken seriously, but some of it is taken seriously. I genuinely want to go in with people knowing that. I want the context. I also want people to understand this is specifically for my Humanoid AU. My Humanoid AU is an AU, or an alternate universe if you're not familiar with AU as a term. It is an alternate universe where the tugboats are separated into like two entities. The two entities is the ship. The ship is inherently the tugboat. When the ship is christened and fired and like the engine's warmed up for the first time, there is an energy force, which you might hear this talked about by people who have worked with steam engines and like older machinery. It's the concept that certain machinery, especially older machinery that was just coal fired, like you put heat on it and it ended up going, is alive. It breathes, it reacts, there's a personality to it. Looking at that personality, the ship itself has all of those things. The ship itself is alive in some sense. However, the ship inherently gathers energy because everything that has matter has energy. That energy manifests itself into its own mass. That mass is what you would consider like the face of the tugboat in the show. If you're looking at one of the tugs, you're looking at like the face. That's inherently a manifestation of energy into mass. The tugboats are fully sentient. The ships themselves and the mass that is formed off of the ships are like co-symbiotic relationship. They exist as two different forms of the same form. The ship is like let's say like a lightning rod. Like lightning strikes that. That's where the energy comes from. Whereas the mass is where the energy is stored like a battery. The forms do not inherently require that there is energy inputted into the ship for it to exist. Once it exists, it has its own like metabolism, and the energy exists, and the energy cannot dissipate as the mass is solid. This also means that the ship component could theoretically be like scrapped. It could be destroyed beyond repair. And the humanoid form may still exist. I am clarifying this now because I may discuss things later that you go, this is a boat? No, it is a boat. It's not entirely a boat. I also want to preface, there are OCs, there are headcanons, there are wacky hijinks, there are character relationships that are not in the show. I am not going to touch on shipping in this beyond he character got divorced. Haha, funny event happens. There are ships that I personally do ship in tugs. They're not important. They're just not important to this. So I'm not really going to bother anything with them. Headcanons are somewhat important. And the OCs I mention because they're dear to me and they mean something to the AU. I am not going into the nitty-gritty of every single tugboat that has ever existed for every single tugboat company that I mention, but I am going to touch base on a couple important OCs, both ships and humans. Those OCs are in the context that they add something to the narrative. Other than that, I will not. If people are really interested, I will sit and I will make a list of every single tugboat ever owned by the Moran Corporation and then make a Z-Stacks alternative to it. You give me $20, I'll do that all day. However, that's not important here because we would be here for 6 hours and we've been here almost 15 minutes already. So, time to get into our first event. 376 years ago, January 1st, 1648. The first wharf is built at Big City during colonial rule. This directly references that the first wharf and port in New York was built in 1647. Sorry, I forgot where to look. Because Big City is East Coast, I am pulling a lot more from New York than I am San Francisco, but I will clarify what I'm pulling from where. This is not really specific. It's a big city is on an ocean. They built a wharf. No one knew what was going to happen in the summer of 1922. Moving on. Also directly referencing New York City, 1808. Deeper narrows are discovered leading into Big City, making the location ideal for a more industrialized port. In 1808, New York, which was not really that big of a port city at that point, it had been the capital of the United States. It had all sorts of things going on, but it actually was not as big of a commercial port as you may imagine, because traversing the local waters was highly dangerous. However, once these deeper narrows are discovered, suddenly there's activity in the port. Now we are getting to more specific information. In 1819, the Tyne Steamship Corporation is formed. I am directly basing this off of the Tyne River and the birth of tugboats. I'm not saying that tugboats were born in Big City in my AU, but what I am saying is OJ is literally Appleton Hall, and I want OJ to still have roots to the Tyne. I've definitely changed little old Eppie's history, but I definitely want to pay homage to that. It's very important. Also, I'm absolutely saying that tugboats were formed in Big City. This is my headcanon go away. In 1824, the first dry dock is built, attracting steamships in Big City. This is a parallel to New York. Steamships were very rare and could only go where they could be serviced. A wooden ship can be serviced without lifting it out of the water because wood is inherently buoyant. Steamships cannot be made out of wood because that is a bad idea. So, when you are looking for ports to service, you are looking for ports that would be able to service you as well as you service them. It's a mutual relationship. So any port that builds itself infrastructure will have people to come use it. People who come use it will inherently build the infrastructure. That's just business stuff. It's not really important. Here we go. April 27th, 1825. OJ is christened for the Tyne Steamship Corporation. OJ doesn't have a particular birthday. I didn't pick anything specific. I will be referring to christening and birthdays kind of interchangeably because I'm a silly human and I think about birthdays when I think about how old someone is. I will say I specifically look at christening as functionally as a boat is won on the day they are christened, the day that they take their first voyage. Once they are christened and they take that voyage, they start at one. It's like their first event. Every year after that, they go up by a year in age and in christening. This, for OJ, it's not really important. But later on, I may be mentioning, let's say, Zaffre. Zaff is 2 years christened when she is purchased by Zero. Zaff has only technically been around for about 12 months. It's a very technical, like, this is when she has been christened. So she's a year old, but she's 2 years christened. I will most likely be referring to ships as their christen date, even if I say birthday. So, like, noting that. Moving on from OJ, and that little explanation. We scroll on quite a few years. Here we go. In 1853, Peter Island, which is the small island that appears on maps for TUGS, but doesn't actually appear on the port set, it is turned into an immigration station. This is a reference to San Francisco and their immigration stations opening at this time. Technically, there would have been previous immigration stations and immigration points in Big City, but it's formalized at this point into Peter Island. Moving on, in September of 1855, the Fulton Ferry Service is started under the Tyne Steamship Corporation as the Port Steam Ferry. This is still in the era when, if a ship is a steamship, they call it a steamship. It's because it's still very new. I think this is based on a real ferry. I cannot remember. I will put on screen if it is or not in post. Moving on, we have, I think that is a mistake. I will come back to that if it's not a mistake. In 1863, on January 1st, the modern Big City Harbor Board is formed with the intent of designing canals and waterfronts to organize shipping traffic in the river mouth systems. This is both somewhat specific because one of the harbor boards, I do not remember, it was New York, I believe. Or was it San Francisco? Well, it was one of the two cities. I will pull up the information later. Formed a formal harbor board to start works projects in this time. I love the idea of Big City looking like my hometown with all kinds of canals and rivers flowing through the city. I love thinking about it. It's homey to me. So I will be referring to canal and river systems. At some point, I will flash a map of my headcanon of what Big City looks like. There's a lot more waterfront than there is in canon. The river system is kind of twisty. Doesn't make all too much sense, but makes sense to me. And that's why I have it here, because this is my headcanon. In 1869, the Big City Bridge is constructed. This directly parallels the Brooklyn Bridge. The Big City Bridge is the bridge that goes over the tugboat. The two tugboat companies. It is the one that's just directly right up there. It forms as a walking and public transit bridge. It eventually gets converted over to cars. I do not specifically have it when it is converted, but at some point it does get converted. In 1870, the Big City Harbor Board is put in charge of all port developments in the region. This, I believe, is San Francisco. A harbor initiative was put out for San Francisco to cover small areas of the outskirts of San Francisco. So weird small ports. All of it is incorporated under San Francisco. If this was actually New York, I will put it up on the board. In September of 1871, Fletcher Marine starts business. Fletcher is one of the previous tugboat companies. We will be talking about which tugboats end up working for Fletcher at some point. I will be referring to tugboat companies from the Big Five. The Big Five was 5 tugboat companies, including what becomes the Star Tugs and what becomes the Zero Marine in the actual show itself. With referencing them, it's just something to fill out lore. None of them are too specific. However, okay, I believe the Dewey error before was, I think that's supposed to be a different company, but that was the predecessor to Zero Marine in the production documentation. So that 1860 is when the Moran Company, which is what the Z-stacks are based off IRL, which I will get to that later. But moving on. 1877, Lucille Luxon Sr. founds Lucky's Yard. This does not have any strong parallel to the real world, besides I put it there. Lucky's Yard, at least in my headcanon, is very historical to the port. It's not as old as the port, but it definitely has been growing with the port for many years. It is just, it's starting to get its handle on. You'll also notice at some point on this list, I will admit to it now, Lucky's Yard stops being mentioned. It's not that I am like, and Lucky's Yard goes bankrupt and they stop existing. It is a facet of, I don't know what to do with Lucky's Yard, I'm quite honest. I don't have any headcanons for Lucky Jr., who is going to be mentioned later. I don't have any family headcanons, and I don't have any and it gets bought out at this date by this company. So I will just be continuing on. And imagine that Lucky's Yard is still in the background handling things. I just don't know the specifics of what it is handling. In May 1880, the Tyne Steamship Corporation is reincorporated as Atlantic Charter. Atlantic Charter is one of the specific Big Five tugboat fleets in the original concepts. Tyne, I have reincorporate into Atlantic as sort of like a nod to the Tyne River being, across the Atlantic. It's a UK institution. The Tyne River does not exist in America. It could. I could be real silly, but it doesn't. So, continuing on. We have a few more years. And 1890 I was off by one day. 1889, December 31st. Zoran is christened for Atlantic Charter. This is very specific to me. In doing research and looking at production information and just general photos and comparisons, Zoran is the smallest of the harbor tugs in port. That's even including OJ. Technically, Blue Nose and Boomer are smaller than him, but I believe both of them are based on river tugs. I will put up information for Boomer because I do not remember what he is specifically, but I'm not even sure that he's smaller than Zoran. With Zoran being smaller than any of the other harbor tugs in the port, it makes sense that he's older. It also makes sense that Zoran's been around for a while. He has a good handle over the port, and not just in a like, oh, he knows what he's doing, but in a Zoran understands like, go here to do this thing. I can be here and won't be seen by this. So I like the idea that he's been around for a while. I also personally, I love the idea of the tugboats having some interaction with each other beforehand, working in their respective fleets in the time that we know. I absolutely love the idea that Zoran and OJ go way the hell back. Like, Zoran skips out of Lucky's yard and he's like, I was born a day ago and I am carefree and I have nothing but rainbows in my head and I need to grow up and become a big, strong tugboat, because that's what Zoran would sound like, because we're fucking around. And OJ is like, oh, look at this whippersnapper. You know, I've been around good old 50 odd years at this point. I think he's been around longer, actually. And, oh, you come over here and you can warn the slip next to me, you little scamp. And then they have, like, this amazing dynamic. And then Zoran gets to, like, his, I'm not a little tugboat anymore. I'm a mature tugboat. And I'm totally not having an angsty teenager phase. And then Zoran is like, oh no, I don't respect you, OJ, because you're old. And then OJ is like, oh, Zoran. And then there's like a sitcom laugh track. This is everything to me. And then we'll get on to like Zoran's history later. But then after that, everything just gets convoluted as shit. And they're still seeing each other daily. But like Zoran's a cranky asshole now. OJ's old as shit and half broken most of the time. Atlantic Charter fucking doesn't give a shit about either of them. And throughout all of this, Zoran is like, you're old. I don't like you because you're old. And you used to tell me what to do. And then OJ is just like, oh, Zoran. And like, just kind of looking out for him just a little bit, you know, as much as an old man can. And then, like, you get to like munitions, and they've had all of this tension for years. And then Blue Nose is like, fuck off, OJ. I think you're stupid. And then Zoran swoops in and is like, OJ is correct, and he's always been correct, and he's a great guy. Hush. And then OJ is like, that's the Zoran I remember from back in 1889. And then Zoran is just like, by the way, do not mention how when I was christened again, because he's very sensitive about it, because he is small and kind of weak compared to like the newer harbor tugs, and he's just kind of tired and he doesn't like talking about it. Once I get to the very specific events, I will talk more about the psyche that I hold with Zoran, but we'll start being able to unpick it a little bit. But yeah, that's my dream. I think those two have such a fascinating dynamic. I think there should be a TUGS hour-long, like, special, and it should be OJ and Zoran going on, like, an upriver road trip, and I would watch that so much. I just think they're so interesting. I think it's fascinating that Zoran puts so much respect towards OJ, and I think it's fascinating that OJ seems to respect Zoran back, and not even on a level of like, oh yeah, he exists, so I'll like be cool with him, because OJ is cool with everyone. I think it's fascinating that OJ seems to, like, in munitions specifically, OJ and Zoran are just talking back and forth. Zoran is like the first one to be like, everyone move out, get out of the way, that barge is dangerous, which, love that. And OJ is immediately like on his side talking about it, like, okay, I understand what you're saying, I'm gonna keep going with what you're saying because I immediately like trust your information versus mine. So good. I gotta move on because I will stick on this topic forever. Next, New Year's Day, 1891. Captain Zero is born. I cannot pull it up right now. Captain Zero, I headcanon him, and his name is Ruben Rosello Zero. Specifically, Ruben is named Ruben by his adopted parents. I'll swing it back around to that real quick. Because he is their only son, their only child. They were very firm, they want a kid, and they knew they would only probably get like one chance at properly adopting. So they gave their son, Ruben, the proper name signifying that. Rosello was his system name. Zero was specifically a public adoption, which I talk about in a fan fiction very briefly that I recently posted. Zero is a public post-birth adoption. So, is I saying Zoran or Zero? Whatever, we will just continue. I will mix names up in this, probably. If I notice it in post, I will fix it. Zero is given up for adoption at birth within a public hospital. This is very rare. Most adoptions are, in this era, are private. They are through things like lawyers, attorneys, paralegals, and they are handled completely like under the table. You give someone money. Normally it's young women who are pregnant from either very traumatic events or from what would be considered, sinful Jezebel behavior. These adoptions are oftentimes arranged by people with a lot more money. If you were pregnant, you didn't want the kid, and you couldn't find a rich family to take the child, or any family to take the child, and your own family would not take in a child, you kind of would just have the kid and leave it somewhere. It's very morbid, but it is pretty much what happened. I don't have anything overly specific about Zero's birth. Because he is born in a public hospital, it's most likely that his biological mother was put there for some reason. I have a couple of ideas, and this might get a little like dark or upsetting. I either assume something happened to her. She was assaulted. Something very grave happened. Like her husband died in a robbery and of the house, or she was mortally injured, or she was like an immigrant, could not speak English, but was taken into the hospital because they noticed like there's something physically wrong with her. This would be very early, almost before when public health in places like New York would be very focused on. Something that quite possibly would be, it's the easiest explanation, but I don't know if it's what I want, is Zero's mother could possibly be, in lack of better terms, like a prostitute, common whore, she would probably be called. And she'd probably be horrifically sick. It's just a fact. And taken into the hospital because of complications with her illness. Most likely, or I do have specifically, that she dies when Zero is born. Very common back then. It's a miracle Zero's alive, quite honestly. Especially, like, mortality rates very bad. But Zero's born. He is being born in a public hospital. He is openly there for adoption. His folks, his mother and father, would be probably working with a lawyer, and the lawyer would be putting out ads. A representative of the hospital would possibly contact the lawyer, and the lawyer would then work out the adoption. So it would be a public adoption, but it still would be one of those like weird, the records don't line up. I headcanon Zero as Jewish. His adoptive parents are Jewish. Jewish adoptions are actually a lot more common in the past. And I think they might be more common only because I can find records of them. This is very specific to me, but a few years ago, I found out my family was Jewish before we immigrated to America. So I'm ethnically Jewish, at least partially. And it was during one of my previous TUGS phases that I learned about this. And I was doing a lot of research into Judaism. And I think I just kind of applied the headcanon to Zero without really thinking about it, because I was trying to find some way to like connect to that. And now that I am older, yes, I can see that that was probably not the wisest choice in terms of the evil guy in the show who is evil, and I headcanon him as Jewish, but the headcanon means a lot to me because I learned a lot about like my family and myself. I was raised Catholic, but not really. I never attended church or anything. But learning about Judaism and learning about just like the cultural aspects of it was very eye-opening for me as a person. And I kind of take the experience of me learning about all of these things and putting it on Zero is kind of just like my way of talking about it and reconciling it. I don't want to get into like too many specifics, but yeah. It's something that's important to me because it helps me like think about myself and put it somewhere where I can explore it. So, yeah. Also, I very specifically put Zoran's christening day and Zero's birthday on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. When there is alcohol involved, Z-stacks do not work for 3 days. 2 days for partying, 1 day to throw up. This is very dear to me because I think it would be so silly that, like, oh, New Year's, like, we have a holiday off. We may as well, like, celebrate the captain's birthday. Oh, Zoran, you're a year older. And then they just get trashed. They get destroyed. They get utterly obliterated. And it is wild. It is absolute rager. It is parties everyone wants to be invited to. It is great Gatsby speakeasy nonsense. And it's lovely to me. I think I said I was going to circle back around to something. I don't remember what it is. Oh, early childhood for Captain Zero. Zero, who, Captain Zero specifically, I will be referring to as Zero. Captain Star, I will be referring to as Star. Makes it easier. In early childhood, Zero gets polio because he is a child and polio exists. So he gets polio. He recovers. He has asthma and a cough for the rest of his life. Just 1890s kids things. He's not doing the greatest. Asthma at the time, because there is no real treatment and there is not really anything you can do, just will affect you, and that's it. He has a cough. He gets sick easily. At some point, when he is a little older, he gets measles, because it is the 1800s and just 1890s kids things. However, he gets measles after he had polio, which is the worst case scenario that you could ask for. So his poor health is basically put into one step from the grave. He gets very sick, and he gets susceptible to a lot of things that before polio, you insert this disease here. It's not a big deal. He got polio and he survived, so everyone thought he was good. He's not good anymore. This is a bad thing. It leads to him being very much like a hypochondriac. He gets a little sick and he gets very sick in his head. It also leads him to being very sensitive to being around illness and thinking of big city port as a analog to New York. New York was a cesspool in this era. Up until like the 30s and 40s, New York had horrible mortality rates. Like infants dying by the dozen every hour. It's unpleasant to think about, but if you are a guy and you are susceptible to every single illness known to man, because fuck measles, and if you get like polio again, you're just fucking dead. Like if he gets polio, like he's going in a lung. He kind of recluses himself, and we'll get more on that later. But it's the start of Zero is antisocial arc, which we will talk about more later. In November 14th, 1894, Captain Star is born. Born one Jonathan Star to a poor family in a small town on the coast. Star does not talk about his childhood. His family were immigrants. Northern Europe. I haven't decided where. I've seen a lot of fun headcanons of him being in the Nordic region, immigrant. I like that. I think that's pretty fun. I haven't gotten specific because it doesn't matter. Star does not talk about his childhood. We will get to things later, and things will start to make sense. He does not talk about his father at all. He rarely mentions that he has a mother. He does have a younger sister, who is a fishing boat captain, also Captain Star. This is Salty's lighthouse star. She is a shitpost OC. I am only mentioning her because I think it's funny. And I have a shitpost fic. And it's just fun. That's the only like real thing about like Star I want to mention. He has very little experience with social situations, with the city, with other people. He has tons of sailing information. He will talk about how what has been sailing since he could walk. He was swimming before he could crawl. Sailing means a lot to him because it was something that was open to him as a child. He does not talk about why it was open to him as a child. What I think and put around and just generally like process, I believe Star probably was son of a fisherman, son of a merchant, some kind of ship owner. He probably was put on as a ship's boy as soon as he could hold a broom. He probably did not have any interaction, almost no formal schooling. He was pretty much just left to his devices for any of those things. And we will get to more continuous things later about these kinds of things. But moving on, in 1899, federal funding is granted, and big cities start stretching out larger channels in big city and various local smaller ports upriver. This is a direct reference to New York City. Basically, in 1899, the federal government said, crap, we need better ports. All of our ports suck. And they basically threw millions of dollars at every single port up and down the East Coast and said, make yourself better. This was good because it led to a lot of growing establishment. Wasn't good because it kind of just ate itself. New York very much got control of a lot of ports in the region that it probably shouldn't have. There are ports that existed that were just kind of swallowed or closed down. I think big city is a nicer city than New York is, in the sense that they took money that was given to them by the federal government, and instead of chewing up all the small ports and then making themselves like the only port in the region, they invest in the smaller ports. It's kind of noteworthy because Uptown and Midtown both have very, very sprawling port in like dock areas. Around New York, that's not really a thing. It's either the port in the city or bust. And I want to believe big city said, you know what? We'll allow these smaller regions around us to grow. I just think that's nice. 1901, Zoran is bought by Fletcher Marine Towing. Fletcher is one of the other big 5 companies. I think I mentioned it. Zoran, who is about a decade old. He's around 11 years christened right now. Zoran is inherently a stubborn character. He does what he does, and he does it well, and he does it his way. I would think that if you are a captain of a fleet of boats, that would be annoying as fuck to you. That you have this little guy who is running around, like, with decent skills. He understands what he's doing. He clearly is intelligent, but he's mouthy. He does what he wants to do. If he thinks there's a better way, he's going to do it. And that seems to be how Zoran processes most things. He's hella sarcastic. He is sour. He is angry. He will yell at you. He will talk back. He will get offended over things that he knows is true. I just think it's just swell for him to be like that. It's very interesting character-wise. I would be so pissed off if I owned a bunch of boats and one of them was always fucking yelling at me. I love Zoran. I wouldn't like that. And I imagine Zoran, especially with things like Atlantic Charter, because it's already existed a hell of a long time. Zoran comes in and is kind of just the small fish in the sea. And he's not really seen as anything too important. And I don't think he copes with that well. I think Zoran has a little bit of a complex. He thinks he is hot shit. And while he can be hot shit, I don't think he processes it well. So I feel like Atlantic would be like, we'll get some money off of him, but I don't want to deal with his ass anymore. So off Zoran goes to his second company. Following, later that year, 1901, in May, Zebedee is christened for Atlantic Charter. I just think it is so nice that Zebedee gets to hang out with OJ, because they also would have such a great dynamic. But that dynamic would be OJ being like, you're such a nice lad, and like pat him on the head, and then Zebedee would be like, I have like this crippling, horrible worldview where everything is miserable, and I think everything's bad, but also I inherently want to be good, but I don't know how to process this. And then OJ would be like, there, little guy. You want to go tow some barges. And I think that's neat. That is all. Also, you'll notice almost everyone is like interacts with OJ. It's just, mwah. OJ is a great character for other characters about Zaffre, because he's old as shit. 1904, May, because I didn't fully research it. The Panama Canal is completed. Big city starts to become busier than ever. New York, in 1904, when Panama Canal opens, becomes a floodgate. It is insanity. It is nonsense, is what it is. And as all of this continues, it just gets slammed and slammed and slammed. Basically, because New York is a known city, and it's a very easy place to stop for an easy Atlantic voyage, the Panama Canal opens, everything from the Pacific goes to New York, and everything going to the Pacific goes to New York. Later that month, in 1904, Zach is christened for Atlantic Charter. I think Zach and Zebedee are just pals. They interact so nicely. They interact so nicely. And I just want them to be buddies. Just big pals. Alright. 1905. The Port Steam Ferry is sold to the Fulton Ferry Incorporation. Atlantic Charter says goodbye to the Fulton Ferry. Farewell. You are no longer ours, and it flies away. I also specifically did this because OJ entirely murders one of his old friends. And I think that's silly. Alright, continuing on. July 1908. Zero is kicked out of his parents' house as punishment for participating in organized crime on the side. He starts work with the mob as an accountant and a secretary. Zero's parents thought they were kicking him out, and he would cry a little bit, and then he'd be like, I want to come back inside. I am 17 years old, and I'm scared, and this is very dangerous, and I am very small, if you didn't know, and very sick, and I will not do crime again. And what they end up doing is making it worse, because it is 1908, and that is what parenting does. Zero's involvement in organized crime is very much the same way that I think the Z stacks follow him when it comes to crime, where he can be like a jar of honey. He is flattering. He butters up his tugboats. I feel like you're an impressionable teenager in the early 1900s. Your ass is falling for that too, and especially because he's been very sick in his life. It gives him a sense of control, and that control makes him do dumb shit. And that dumb shit, mwah. I like to think that Zero did genuinely start in organized crime, not trying to be the cool guy that hits people with baseball bats. I think that's something inherent to him. I think he does carry around a baseball bat, and some kneecaps, they have been shattered. They have been destroyed. But in the long run, I think he started it as a way to feel independent, as a lot of people would possibly do. And that independence bit him in the ass. I think within a few years, Zero has gone from, I did secretary school as a teenager, and now I'm doing secretary work for my mob boss, to like being in gang fights and getting the shit beat out of him constantly. I will elaborate on that a little more. I have some art and stuff that kind of goes with it. I think Zero inherently is in a situation that he either knows is bad or realizes is bad. When we get closer to the show, we are already establishing that Zero is Zero is moving away from crime in a very direct way. Him cutting ties with Johnny Cuba is very interesting because in reality, you do not go, hey guys, don't talk to Johnny Cuba again, we're not friends anymore. What happens is someone ends up dead. And no one is dead in this situation. So it reads to me that either Zero is inherently trying to move on from that sort of crime, or something happens and he's no longer like welcome in that scene. So he's trying to make sure that his own fleet isn't wrapped up in it. Sorry, my cat's on my lap. He might jingle a little. And with Zero not being directly involved in crime as a scene. Beyond, obviously, the man is rum running and doing bootlegging and doing counterfeit and black market stuff. That's just inherent to his character. Like, I think it's fascinating, and I think it's interesting, and I think it's something to definitely unpack about him. Leaving organized crime is not something that's taken lightly, especially in this era. It's not something where one day he's like, I'm not part of the mafia anymore. And then Johnny Cuba is like, oh yeah, you're not part of the mafia anymore? I respect that. You are a good friend. I'm sorry, 1 second. Could you get off of my shoulder? Sorry about that. Things to cut. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like very interesting things to like denote about Zero, especially just in the context that once you say you are no longer involving yourself in a form of organized crime, you are essentially saying you are no longer a part of any. Or if you are a part of it, your involvement is drastically different than it used to be. So as we go forward, Zero's going to start not being as involved in organized crime. And it's going to be very clear. And there's not any specific turning point for him, but it's a gradual thing. I think that's interesting. All right, moving on. April 1910. Star joins the Navy. If you're paying attention, Star is 16. Star lies about his age. Very common thing to join the Navy. However, it's not wartime, and it's not lead up to wartime. In 1910, no one knew the Great War was going to happen. When Star leaves home, he leaves. And he says he's done and he's gone. And he barely looks back. I like to think that he corresponds with his sister because she is my shitpost OC. But also because I think that's inherently nice. With Star corresponding with his sister and basically nothing else, it gives him sort of like a lack of a crutch. It means that Star is in big city because he inherently wants to be, at least going forward after we cover some other things. Once Star is in big city, he stays. His first station for the Navy, he is posted into big city. He goes through basic and he becomes a dockhand at first, and his home port is big city, and it'll stay big city. And New York is seen as like a place of dreams. That's a very American dreamy type thing. And I think that's bullshit because I'm American in the 21st century and I'm a Gen Z. But I think it's something that Star would believe in. And even as we continue this, and Star's life gets horrifically pathetic, because oh, does it get pathetic. Star inherently sticks somewhere that feels safe and sometimes being nothing is safe. I don't know. I want to unpack Star a lot more, and I have more interesting things to unpack about him. But I think the idea that he goes to big city like once, first time in big city, and then he's there, and that's where he stays. I think there's room for something interesting there. Alright, moving on. In May of 1910, Zoran is bought by the newly formed Dewey Tugboat Company. This is where I actually meant to put where Dewey is formed. Ignore earlier. Dewey is the predecessor to Zero in the documentation. Zoran is bought basically direct, like a company forms, they buy a group of tugboats, and Zoran is the product of that, like, buyout. At this point, Zoran is about 20 years old. He probably is starting to show his age. He's definitely has a reputation at this point of being hard to manage, being talky, being sour, being just a little difficult. As this all continues, who knows? Who knows? Well, I know, but who knows? We're going to learn some more about him. In July of 1910, Zero and Star meet. I do have art about this. I will put it up on screen. Zero and Star meeting is Star does not know what he is getting into. Star does not understand big city. He does not understand what's going on in big city. He's never been in a big city before. And he's walking around and he goes, man, these docks sure look old. And there's a lot of people around who are kind of sketchy. And I'm in my little sailor blues. And I told the Navy that I was 18. I am visibly not 18. But the Navy doesn't give a shit. And I'm just gonna skip my way through this old dock area. And then he gets mugged. Because of course he gets mugged. Because he's a dumbass. And he's very unworld aware. And our little friend Zero, with his little baseball bat and his horrible crime skills, goes, oh, look at that pathetic little sailor. Oh, he's so cute and innocent. I bet I could beat the shit out of the people mugging him. And so he does. And then the little sailor is like, gee, mister, that was sure scary. Thanks? And then Zero is like, what the fuck are you doing down here? You are a toddler. Like, bruh. What in the shit are you doing? And Star is like, I'm new here. Because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And Zero is like, okay, you need a friend because you're gonna get yourself killed. What is on with you sailor people? You sailor boys. Guess I'm not gonna meet up with the guy I was supposed to meet. The guy he's supposed to meet is Johnny Cuba. Guess I'm not meeting up with him tonight. I'm gonna take you back to my apartment and like patch you up, and then I'm gonna drag you back to your ship or barracks or whatever the hell in the morning. And then Star's like, gee golly, mister, I ain't never had a friend before. And Zero is like, oh, you baby. Okay, I'm your friend now. Because I think Zero is inherently just like confused. And I think his parents are probably very nice people. And I just think it's nice. I just think it is. I think they should be friends. I really do. They're not going to be friends soon. But with all of that, it's very much a fish out of water, and it's really a fish out of water for both of them. Zero, having been involved in organized crime for about 2 years at this point, is utterly swimming in the deep with no connections his own age. And any connections his own age are people who he should not be associating with. And Star knows absolutely no one his own age because he lied about his age. And he doesn't really have anyone because he's basically running from anything that he had. And I think both of them being inherently lonely in those situations would lead to them bonding very quickly. And I think that's sweet. Moving on. Zebedee is sold to Pacific Marine. He's just sold. There's not anything really specific with that. It happens. And then continuing. In March of 1912, Lucille Luxon Sr. retires, leaving Lucky's yard to his son, Lucille Luxon Jr. This is the Lucky, the Captain Lucky that we know in the show. He is a mechanical genius. He has been working on boats since he could talk. It is everything to him that he gets to just do boat shit all day. I just think Lucky is a happy guy. I just think he is. In November of 1912, Star has his accident. Star, probably at this point, is at least assigned to some form of boat instead of just working dockhand. At this point, Star is working anchor maneuvers, and a not too common, but common enough incident that can happen, especially when you're working on large ships and you are barely 18, is it's a little gruesome. You can get caught in lines on ships. It's honestly a very easy thing to happen. Lines you don't want to be caught in are tone lines, which are normally taut, anchor lines, which are not taut and become very taut very rapidly. Star would most likely be working anchor maneuvers, and all it takes is him to step on the wrong side of the flake of the anchor line, and he could chain as it falls inherently snaps back, and that snapback would most likely grab onto him. I don't think I want to talk too much more in detail about that. But Star's leg, and it's his left leg and his left arm, are snapped up into an anchor line, and his leg is amputated above the knee, which is very traumatic physically. And his arm is very severely broken. He most likely ends up with horrible concussion. The best thing that happened to him is that the leg goes, because otherwise he would not have survived that situation. However, Star is very, very severely injured, and he's not going to be recovering physically. He will be able to recover eventually, but mentally, Star's entire life was sailing in the Navy up until this point. And his own carelessness is what does him in. And it's not even intentional carelessness inherently. But because of that carelessness, it's kind of removed from him. And it's not going to leave him anytime soon. I fully believe Star can't listen to the sounds of rattling chains well into the end of his life. Star struggles to process that his goals in life were to be a sailor, and that doesn't exist for him anymore. And I think that's going to be a lot of what finally makes him fully reclusive and reactive. And his goals were very I am going to be a noble sailor, and I'm going to be in the Navy, and I'm going to do great work for my country. And that's snapped away from him just right when he thinks that his life is finally going. And it's not going to be fun for him. Early 1913, Dewey Tugboat Company signs 10 cents build contract. This is the only build contract on here, but we will get to why. Later, in 1913, Star is discharged with honors. He's injured in the line of service. He's a young man. He does great work on his ship, and the Navy would definitely be like, hey, you're okay. We're going to give you a nice pension, and we're going to send you off. Star moves in with Zero. At this point, Zero has been living in his own, shit-ass apartment for 3 years. And it's just two bros chilling out, living together. I also believe that Zero's family would inherently be like, oh, Ruben, you have a roommate? Oh, he is our son now too. Come over here, sweetheart. I just think that's nice. I think he should have someone. Do you have to ring your bell? Okay. Very quickly, after that, Dewey Tugboat Company scraps its 1 and 2 tugs in anticipation of 10 cents. 10 cents is hot shit because he's gonna be brand new. And Dewey Tugboat Company is kind of a dumbass. Plans are made to replace Zoran. Zoran at this point is 2 decades old, and he's stubborn. The Dewey Tugboat Company does not give a shit about him. Following that, Star starts work at Zero Tailors, Dressmakers, and Dry Cleaning. Star working for Zero's family is everything to me. I personally headcanon Star as doing needlework, specifically knitting, crochet, that kind of work, which is very tedious, especially because he massively injured one of his hands. He'd need to do very intensive physical therapy to get use of it back. And I think him knitting would be from what I've researched, would be very common and very easy for him to just pick up, just going forward. So, Star starts work there. I like to think that he never stops working for Zero's family just to piss Zero off. Star picks up knitting and gets good at it, and then Zero's folks are like, ah, yes, Ruben's weird goy friend. You are also our son. Knit 3 sweaters by next Thursday. And Star is like, yes, sir, on it. And this is very specific, but if you notice, in my art and writing, Zero gets all of his clothing from his family's textile work. In this, for the tugs, for the Z-Stacks, he very, very continuously gets new knitwear, like undershirts, sweaters, scarves, that kind of thing. Star is sitting in his office between yelling at his boats, knitting away sweaters for Zero, and Star knows damn well that that's what he's doing. Zero's parents know damn well that's what he's doing. Zero is kept out of the loop because he will throw a hissy fit about it. And that is everything. After working full-time at the tailor shop, in late 1913, Star starts work at Lucky's yard. He misses the ocean, my guys. That's like the only thing. He still, and will, for the rest of his life, continue doing cloth work for Zero's family, but it's not as, like, full-time he's there doing it. Next event, in early 1914, about a year after the build contract is signed, Dewey defaults on 10 cents as payments. Dewey, later the month, then defaults on the contractor's costs of their new headquarters. Dewey Tugboat spent a lot of money after scrapping 2 other tugboats, and they're kind of dumbasses for it. Which, in, I believe, February of 1914, Dewey Tugboat Company collapses. This is directly correlated to Zoran is repossessed by Lucky's yard and chartered by the Big City Harbor Board through Captain Lucky to cover Dewey's contracts. Zoran, at this point, is in dreadful state. He's functioning. He's barely functioning. He is pissy as hell. He has been having a bad time. And now he is repossessed and working with this random guy who, let's be honest, if Lucky is a happy guy, Zoran doesn't like him. And he knows any minute now he's done. The second that Lucky is no longer being chartered is the second that Zoran is going into scrap. And this is a bleak-ass time for the man, let me tell you. It's very quickly followed by 10 cents is christened and put on sale as part of a bankruptcy package by a court order. This would be very common. Lucky's yard would basically be told to finish the project, and I feel like Lucky would finish it inherently to make some profit back, and all of Dewey's assets would be put together. And once all of these assets are put together, Lucky's yard would be like, okay, who wants it? And within a few, couple weeks, who wants it? Zero, Star, and Associates forms and purchases Dewey's bankruptcy assets, including the new and old headquarters and 10 cents. This directly corresponds with Zero strikes a contract with Lucky's yard over Zoran's title and purchases Zoran. What happened was Zero read the paperwork, and Zero immediately was like, I just got fucking scammed by Lucky's yard. All I know about this Lucky guy is that he's John's boss. And John doesn't know how to read paperwork. He is illiterate and a sailor, so he's stupid. And I just read some information in this paperwork that I'm looking at here, and for some reason, it says that the sole operator of all of our repair contracts is going to be Lucky. Well, I just so happen to want to go down to the Department of Justice tomorrow, Mr. Luxon. And when I'm down there, I might be handing them some paperwork I just signed. And then Lucky goes, oh, fuck, shit, fuck. John was right. The man reads paperwork. I shouldn't have fucking done that. Oh, God, oh, shit. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? I'll give you the money back. And then Zero turns around and he sees Zoran basically crying because he knows he's dead. And is like, I want that tugboat. And Lucky goes, you want Zoran? I mean, sure, he kind of sucks, but here. And then Zero is like, yes, 2 tugboats, more profit. And then he goes home with Star and 10 Cents and Zoran down to like their new building, and they're all getting settled in. And Zoran is like, man, I thought I was gonna be dead. I'm like 20 years old, and I'm like 25 years old. And then Zero's like, hey, I'm like 23 years old. We're like the same age. And then Zoran's like, oh, hey, that's really cool. You remember insert world event? And then Zero's like, hey, yeah, I remember that. Hey, like, what's your outlook on life? I kind of know things about 10 Cents because John wouldn't shut up about buying him for the past 3 weeks. And then Zoran is like, oh, I think the world is inherently like a really interesting place. And I think that being divisive and having leadership skills is important. And then Zero's like, hey, I think being decisive and having leadership skills is important. And then Star is in the background, like, stop, like, fraternizing with our boat. He's our boat. Like, dude, what are you doing? He's a boat. Like, he's technically our property. You don't have to hang out with him. Just leave him. And then Zero is like, well, isn't he like our employee? I mean, I think I should treat my employee nicely and like, hey, do you want some new clothes? You look like you'd been through hell and back. And Zoran's like, I haven't gotten new clothes in like 15 years. And then Zero is like, boy. And then that starts a fight between Zero and Star, where Star is like, dude, he's a boat. It's not that deep. And then Zero is like, well, he depends on us. We gotta be at least nice to him, because Zero is entirely functioning on transactional relationships because he's used to the mob, which very fun. And Star has no idea that Zero is doing organized crime because all he knows is, oh, that's an accountant and a secretary I live with. And his boss beats the shit out of him. And that's not cool, but now we have our own company, so that won't happen anymore. Spoiler alerts. Anyways. But yeah, I think inherently Zero and Zoran would just click. I mean, in the show, they function on the same wavelength. And Zoran knows exactly what Zero wants, and Zero knows exactly what Zoran needs. And I think it just starts quickly. And I think Zoran owing like his entire existence to Zero is kind of sad. But at the same time, I feel like that's the kind of thing where Zoran is going to be loyal to Captain Zero for the rest of time. And he's clearly loyal. He is loyaler than a dog to that man. And he'd do anything for his fleet and his captain. And like a little bit of life debt. That's a recipe for some loyalty. So, yay. Then moving on, within like 4 weeks. One night, the harbor goes to sleep, and Zero Star and Associates is still a company. And the harbor wakes up, and Star Tug and Marine is there, and Zero is nowhere to be found, and there are some very suspicious stains all over the dockside of what is now Star Tug and Marine, and Zoran is nowhere to be found, and I have an unpublished fic that, like, explains this whole night. But basically, Zero kind of just fucks off from organized crime because he buys a tugboat company, and his old boss is like, "Kid, I do not appreciate you doing this to me after I gave you a nice salary and an apartment. So I'm gonna send the boys to come and get some loan pay back from you." And Star, who is just vibing in the office, is like, "Hey Zero, why are there a bunch of guys with guns? Why are they dragging you by the hair and making you open our safe?" And Zero is like, "Don't question it. Don't say anything. Don't look at them." And then, very specifically in this situation, Zoran, who is a resourceful boat, notices shit is going down and inherently would want to, like, at this point, Star is like about a year out from his injury. 10 Cents is like 6 weeks old, and Zoran is like, "I have to protect an infant and an invalid. This is not great." Oh god, oh no. And Zoran, in his, like, protective swing, is inherently probably violent because he is a boat and he doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and there's a guy with a knife and, like, another guy with a gun, and he, in this situation, like, he straight up, like, protects the shit out of Star and 10 Cents. This is the important bit. He's not even here to protect Zero because Zero is being dragged around by, like, the sleeve, and there's, like, a gun to his back, and Zoran is like, he is either dead or he knows what he's doing. I'm not bothering that. But I am gonna bother about these other people who don't know what's going on and don't have the experience of knowing about these things. And Star interprets Zoran being a proactive leader type as, holy shit, the tugboat is really violent and is in on whatever the mafia shit was. And importantly, Zero gets injured, like really injured in this situation. And after that, Star goes ballistic and is like, "I want the man out of my apartment. I want to not see you, Mr. Scrap Heap Tugboat I didn't like and didn't want." And all of this is gone. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Because Star is idealistic, and he sees something not idealistic and says, "Fuck that." And then, as he continues on, he's like, "Just go. Just be gone. Nope. Not dealing with it. I don't want to see you, Zoran. I don't want to see that man. I know he's bleeding all over you, but, like, no." And I think that after a few years of Star and Zero being the only people who really have each other, and Star getting shook up like that and being so reactive, is just, it's divorce material is what it is. These two, Star sees his ideals in the man that he lives with absolutely crash into the ground, and then he's looking at at basically like at his husband, and he's looking at like his older son, and he sees a violence that he never knew existed in Zero's heart, and then he sees that being echoed in his boat son, and then he feels like his world break, and like one of the people was probably like pushed 10 cents, and 10 cents is like crying because he doesn't know what's going on. He's 6 weeks old, man. He learned how to read yesterday. And he's just like, I can't deal with this right now. I am upset. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I was just robbed. And my business partner, who's also my best friend and the guy I live with, just let me get robbed. Not a fan. Didn't want that. Can someone help me? I don't know what's happening. It just, his world implodes, and it implodes so perfectly all at once. And Star is just like, get out. Just go. I don't want to deal with it. It's the same thing as in like Pirate. Star hears 10 cents. He knows 10 cents didn't steal the barge, right? Star has the faith, and he knows his tug, and he should believe him. But at the same time during Pirate, Star believes that the client is right because the client said so. And he has the evidence that the barge isn't there, but he knows in his heart that 10 cents didn't steal the barge. But he's doesn't have proof that 10 cents didn't steal the barge, right? And his first reaction is, I'm going to believe what I do have evidence for, which is the barge is gone. The client says 10 cents didn't deliver it. 10 cents says he did deliver it, but he can't explain and he can't prove it. So I believe 10 cents fucked up. And I don't believe him discussing and trying to be like, no, I delivered it. Like, there's no reason why I wouldn't have delivered it. And Captain Star just does not believe his ass. And he goes straight to like, nope, you're on dredger duty. You're on dredger duty. I don't want to look at you. I don't want to argue with you, and you're done. And I feel like maybe he used to be more reactive, you know? And Captain Star is very generally like an idealist. Captain Star is the kind of guy who believes the first thing that is told to him if it sounds plausible, even if you think about it for 2 seconds and you're like, that's not it, man. And I feel like that's both very important in his character because he seems to be very good faith and open to the things that his tugboats want and need. Like, when they want Star to buy Grampus, Star buys Grampus. He shouldn't have done that. He's not eating for the next 6 weeks, but he does it because it's in good faith that his tugboats don't want their friend to die. And like, that's like so idealistic. Like, he goes out of his way to do that. But at the same time, he like screams at 10 cents and is like, get out of my sight. You are genuinely making me upset. Just at the thought that you possibly committed a crime. And it's just fascinating. Like, genuinely fascinating that Star is so idealistic, but he's also doesn't inherently have trust and faith in people. When did he lose that? Did he lose it in the Navy? He trusted the Navy and ended up with nothing in his life. He trusted Zero. He lived with the man. That Zero was his whole world. Zero's what got him out of, the funk of, oh God, what am I going to do now? I don't have anything going with my life anymore because what I was going to be doesn't exist. And then Zero fucks him over. And then Zoran, Zoran didn't do anything wrong in this situation, but Star interprets it as Zoran fucked him over too. And it's like, hey man, that's some trauma. You want to talk about that? And I don't know. I just really like that. I think this is going to be the end of part 1, starting with the start of Star Tug and Marine. I will come back to the next part of this when I have a few more hours to sit and chat. Hello and welcome to part 2 of the ranting. We just finished discussing about Star Tug and Marine forming. So, let's get moving. Later that month in April, in 1914, Zero Marine Big City forms, initially as an independent tugboat operator. Zero, having been injured previously, spends a few weeks recovering. In those few weeks, Zoran kind of just disappears from port. I like to think that Zoran would have had at least some kind of role in helping take care of Zero, and not necessarily in a he's acting as a nurse. But I think Zoran, at least logically, has some form of crew quarters on him, and Zero, possibly considering how his family has previously reacted, may not be welcomed back home, and he sure as hell is not welcomed back to the apartment he shares with Star. He's not welcomed back to the now Star Tug and Marine. So Zoran basically takes a role of we gotta keep you away from Big City for a little bit because your ass is gonna die. I just think that's nice. I think those two being so close in character and having each other's back in that situation also adds to the loyalty aspect that I mentioned before. I like to think that Zero does get on his feet pretty quickly. This isn't the first time that he's hit the ground running. So, this time, he is a little more experienced and he's not 17. Within a week of that, Zero charters out Zoran. So, Zoran is chartered by the Upriver Logging Company for the summer to replace a damaged Big Mac on charter. So Big Mac pikes himself on a log and smashes in his hull a week into logging season. And Zero, needing quick cash and having no idea what's going on, is you need a tugboat charter? I have a tugboat. Give me money. And that's just how it runs. Later on that year, towards the mid to end of summer, in end of July, Zero Marine Big City formally incorporates and seizes retribution assets from Star Tug and Marine via court order, gaining a profit share on 10 cents and the deed to the Old Dewey headquarters. So, Star technically breaks the law by just taking 10 cents, taking all of the property, kicking Zero out of the shared apartment, and just hand waving Zoran away. So Star, who pissed off Zero by literally breaking the man's heart in world and psyche into little pieces. Star gets his ass sued because Zero does in fact know how to get what he wants, and crime isn't going to do anything against Star because Star is an upstanding citizen. However, if Star perhaps gets the shit sued out of him by the person that he shares basically all of his monetary assets with and then says you don't get access to them anymore, Star is going to listen to that because Star is not dumb. Going forward with Star, this is a big thing of why he considers Zero, even when Zero is not actively doing crime, is he's always going to think of Zero and be like, that man is a crook. He stole from me. Because Star is idealistic and in a perfect world because Zero lied to him and basically let them get robbed. Because Zero did that, Star believes at some level that he deserves something in return. And what he deserves in return is, yeah, he probably deserves something. What he doesn't deserve is everything. But if you tell him that, he will get pissy about it. Also, in the same court date, Star gains a profit share on Zoran as well. So, no matter what's going on, Star always has just a little bit of income, which is important to note later on. And especially here at the beginning, Star is not a smart businessman. He is a sailor. He does not have any formal education. So, having Zero pop in and be legally required to pop in occasionally and sort through his paperwork and pop in and be like, okay, so here's this month's receipts on file. Where are your receipts? Oh, your paperwork's fucked up. Guess I have to fix that. That happens occasionally throughout the years when Star gets a little over his head. This isn't anything like super important, but it is one of those things that will eventually be sort of like a patching ground for Star and Zero. And not even in a sense that they actually ever make up, because they don't. They inherently hurt each other very badly. And nothing's going to make up for that pain that they feel. But Star inherently lets Zero back in because Zero is someone that Star needs, even if Star does not want to admit that. And Zero inherently understands the transactionality of, like, he has to get along with Star to some degree to be able to get things from him. Whether that is permission to repaint Zoran this week or to get, like, his profit share. And that helps Zero reconcile with being dropped so heavily because there is that level of there's a level of transaction that didn't exist in the relationship before. Zero always was helping Star without the expectation that he would get something back, which goes against how Zero processes relationships in general. And because of that transaction not existing, but now it does, Zero feels more equalized in this, like, relationship. If he wanted to, he could walk up to Star and be like, I know we have split custody of the kids, but I never want to see you again. So I won't take any profit share off 10 cents, and you don't take any profit share off of Zoran. We'll shake hands, and that's the end of it. He could have, but he doesn't. Star also could have done the same thing, but he doesn't. That's important. It's very important. Alright, going into September, Star charters Big Mac from a Great Lakes tugboat company. In my soul, Big Mac is from the Midwest. They call him an upriver boy, and I know that is supposed to be, oh, he's a little country guy. No. He grew up in, like, Lake Superior. You know, he has sort of like that northern Minnesota sort of thing going on. And when he talks to you, you're like, huh, that's a kind of a interesting accent, you know? And he is ungodly polite, but actually he's a jackass to you, and you don't realize it. That is the dream. That is the Big Mac characterization. Star initially charters Big Mac because he has that profit share, so he has a little bit of overhead to be able to spend a little extra money, and that's going to be important going forward. Star always has a little bit of money. Looking later, still in 1914, in late October, Big Mac and Zoran get arrested. This is just silly fun, but Zoran and Big Mac do not get along. Big Mac thinks Zoran is an asshole and a criminal, and he does not like him. And Zoran thinks Big Mac is stupid as hell and a goody-goody, and it annoys the shit out of him. And Star and Zero are having the feud of all time on contracts at this point, and they're working a quarry contract. They're transporting like stone for the Navy, doing public works or something. And Star undercuts the quarry's end of the deal and basically, like, overnight takes the contract from Zero. And Zero is like, oh hell no, the quarry either owes me for breaking contract, or they need to finish out this contract, because this is not how it works. Star doesn't know anything about paperwork, and Zero knows a lot about paperwork. Important. So Big Mac and Zoran basically get into a fist fight. Why they get into a fist fight is because Zoran is like, I'm on this contract, and I will be completing this contract, and you will let me complete this contract, or else. And Big Mac is like, well, Captain Star said, I'm on this contract, and I will be completing this contract, and you are a filthy criminal, and I don't like you. And the quarry master at some point comes out and is like, what the hell is happening out here? And Zoran is like, you get back here. We have paperwork to discuss because you are breaching a contract, and my captain, he's gonna sue your ass. And Big Mac is like, hey man, I'm just trying to do my job because I'm just a nice little old country boy. And the quarry master goes back into his office and hides because he's like, nope, not fucking with the boats. And Zoran picks up a really big rock, and Big Mac immediately assumes the worst of Zoran. Zoran was just going to break the man's window. Big Mac assumes that Zoran's going to beat the man to death with a rock. And they start trying to kill each other. And the Coast Guard sees, and the Coast Guard goes, nope, not happening. And they get arrested, and then Zero and Star have to, like, stand next to each other at the front office of the Coast Guard, like, pulling, like, their checkbook out and grumbling, and they're like, goddamn kids, fucking everything up for us. And also they get into a screaming match in the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard is like, Star, you technically were doing something really underhanded and shady, and the quarry master does technically owe the Z-Stacks to finish that contract. So here is your Big Mac back. Don't do that again. And then Star goes, oh shit, I did something illegal. And he like starts crying because he didn't realize that was illegal, which is important. And Zero is laughing his ass off and bailing out Zoran, who is utterly pulverized to shit. Like, Big Mac beats the fuck out of this man. This is very important. There are a couple of things on this list that are like nonsense events. And they're not nonsense in the matter of like, they're not nonsense because like, oh, they literally don't matter at all. They're nonsense because they're important to understand why these characters like get along. But in the long run, it's not like important big city history. Big Mac and Zoran, from this point on, hate each other. They hate each other so severely. They hate each other to the point that Big Mac will say that he hates Zoran. And Zoran will say that he hates Big Mac. And going forward, that's a lot of the tension between those two, is they're both remembering that on Zoran's end, he's like, Big Mac was stealing my contracts, and he beat the shit out of me. And he was the one stealing my contract. And Big Mac is like, Zoran was gonna beat a man to death with a rock. I did what I had to in this situation. And it's just nice tension. Alright, moving on. In February of 1915, Big Mac is purchased by Star. He has that little bit of overhead. He has a little bit of savings. He was just going to charter Big Mac. And then he said, you know what? Big Mac, you're mine now. That's great. I just think that's nice. Continuing on. Now, in June of 1915, Zebedee is purchased from Pacific Marine. It's just, again, Zebedee's just purchased. Some cash is given, like, handed between people. It's fine. Yeah, there's not anything specific. What is specific is that Zebedee and Zoran both hate each other viscerally. Deep down, they dislike each other. Zebedee makes Zoran angry, right? Zebedee's, like, outlook on life is something that Zoran just does not understand. Because he doesn't understand it. His reaction is, like, anger. And on Zebedee's end, he sees Zoran as this bitter asshole who's sour as shit, and he knows Zoran's reputation. He's known Zoran's reputation his whole life. And he's just like, oh god, I swear to Neptune, why do I have to work with the guy? Atlantic didn't want his ass. Fletcher didn't want him. Dewey went bankrupt. It's probably because of him. And on that level of things, it's why they don't get along super closely. On the other side of things, I also think both of them are very realistic about them being fleetmates and getting along. And I think even deep down, the parts of each other that they don't like aren't that important at the end of the day. They're both very realistic with how they think about things. Zoran is very quick to work with other people for his benefit. He's very quick to helping when help needs to be given. And Zebedee is the same way, but to a different extent. Zebedee is like a bleeding heart that acts and cares because it inherently benefits others, whereas Zoran, having very strong like leadership skills, inherently helps others and goes along with others because he understands that there's value in others. because of that, they also get along really, like, well. I like to think that Zebedee is not Zoran's ideal Zed stack. I think Zoran would not trust Zebedee with, like, actual, this is what I need from you as a Zed stack. I need you to insert thing here, or, like, talk to Zebedee about, like, should we shoot the guy or stab him? Because Zebedee will be like, we should let him go. But I think that Zebedee has a value to Zoran, as he does genuinely need to talk to someone who has a different moral appeal to him. And I feel like Zoran would value something like that. I will talk more about this with Zip later as well. But I think that Zoran would, at the end of the day, trust that Zebedee has his back to some extent. And he knows Zebedee. He knows Zebedee as a hard worker. He knows Zebedee as a guy that he's seen around the port for years and years at this point. And he knows Zebedee's reputation for just generally being a good guy. And they're both from Atlantic originally. So Zoran understands, like, what kind of raised Zebedee. And he knows that OJ probably had a hand in corralling Zebedee. And with that, there's an inherent trust there with Zoran, because he understands, like, what's going on with Zebedee. And I think Zebedee would be able to recognize, even if he does not agree with Zoran, that Zoran generally will take care of his own men, whether Zoran inherently is going to take care of, like, physical things or emotional things, whether Zoran is working really hard to make sure that everyone is properly prepared, or if he needs to act quickly, even at his own detriment, to save one of his men. I think Zoran would immediately, without question, if you think about quarantine, and if Zoran was watching Zug run as fast as he could towards the quarantine tramper that pulled its flag down, Zoran, in his stupidity, would get himself fucked over in quarantine. We see that. His hubris is horrid. However, I think he wouldn't let someone else do that. I think he would immediately react the same way OJ did. Like, he would blow his engine to stop one of his Zed stacks from doing something that detrimental to, like, finances of themselves. He would stop that, and he would not sweat about it at all. Sometimes people are stupid. It's the same thing that OJ does. It's the same thing as OJ inherently is like, 10 cents, I understand why you want to do that, and I'm not mad at you, and I'm not mad that I blew my engine, and I'm not angry about this situation. I just want to make sure that you're okay in this situation. And I think Zebedee and Zoran respect each other on some level because they're so different, but they have such a care for others. So, like, again, Zoran does not respect Zebedee as a Zed stack, but he respects Zebedee as, like, a friend and an ally. And if the Zed stacks weren't committing crimes and, like, possibly scuttling people, I think Zebedee would just be vibing, and Zoran wouldn't have a problem with him. But this is inherently the Z stacks, and Zero is still busting kneecaps in the background, so there's, like, specific things that Zoran expects, and Zebedee won't give those. And there's certain things that Zebedee doesn't agree with, but he won't inherently leave. The Z stacks is a good place for him, because if he was temperamental or did something illegal, Star would have his ass scrapped. And I don't think Zebedee is inherently walking around trying to do illegal shit, but I feel like he's such a complex dude that maybe occasionally he steals some lunch money, and Star would not be having that. Zebedee also, his relationship with Zach reads to me like he isn't inherently like, oh no, I think that everything illegal is bad, because like his ass gets along with Zach. So I imagine Zebedee has busted a kneecap or something. He just has a heart about it, which I might, once we get further along, talk about my overall Z-Stack dynamic and like how they all intermesh together. But I think I'll get to that when I get to Zaffre. Later in June of 1915, Zug is christened by an upriver fleet. It's not important who, it's just from upriver. We will get to Zug a little more later. In late October of 1915, Atlantic Charter collapses. Atlantic Charter is no more. It was the first tug company in Big City, and now it is done. Later in November, Atlantic Charter's assets are basically auctioned off. Zach is purchased by Zero at the bankruptcy auction. Zero walked into this auction house. He met eyes with Star, who purchases OJ at this bankruptcy auction. And he goes, I'm getting the good tugboat. I'm getting the one that's not 100 years old and decrepit. And he does. And he gets Zach. And he takes Zach home, and he, like, motions Zoran and Zebedee over, and he's like, look, new coworker, new brother for you boys. And Zoran goes, oh, and Zebedee goes, hi, Zach. What are you doing here? And Zero goes, that's a weird reaction. And then within like 3 days, Zach has gotten into like 6 fistfights, a bar fight, and burnt down a building. And Zero is like, I bought an absolutely feral tugboat, and he's a great criminal. But he is the dumbest motherfucker ever. He is so dumb. What is he doing? How has he not been like arrested? What is going on? And then he leans out the window, looks over, and like Big Mac, 10 cents, and OJ are like sitting on the dock at the Star Pier, like singing campfire songs, and like Big Mac has a guitar, and then Star is like, oh, OJ, you are the best tugboat ever because of your experience, and all of this stuff. And Zero is like, I should have bought OJ. Ugh. And then, of course, he loves Zach, because Zach is just feral and a criminal. But at the same time, in the back of his head, he's like, I should have not fought John for Zach so hard. What? And then, like, within 2 weeks, like, Zach's superstructure just starts, like, burning out randomly. And he's like, what the hell is that? And then Zach's like, oh, didn't you know my engine explodes? Like, on command, randomly. And then Zero is like, I should have bought OJ. I should have. Why did I do that to myself? And then he, like, pats Zach awkwardly on the shoulder and is like, go to Lucky's now and get fixed. And then Lucky comes over to, like, give him the bill later, and he's like, Ruben, my guy, why did you buy Zach? Every sailor in this port knew that he was bad news. He has a worse reputation than Zoran. Didn't you know about him? And then Zero is like, Zoran has a bad reputation. Also, I'm not a sailor. I'm an accountant. And then Lucky is just like, I can't even fix him, man. He's just broken. I'll keep patching it up, but like, you bought the most expensive tug in the harbor. And then Zero is like, I should have bought OJ. And then he looks out the window and like 10 cents Big Mac and OJ are like spinning in a circle holding hands. And then he looks down at his own boats and like they're playing like the knife hand game or whatever that is. And he's like, oh God, this was such a bad idea. 1 second. All right, back. I don't even have to explain like Star's interactions with OJ. Star is just like, oh OJ, I've known you forever. You've been around this port longer than anyone. Good to have you on the team. And then OJ is like, yep. And that's it. It's just happily ever after for those two. And Zero for the rest of his life is like, I should have bought OJ. I should have bought OJ. Also, Zebedee and Zach just vibe. All vibes. Nothing going on in those heads. They just vibe together. They laugh at people. Zoran immediately is like, Zach, you are violent. You are crude. You are homicidal and you are a dumbass. You are great. You are now my right-hand man when it comes to crimes. I see the knife behind your back. I am watching you, you motherfucker. I think Zoran inherently is like, I am loyal to Zach. And I hope he is loyal to me back. And I appreciate his crime expertise. And I appreciate how he is just recklessly stupid. But this man has a target on my back, and I can see the target. I can see it. It's flashing lights behind me. And so, throughout everything, Zoran just never really fully trusts the man. They're still good friends, but Zoran is like, one of these days, I'm gonna wake up, Zach's gonna be standing there with a pillow, and that's it. I think that's beautiful. I think everything with Zach is just like, Zach is wild and reckless, and he is the embodiment of like, he's not gonna lose his job by being stupid. He can't die easily as a human. He can't die easily as a boat because his engine has been blowing up since he was built, and he's not dead yet. And so he just lives his life. And working for Zero Marine is his dream job because Zero is like, hey Zach, I need help busting some kneecaps. And Zach is like, do you want me to get my big knife? We can cut the kneecaps out of the person to make it worse. And then Zero is like, that is a good idea, but no, we're not doing that. Like, I think he's fun. All right. We're getting to something I will preface. I take some real cities and I give them silly names because I think it fits TUGS' aesthetic better. And that is the context for, in 1916, in late August, Top Hat is bought on special contract with the Harbor Board from Beanstown Railroad Company. Beanstown is Boston. Top Hat, in my perfect world, has a historical Boston accent, and he talks like Emerson Winchester III. And he sounds utterly ridiculous, and he refuses to admit he is from Beanstown because he thinks that's a stupid name. He also is partially owned by the Harbor Board. I think it's interesting that he's the only rail tug, but there's like this huge rail like system around Big City Port. And I think that Star probably like weaseled his way on over to the harbor board and was like, hey, what if we got a railway tug? And what if you sign some paperwork saying I can the only one with a railway tug? And Big City Port was like, what do we get out of this? And Star's like, more rail traffic. And they're like, well, sign us up. Star does not like Top Hat, and that's pretty much canon. Star fights with the man. He argues. Top Hat does not respect him, especially at the beginning. I think those two are just at each other's throats. Zero very quickly goes from having his I should have bought OJ to like mid-September in 1916. He glances out the window and he sees Top Hat foaming at the mouth, screaming about like, I refuse to take this garbage barge. I will literally like, I will go sink myself right now. And he's like, man, I'm glad I only have to deal with Zach. I think that the reason Star puts up with Top Hat is because he has to. I think it's funny if the harbor board is like, no, you can't. Top Hat's partially like on contract as part of the harbor. So you just have to deal with him. Don't threaten him. You can't scrap him. That's an empty promise because we own part of him. And then Star just, it's like grumbles and like tries not to scream loudly every time that Top Hat starts arguing with him. And he's just like, Top Hat, stop that. Shut up. It's like in the show, Top Hat talks back to him a lot. In like 10 cents will be like, sir, I didn't murder 6 children. And then Star is like, well, someone told me you did. So to the Shadow Realm. Brr. And then Top Hat is like, I think you are stupid and I refuse to do this job and leave me alone. And this, that, and the other thing. And then Star is like, Top Hat, stop arguing with me. And that's his response to it. And I think it's so funny if he just has to deal with Top Hat, because otherwise this makes no sense. Why the hell would he put up with Top Hat like he does? Oh, alright, moving on. 1917. On very specific dates. On June 5th, 1917, Zero and Star both apply for the draft. Star is rejected for obvious reasons, and Zero submits to be recognized as a conscientious objector. Very specifically in my head, because signing up for the draft was kind of like a legal requirement on June 5th, 1917. Those two get in line, notice they are directly next to each other in line at the draft board, and they go, ah, shit. And they just kind of stand there and try not to talk to each other. And Zero knows his ass is not getting out of this draft, even if he has cough and had polio as a child, because he's still capable enough, and in World War I, capable enough was capable. And Star knows that he's not getting drafted, so he initially is very relaxed about this. But as he's standing behind Zero for like 3 hours, marching forward in line slowly, it starts occurring to him that Zero is about to die in a war, and there's nothing Zero can do about it. And he is watching Zero sweat and shuffle and look at his hands, like longingly wanting to like see if he could choke himself just right to die instead of having to do this. And Zero is like holding a stack of paperwork for the like conscientious objector information. And Star is like, oh, his ass is dying in a fucking trench. That man will not last a day in the military. He barely is making it through organized crime without getting the shit beat out of him. And he is arguably actually good at that. And as they're standing there, Zero is having like 3 asthma attacks at once and is clearly going through like nervous breakdown. And Star probably like sets a gentle hand on Zero's shoulder and is like, did you take your like asthma medication this morning? And Zero is like, no, I haven't taken it in a week because I hope I cough up a lung on the desk. And Star is like, oh, this man is gonna die. And they get to the front of the line, and Zero is like basically crying to the board because he doesn't want to do this. And they're like, oh, we'll take the paperwork. You can serve as a non-combat operative if you do get drafted. You are Jewish, so like this happens. And like people do object and whatever. And Zero is literally like crying and coughing and basically pissing himself because he doesn't want to do this. And Star like leans over and he's like, puts a hand on Zero's shoulder and is like, you see, I'm an invalid and this is my caretaker. Don't send him to war. And then the board looks at him and is like, are you his father? And Star is like, no. And then they're like, are you under the age of 12 and his son and or sibling? And Star is like, no. And then they nod and they're like, okay, hey Zero, here's your draft number, have fun. And Zero is just in tears. And then Star like steps up to the desk from behind him and gives the paperwork, and they take one look at him and they're like, we are not sending you to war. Here's your card that says we're not doing that. And Star is like, yes, sir. And then he like takes Zero to like a local diner and is like, I don't want to scare you, but you're gonna die in a trench. And Zero is just sobbing his eyes out. This is very specific because I just think it's a moment where those two would... It's one of those transactional moments where Star and Zero know that this is like a bad situation for like each other. Especially like Star inherently does care about Zero, and Zero does inherently care about Star to some degree. And Star doesn't want to watch Zero get sent off to a war that he's going to die in. And Zero is pissing and crying and having a bad day. So I think it's nice that they just like get along in that moment. I don't know. Moving on from that, because we will continue. Warrior, later in June, is purchased from Lucky Salvage Operation. Warrior gets himself like flipped 6 ways to Sunday onto like a log jam or some crap and shows up in Big City from like upriver. And Big Mac is like, that's my little buddy! Star, you gotta save him! And then Star is like, oh, okay, calm down, I'll see what's going on. And then like the phone rings and he picks it up and then it's Lucky, and Lucky is like, Star, I have the goofiest little guy ever. Come by him. He's amazing. Zero would not like him, but you are gonna love him. And then Star goes over to Lucky's and Warrior's like, hi, I'm Warrior, and I like working, and I am a good tugboat. And then Big Mac is like in the background like, he's great. And then Star is like, okay, I'll buy him. I have a little bit of extra money from Zoran this week. And then Star gets Warrior, like, back, and Warrior's, like, all welcomed into the, like, singing in a circle, except Top Hat is not singing in the circle. And in the morning, he sends him off on a job, and Warrior immediately, like, hauls himself on a rock, and Star's like, Big Mac, you are on thin ice. And Big Mac is like, Warrior's a great tug, shut up. And then Star is just like, I should have let Zero buy him. I just think that's so nice. I think Star warms up to Warrior, like, immediately, and there's no hard feelings for Warrior being Warrior, but I feel like at least within the first week, Star is, like, hand hovering over the phone, like, I have to send him back to Lucky's. He keeps hitting things. It's just a nice moment for, like, Star to just get this little guy. Oh, I love Warrior. He's just so silly. And that transitions us into later in June. Zero's draft number is called. He is one of the unlucky 2.3 million men. He is recognized as a conscientious objector, so he does get that going for him, and is assigned to non-combat service, but he is a Tier 1 conscientious objector. He is not told to be a civilian in the war and serve, like, on a farm. They send his ass off to medic training. I will get more on that later. Helen Zero, which is Zero's mother. I refer to her as Helen because that's her first name, but that's Mrs. Zero. Takes over temporary management of Zero Marine. Yes, girl boss it up! It's actually Zorn's pretty much running it, but a human has to be in charge. And that starts the no Zero period in Big City Port. His criminal friends all go, that sucks. Guess we'll see you after the war if you don't die. Oh, he's totally gonna die. And then Star goes, oh, he's gonna die in a trench. And the harbor board goes, the tugboat company that is currently running a ton of, like, our stuff for us is losing its captain. Draft board, could you not? And the draft board goes, hee, nah. And basically the harbor board is like, God, Zero was doing so much work for us, and we need him back. And we don't want to be mean to his mom, but his mom kind of sucks at this because she is clearly a tailor and not a business person. So in early 1918, Zero is trained as a medic and shipped off to Europe. He gets to Europe. He finishes his training and he is shipped all the way over there. He is released to civilian duty when the committee, or the draft board of Big City, reevaluates his conscientious objector applications by request of the Big City Harbor Board. Basically, the harbor board walks in and goes, we need the soldier back really badly. He was doing work for us. And the draft committee for Big City goes, oh, okay, we'll reevaluate his applications. And to reevaluate a conscientious objector application, you would have to fully go through and be like, okay, this committee board says that we want to revoke this application for a draft because of extraneous circumstances, and then it goes up the chain. Instead of working, each draft board in each city gets its own, like, they can make the decision of who gets drafted and who doesn't. They can't revoke that without higher authority, pretty much. Because of this, Zero is sent home to Big City and placed on a special advisory board for civilian watercraft. This is kind of based on Moran. In the First World War, Moran was technically Edmund Moran. Or not Edmund. Eugene. Edmund Moran's son. Eugene Moran is hot shit. He is like the naval secretary of World War I, and he runs like the most successful like naval campaigns of all time. Zero is just some guy with 3 tugboats who knows how to do accounting. So he's been doing work for the harbor board like on the side and stuff like that, and it's not really important. So when he leaves, the harbor board is like, oh shit, we need our guy back. And they get him back. But like the war was going to be over in a few months anyways, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Zero does not talk about Europe. Zero went over and he was put in a trench and he saw some shit. Even as a conscientious objector, he would still be sent right to that front line as a medic, especially as a medic. Even if he has a little bit of a cough, you're going out there. World War I was the war to end all wars. Star got fucked up by the military because he was in one accident during peacetime. Zero never recovers from the things that he saw. He was probably dealing with like rats eating people around him, young men, this is probably going to get graphic, young men around him having like literal body parts like rotting on them. He's dealing with like trench fever. He's dealing with all of the men around him going through like 10 stages of what was known PTSD, but back then was shell shock. He's dealing with that around him at all times. He's dealing with like trying not to get mustard gassed. He's dealing with the fact that the firing never stops. He does not hear gunfire for almost half of a year. He is dealing with wounds that not even the world's finest surgeons at the time would be able to heal. He's dealing with like unsanitary conditions, and he's hypochondriac. And his hypochondria is going nuts. People are sick. He's getting sick. He's getting sick as hell. But he's the medic, so if he's not there, all these men around him will be dead. The only salvation for him is that as a medic, he has a little bit. He knows that as long as the people at the other side of the trench recognize that, you know, his helmet has a red cross on it, hopefully they don't shoot him. But like the Geneva Convention doesn't exist yet, so it's just out of politeness that they don't shoot him. Yeah, Zero has a bad time. Everyone in World War I had a bad time. His way of dealing with it is the same way that he deals with his criminal situation, which is he doesn't talk about it. He goes pretty much the rest of his life being like, I didn't see horrors beyond my comprehension in the First World War. Except, like, his brain is fully rotted at this point. When he gets much older, probably, like, past the 1950s, 60s, and he starts getting, like, old age, he probably opens up about it over a beer with, like, Zoran in the middle of the night on, like, the roof of Zoran's wheelhouse or some shit, and Zoran sits there, like, completely white in the face, like, what do you mean the rats were eating you alive? Hello? What do you mean that people were, like, melting? What do you mean that the shrapnel was, like, exploding people? And Zero is like, you know, war. And Zoran is like, we're getting you a therapist on God right now. I am crawling off of this wheelhouse and I'm calling your child who's about to show up in this timeline, and we're dealing with this. But that will honestly probably never happen. And Zero just doesn't process the war. The war is a blur to him, and it's entirely a traumatic blur. He spent his teen years and his early 20s in organized crime, and it did not fuck him up like the war does. No one is safe from World War One. All right. October 1st, 1918. Zasha is born. We will come back to her. But her birthday is not known to the cast, but this is when she is born. In January of 1919, Hercules is purchased by Star. Hercules is an ex-Navy ship. He served in World War One. That's kind of the most I've fleshed it out, but that's like the most generic headcanon of all time, so like it doesn't matter. Alright. March of 1919. Zug is purchased by Zero from an upriver fleet. This, very specifically, is the start of Zug's lame-ass arc where he is just pathetic and no one likes him. So Zero goes to like, I'm going to a tugboat conference, and Zoran is like, oh thank god, maybe he'll learn about sailing, and then Zach's in the background like, $10? He gets shot, and then Zebedee is like, Zoran, sweetie, we all know that he's not going to learn a single thing at this conference. But Zoran has hope. He has a little bit of hope, just a little. And Zero is like, all right, boys, and he puts on his like really crappy fedora that he's had for like 10 years. And he picks up a briefcase and he's like, I'll be gone for the weekend. Zach, don't kill anyone. And then this like a sitcom laugh track. And he was supposed to be back like Monday night. And like 2 weeks later, a like completely burnt out, half exploded Zug like limps into Zero Marine, and Zero is standing on Zug's deck like covered in mud. And he's like lost his coat. He lost his hat. His briefcase is like busted to shit, has bullet holes in it. And he's covered in like seaweed. And his 3 harbor tugs look at him and they're like, sir, what happened to you? And Zero goes like, I'm taking a shower. Someone tow Zug to Lucky's. And then he just like crawls pathetically into his building. And Zug is like too stupid to even process that like Zero just went through 2 weeks of hell and misery and like nonsense. And Zug's like, hi, I'm Zug. I like being a tugboat. And the 3 harbor tugs look at each other and they're like, oh, he's ugly and he's stupid. Don't like him. And then Zoran is like, all right, Zug, I'll take you to Lucky's yard. Let's learn about you. What's your favorite color? And then Zug is like, I like green. And Zoran is like, okay. God, you're dumb. And that is the start of everyone just not liking Zug. Zero has this like, Zero never talks about the tugboat convention of 1919. Like, he will eventually talk about the war. He will never discuss the tugboat convention of 1919. And Zug is like, oh yeah, it was a normal tugboat convention. And ever so occasionally, Zug will let slip that, like, oh yeah, and then we got, like, mugged by the Russian mafia on the way back. And then, like, Zoran does a spit take and is like, the fuck do you mean? And then Zug is like, yeah, everyone got mugged by the Russian mafia back then. And they're like, Zug! And they're like, what else do you remember? And he's like, oh no, nothing else was interesting. And then, like, 3 years later, he'll mention, like, oh yeah, and then I got, like, hit by an iceberg. And they're like, you were in Lake Michigan? What do you mean you were hit by an iceberg? And then Zug is like, everyone gets hit by an iceberg. And that is just the entire gag for the rest of time about this. One second. Little man. It is nonsense, and it is silliness, and I love Zug, but Zug is just the most uninteresting motherfucker ever, and he's dumb, and I don't like him, so Zug just gets the silliest bullshit about him. Later, in 1919, Pacific Marine pulls out of Big City due to overhead. Star and Zero are trying to piss each other off so severely at this time, like, when it comes to money, that they just fully undercut everyone. In January of 2020, Fletcher Marine just straight up goes, we are being undercut severely, and there's nothing we can do about this. And Zero and Star are the only two that remain in Big City when it comes to my cat is really being a cat. Okay. Star and Zero, the last two remaining, and they are just fist fighting pretty much. Then we come to specifically February 14th, 1920. Zip is christened. He's a Valentine's Day baby. This is very dear to me because he's the sweetest little guy ever. He's amazing. I think he's neat. Zip is he's so little guy. Zip's christening is a fucking disaster. Zero doesn't know what the hell is going on. The other tugboats have bullied Zero into naming Zip Zip. That is very specific. That is important. I believe in the headcanon that Zero just keeps accidentally buying boats with like Z as the first letter of their name. It makes no sense. It makes so much more sense that it is intentional, but it is funny if it's completely unintentional. And when he's like, I'm gonna get christen Zip. Originally Zip is supposed to be named the Helen Zero after his mother, which the Moran Company basically names all of their tugs, especially in the early days, just after like women and various Moran family. Because of this, Zero is like, I'm gonna have a little tugboat, and he's gonna be named after my mommy, and it's gonna be great. And the Zed Stacks are like, what if you named him Zip? Because Zero like sat down one day at debriefing and was like, I need name ideas, and they were all like, you should name him Zappy, you should name him Zone, you should name him Zenith, you should name him I don't know, Zoinks. And they're just going with like Z names. And then Zero accidentally is like, can you all zip it? And they're like, Zip. Zip is a great name. You should name him Zip. And Zero is like, I wanted to just ask if you thought Helen Zero was a good name. I just think that, come on, name him after my mom. You all like my mom. Zug has like never met his mom at this point. He's like, oh yes, the captain's mom. And then, because Zug is a suck up, and the harbor tugs, firm, they're like, this boat, Zip. Their name is going to be Zip. We will call this boat Zip. And then Zero, after like 3 months of this back and forth, is like, fine, Zip. Call him Zip. And then like Zip he's like fuming about this anyways. He shows up and there's like his rabbi is here. And he's like, why the hell is my rabbi here? What's going on? And Lucky is like, I called you rabbi because your boat's being christened, my guy. And Zero is like, what does that even mean? What is a boat christening? And then like Zoran has to sit him down and be like, so when a shipbuilder and a captain get together and there's a bottle of champagne, Zero is like, what is happening? I don't know what's happening. And then Lucky is like, so who's like the woman who's going to be christening Zip? And then Zero's like, why are there, I have to find a woman? I mean, I could call my mom. My mom is a woman, I'm pretty sure. And then Zoran like sits him back down and is like, okay, Captain Zero, sir. So when the champagne bottle is picked up by a woman and thrown at the ship, and then Zero is like, there's a ritual. The boats have a religion. And then Zoran is like, I don't know what a religion is, but if you don't do this, Zip will be cursed for the rest of time. And Zero is like, the boat can get cursed? And then like all of Zero's tugboats are like, man, this man is not a sailor. And Zoran is like, I tried to teach him about ropes once and he cried. This is why he's in the office all the time. And then as all of this is continuing, Lucky is in the background like, that rope is fraying on Zip. And Zip is like not cognizant yet because he was literally like not even steamed yet. And Zero's also kind of freaking out because he's like, the boat isn't alive. And Lucky's like, he'll be alive in a minute. It's okay. He's steaming up a little. He'll be okay. And then Zero finally, like his mom finally arrives and they do the whole christening ceremony. And Zero is like, that was the weird. Is this a cult? Is everyone here in a cult? And then Zoran is like, no, this is how all boats are christened. And then Zero is like, all boats are in a cult. And Zero's just having the worst day of his life. It's just bad. It's the worst day of his life that he talks about. And then as Zip is going down to the water on his like little ramp, he like a rope snaps, he twists a little in the thing, and he goes directly into the dockside, and his hull obliterated on impact because Chris Lloyd slam dunked Zip off of a desk in like a week before production, and that is the funniest thing that has ever happened in TUGS' production history. And I think about it constantly, and I think it'd be so funny if that actually happened in TUGS. In Zero, it is like, what? My boat! Lucky, you broke it! And then Lucky is like freaking out because he's like, oh shit, oh fuck. And like, okay, your boat didn't sink, it's all okay, and everything's fine. And Zero is like freaking out, and then all eyes turn and Zip starts sobbing like a baby because he is a baby. So you have this like 18, 19-year-old shaped like boy who has no idea what's happening, has been alive for like 10 minutes, and is just sitting on the dock sobbing his eyes out. And Zero is also sobbing his eyes out because he is confused and doesn't know what's happening. And everything is scary to him right now. And he just like picks Zip up like a small child and is like, it's okay, but it is a mess. And there's 100% photos of this day because of course Zero was like, I'm gonna get a photographer because my big strong switcher tug is going to be finished and he'll actually be functional, unlike Zug. Why the fuck did I buy Zug? I'm not going to talk about buying Zug ever again. And there's just a picture of Zero and Zip sobbing on the dockside of Lucky's yard. Zip's boat is like half sunk and on fire behind him. Lucky is having the worst day of his life because he's like, oh god, this is going to cost so much to fix, and I broke Zip, so now I'm obligated to fix him. Also, this is like the worst trauma I could have given someone who was born 5 minutes ago, and the other Zed stacks are eating this up. They are loving this moment, and Zero is just like, he is in like some weird Zen state of parent mode and like trying to be like the most comforting man ever, but he's also still just like a criminal. So this is going poorly. And then like Zero is having a literal heart attack anyways about all of this. And then Lucky is like, well, I guess you can take Zip's like humanoid thing home with you. And then Zero is like, what? I don't have a shit, but I have to take care of this. And then he like finally realizes that he has been coddling Zip like a baby for 6 hours and is like coughs into his hand. It's like, Zoran, Zebedee, Zach, not Zug, because I don't trust you with this. And he calls him over and he just like hands Zoran like Zip, literally like picks Zip off of himself and like hands it to him like a child. And Zoran is like, fuck. And Zero like goes home to goes to take his mother home. And then it's just like 3 men and a baby pretty much. This is nonsense, but it's like everything to me. And Zip remembers none of this because he's like literally was born today. The other tugs all remember it very vividly, and they all think it was really funny. And Zero does not talk about it at all, except in like very like offhand mentions. And also very specifically, if he does mention anything about it, he always blames his like, me parenting Zip and like coddling him like an infant and like all of the like fatherly like shit that I was doing on this day. Yes, that was because Zasha was very young, and we're almost to Zasha. And I just did it without thinking. And then like his other tugs are standing in the background, just smirking at him. They are giving him the shittiest grins imaginable. And Zero like takes a sip of his water and he's like, yup, because I was Zasha's father, not because I inherently was trying to father my tugboat. And then like he just like walks away nervously and is like, ugh. It's everything. Zip's christening was an utter disaster. Speaking of Zasha, I don't have when she is found, but Zasha is adopted on April 1st. She was found by Zoran 3 weeks prior. This is another one of those, this situation gets a little fucked up, but with adoption, in the 1920s, your options were send the kid to the orphanage where they most likely will get sick and die, or be kicked out at like 12 and go work in a coal mine. A private adoption, which for older children is I sold my child to someone to be a butler, or it is, hey, I'm arranging this before the child is born, and you'll take care of them now. Or your option is get rid of the kid. The same way that Zero's option would have been if she can't find any option and Zero had not been born in a public hospital. The option would have been just leave him somewhere. Zasha is around 2 years old, so I think she's under 18 months. So she's not talking, she's not walking, she is at her original home, is not really taken care of and not really wanted, and they never found anyone to take her. So they didn't want to make her suffer in the orphanage. So they decide what would be kindest to her is to just deal with the situation. And dealing with the situation in this context is her original parents put her in a burlap sack and they're just going to throw her off the quayside and that's it. Which is very upsetting. And the Z-Stacks Harbor Tugs are doing some illegal shit because that's what they do. That's what they're good at. And they're like leaving liquor somewhere for someone or something of that nature. And they're like, hey, it's really late and I can hear a car and there shouldn't be a car here. So they go and like scout it out. And Zoran specifically is uncomfortable by the situation because it just doesn't feel right to him. And once the parents throw the bag, Zasha would immediately start screaming and crying, which is not going to help her drowning chances. And the three tugs would know that that's not what a human drowning sounds like, at least when it comes to like an adult. They've probably seen a sailor drowning. They've probably drowned people at this point because of crime. And I think that Zoran's conscience kicks in and he does the yell at the people, they fuck off, and goes and saves the like bag and is like, this is a child. This is not an adult being drowned. This is a situation that I don't know how to deal with inherently because I'm a boat. And in this situation, the only thing I can think of is pat the water out of the child on the back because Zero makes all of his tugboats take a first aid class that is dear to me. And they take the child to Zero and they're like, Captain Zero, we don't know what this is, but it's screaming and it's very small and someone tried to kill it. And Zero is immediately like, oh my god, it is a baby, give it here. Because as we know, he has like a parent mode that Zip for some reason activated. And within a few weeks, Zero is just fully enamored with this child because children. I like to think the Z-Stacks all fall in love with this child too, to various extents. I think Zoran is the kind of guy who, if he was a father, he would be just like the father ever. I think that, like, obviously Zebedee has a soft spot for the kid. Zip is just all heart, and he's barely, he's 4 to 6 weeks old. And he's just like, this child is everything. And I'm basically a child, and you're literally a child, and you are now my bestie, and I will help, like, take care of the thing. I think that Zach portrays that he hates the kid. Zach does not hate the kid. Zach thinks the child is lovely. He just thinks it's untrained and he doesn't like dealing with it. Zug hates the kid, but not in a like, I hate the kid and I want the kid to go away, but in a like, if you make me take care of the child, I get so stressed out because I am physically incapable of not being stupid, and like the thing will accidentally drown itself. And Zug's out, like, whatever, but he still does inherently like care. And I think it works out well for Zero to have some kind of family connection, which he has with his parents in this AU. But I think with Zasha, it works out for Zero because it gives him something to ground himself in reality. And this AU, when I write and I do works for it, I focus on the character interaction on an everyday note instead of an event note. And in everyday life, I don't think that Zero can just be screaming all the time. That's not realistic, and TUGS is very realistic in how it portrays its characters. And I think Zero being like in love with a little girl that's his daughter is just so sweet and inherently fun. I love the trope of like the mob boss has a little girl, or like the villains take care of a kid. And I think that with the Z-Stacks, they wouldn't talk about her like all the time, or probably even at all when like doing work. But I feel like they get back to the dock, and then like Zasha's like doing her homework on a crate, and they're like, oh man, time to help her with addition. Or like, oh, the captain needs a babysitter tonight. I guess the kid's sleeping in my wheelhouse. I'll give her a blanket. I like to think that Zoran, because he does have like a complex conscience, but he has one. And he's Zero's right-hand man. And especially because like in this situation, he's the one that saves Zasha initially, just kind of connects with her on a level of like, I owe Zero a life debt, and you owe me a life debt, so we're in the same boat pretty much. And I think he just like connects with her. I mean, he also connects with her because she's just a little itty bitty thing. I also like to place the idea as Zasha is a lot like Zero, and not in a like she is evil, but in a like Zero is inherently a very sour man, and Zero is inherently antisocial, and he's angry and he yells. And I think it's interesting and very plausible that Zero finds a little girl, and the little girl is sour and feisty, and Zero yells and she doesn't react. Zero yells at the tugboats, and like the first words that she is like, the tugboat is being bad. And I just think that's just like sweet. Like, at the end of the day, what's the harm in there being like a little child running around and like screaming at the tugboats? I think it's cute. And I think it's so cute if the tugboats are just like, yes, and this is the little girl. We'll have more mentions of her later, because she does end up becoming more integral to the AU. But I think here at the like beginning of Zasha, it's like Zero fell in love again. I don't inherently ship Zero and Star romantically. I think they're divorced. I think it's funny if they have like this weird on and off again. Occasionally they get found making out behind like the Bridge Cafe, or like there's just like a tension there. But I don't think they probably ever had like a physical relationship. I don't think they ever had like an inherently romantic one. But I do love the idea that Zero was, to some level, like emotionally involved with Star and like in love with the man. Because you can love the homies. Like, it's okay to love the homies. It's okay to make out sloppy style with the homies occasionally. And Star left him, and that left a hole in his heart. And Star was his relationship that was not transactional. And Zero getting a child, especially because we're going to talk about his criminal connections a little more coming up. But Zero gets a child, and it's yet again a non-transactional relationship. And it's one where he feels like a connection and a love, and all he wants is the safety of this little girl that is his. And because that's all he wants, it just like helps him. I think that's both important for Zero's character to like round it out, and I think it's fun for the Z stacks, because again, the villains falling in love with a child is just such a fun trope, and I think it grounds them back towards like a certain reality where they're off doing cartoony villain hijinks, but at the end of the day, like, they go home and there's things there for them. And that's why, like, they're inherently loyal to themselves and each other. And them also having a non-transactional relationship helps round out, like, why they're loyal to each other. Because, like, Zach's loyal to Zero Marine, but that's because they let him beat people up. And Zero pays him money. But he's also loyal because there's this little girl back there, and she's nice to him, and he teaches her bad words like asshole. Or like, Zoran owes this like life debt to Zero, but he doesn't owe anything to Zasha. But in his heart, like, he owes everything to her because she's just this sweet little thing. I also like the idea of like this sweet little girl who's like, oh, the tugboats are really nice, and all my tugboat uncles are like so cool and amazing. And I think that they're neat, and I love them unconditionally. And then the Z-Stacks are just like, she loves us unconditionally. It's just nice. A lot of it is based in the, I think it's a good trope. But there's a lot of it where it's like, I want to see Zoran genuinely taking care of something. And that something doesn't necessarily have to be a child, but I think it's But I think it's an interesting, like, take to go with it. Also, again, the daughter of the mob boss is so good. I like Zero as a fully rounded out person, especially because he behaves like a fully rounded out person in the show. Star does too, but Zero has so much more. What are you doing? Okay, thanks, bud. Zero behaves a lot more rounded out in his very short appearances than Star does in most of his appearances. So I think it's interesting for him to be like screaming at his tugboats and being violent, and then he turns around and he's like, and now I'm going to make dinner for me and my little baby girl. I think Zero just deserves that. I think that would be nice. I think his relationship with the tugboats is interesting because he's not as fatherly with them as Star is, but he's still inherently, like, kind of fatherly with them. Especially with, like, Zip, because at the beginning of Sunshine, Zero is, like, going off and ranting and raving and, like, I need a contract and you all are stupid and I don't like you, but I like you or whatever. And Zip is like, hey, what's devious? And Zero doesn't make fun of Zip. He doesn't say that Zip is stupid. He doesn't do anything that's, like, negative towards Zip, and he explains his worldview very concisely and in very basic language. And if that isn't, like, your child asked you what a word meant when you're in the middle of, like, ranting about your grocery store trip, I don't know what is. I'm going to start putting my Zip and Zero edits all over the screen. I just know I am in post, so I'm just gonna admit. Look at the one where they're at Chuck E. Cheese. Look, Zip is getting a snack at Walmart. Sorry. But I think the way that Zero reacts there is so parent core. Like, he understands parenting of this tugboat just inherently. It's also why I think he inherently is like, Zip's crying, I'm gonna take care of him now. And I think that translates to him being like an actual parent. And I think that's fun. Also, he can be a single father in the 1920s. He has the range. But yeah. That's my Zasha rant. Now, as you can see, these bubbles in orange, we're in the summer of 1920. I think I will end this part because I've been talking for another hour and a half. And I will pick this up at a later date. So, I'll be back. Hello, and welcome to a fun little segment that I'm going to be calling Part 2.5. So if you notice, we have moved back in the timeline a little bit from yesterday. I realized, after my previous recording session, that I hand-waved something I meant to talk about, which was Hercules' past in my AU, and I completely forgot to circle back around to Zip as a character instead of just Zip as an event. And Zip as a character is important for some things that I headcanon in the show and things going forward after the show. So, this section will serve as me discussing what is going on with those two, and then I will be moving forwards after. So focusing back on Hercules. I headcanon as Hercules as being ex-Navy. I talked about that previously. With Hercules being ex-Navy and serving in World War I, he serves in the European theater. He does runs between Europe and America. He also does coast work. Similarly to Zero that we discussed before, Hercules sees things that no living being can comprehend totally. And World War I is not great. After World War I, he serves for, well, because Hercules isn't draft, he serves to the end of his service life, and he's basically given the opportunity to become a reef or become a civilian, or to extend his working life because they're not forcefully retiring him yet. Hercules decides, I'm done. Nope, not going. I'm not ready to deal with this again. That war messed me up and I am done. Which, good for him. But in my AU, I subscribe to the Hercules and Tencents are brothers because I think it's really sweet. And I like the fact that Hercules spends most of the show being pissed as shit with everyone. He wears like all 5 of his angry faces constantly. And he's dealing with everyone and being like, you are all stupid and dumb. And the only people he's not mad at are Lily, who there's something going on there, and Tencents. And the way he talks to Tencents in the show is very like brotherly and like, oh, you take care of Duchess for me, and oh, you did such a great job, and wow, you guys sound like you had a wild time down here, in like engaging with him. And Tencents is like, man, Hercules is so cool and he's great, and yeah, I'll do anything you say, Hercules. And that's just so sibling core. I love the idea that they just like love each other and they're just like tight. I know production documentation has, I think, mentioned it. I know it's a very common headcanon too. With Hercules and Tencents, they're very tight. Hercules, his entire time with the Navy, being an ocean tug and on the East Coast, he is doing supply runs and troop runs and general, like, probably like dignitary work and things of that nature. And running between Europe and America. I don't think he's stationed in Big City, but if Big City is a parallel to New York, I don't think it would be unheard of for him to be swinging through Big City over the years. So when Tencents is built, which I know technically, like, I think there's some documentation that's like their Eagle Works or something, or that's just like a really common headcanon. I have Hercules and Tencents both being built at Lucky's yard. Obviously, Hercules is built many years before Tencents, but Hercules swings through over the years, especially like after Tencents is built. And he stops and says hi and like refuels, and it's like ruffles Tencents' hair and it's like, oh, hi, little brother, let's go get you a soda pop and hang out. And then Tencents is like, gee golly, I love my big brother. And I think that's cute. I also think because it's entirely reasonable that Hercules gets like small leaves of absence, or because they know that he's basically deployed all the time and doing this constant running work, that the Navy would possibly be like, yeah, you can swing through Big City for a few days. On your way home, you can swing through Big City before you leave, that kind of thing. Because reasonably, he would probably be stationed in Norfolk. That's very big Navy area. Down by the Patuxent River, all that sort of thing. Especially if he is doing Atlantic Ocean runs. And while he could leave from Norfolk, I feel like it'd be a little more reasonable, especially if he's doing runs to Northern Europe, for him to refuel before heading out from somewhere like Big City. So I think he's not a completely new face to Big City when he does like eventually get purchased by Star when his contract with the Navy runs out. I think it's real funny if throughout like all this time and like World War One and everything like leading up to Hercules, Hercules' surface life ending. Blue Nose is like this little wake-washered young guy who is looking up to Hercules as this like, wow, he's such a cool Navy tugboat. I want to be like him when I grow up. Or like I want to be like, when I'm promoted, I want to do stuff like him. And Hercules like takes his Navy surface life like really seriously, and he's like a good like top-notch sailor. But he also knows how to like relax and have fun, and it's the Navy in the early 1900s, so like there's a lot happening there. And then Hercules at the end of World War I is like, I don't want to be in the Navy anymore. I need to be out of the Navy. And he shows up in Big City, and Blue Nose is like, hey, Hercules. I remember him. He was, he's like a ensign or whatever. He's really cool and whatever. And Hercules is like completely mellowed out and like not military at all. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm out of the Navy. That's all over for me. Like, I'm just gonna be like a smooth, chill dude. Let's just relax, and like everything's gonna be fine. And I have my own reservations with the absolute disaster that was that war we were just a part of. And Blue Nose is like dealing with like shell shock that's not going to even be like recognized until the 20s or for a few more years. And he's like, what do you mean? You think the Navy's bad? And it just starts this like immediate like disenfranchisement that makes Blue Nose just insufferable to Hercules. One of my friends points out to me, and I love it as a very small thing. When Blue Nose insults Hercules in munitions, in the script, he yells 2 single word sentences. He calls him an upstart, and he calls him a civilian. And Hercules, like, dropping the Navy and being like, I'm just gonna work privately, I'm done, and not like doing like a full reef retirement or whatever, that would piss Blue Nose off so severely. And Blue Nose would probably just assume that like, oh, Hercules only used the Navy to become like to like get fame and money, and then he left when our country needed him most. And it just pisses off Blue Nose. And Hercules doesn't give a shit what Blue Nose thinks about him, but Blue Nose does annoy him. So it's just this like, Blue Nose hates everything that Hercules stands for, but literally before he retires in January 1919, Hercules is like the coolest guy ever to Blue Nose. I just think that would be really silly. And Blue Nose like never actually knew him in the military. He never knew Hercules like personally. Like they didn't work together. Blue Nose just thought he was cool and like heard stories about him because it's Hercules, and Hercules is the coolest guy ever. Yeah, I think that's fun. Also, I 100% believe that Hercules met Zero in Europe. I mean, we could even go as far as like when Zero is shipped back to the States early, like Hercules is probably doing some like supply runs or like moving some like generals or whatever, and like Zero is like, hey, we'll throw this guy like onto your shipboard last minute. He needs to get back to Big City, and you're swinging that way anyways. And Hercules is like, oh, another guy from Big City. That's nice. And then Zero, nerves completely shot. Like, you can tell that there's nothing in his soul anymore from what he's seen, and he's like covered in dirt, and like you can just smell like swamp water on him, and he's just like this haunted man. And for the first half of the trip, Hercules is like, he just sits on my deck and stares at the ocean. I mean, I would be doing that too if I was in the trenches, but like this is a little weird. And then like halfway through like the trip across Atlantic, Zero like kind of starts talking about, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get back to my like ships and, you know, all this stuff back in Big City. And, you know, Hercules, I think I've seen you around before, but not very often, and this, that. And then at some point, like right before they get back to Big City, Hercules is like, I'm gonna visit my brother 10 cents. And then Zero is like, oh, I know 10 cents. I used to own him. And then Hercules stops for a minute and he's like, you're not lucky. I don't think you're Dewey. Who the fuck are you? And then Zero is like, oh, you don't know who I am. And then Zero gets in like his plead of like, you know, I used to work with Captain Star, and it wasn't that big of a deal, because Zero can see that if he says the wrong thing, Hercules is gonna immediately know that like the entire Star's version of the divorce. And Hercules is like, oh, okay, this guy seems pretty normal. And then he's told to like drop him off at Zero Marine. And Hercules is like, so soldier, you didn't just tell me who you were? And Zero is like, oh god, this is bad. And then that's like, they don't interact at all. Like Hercules leaves and Zero is like, I'm gonna go stare out into like the depths of the ocean over a cliff for like 6 hours. Everyone leave me alone. And then Hercules shows back up like a year later, and Zero is just like, don't look at him. Don't look at him. For like the rest of time. I just think that's really funny. I think that would just be really just amusing, especially with like Hercules being like, somewhere in the back of his mind when he's like yelling at Zoran and Regatta, and is like, and Zoran is like, Captain Zero's gonna yell at the Captain Star, and Hercules is just in the back of his head like, I know Captain Zero. I don't think he has the gall to even look at Captain Star and raise his voice. Like, Zoran, shut up. I think that would just be really fun. I think that's like the main thing with Hercules. Oh, I think Hercules in 10 cents. Hercules was like visiting or around when 10 cents is christened, which is why Hercules is like, this is my little brother and I love him, because he was like there, and he's just like, he's down bad immediately to be like, yeah, 10 cents is my little buddy. He's sibling. I love him, and he's so like goofy and silly. I think Hercules just immediately recognizes that 10 cents has like severe anger issues, and Hercules' immediate reaction is, it's gonna be funny to make fun of him. He's gonna get so mad when you poke fun at him, which is just sibling core. And I think that is like the, like Hercules is like, I love that. I just have this little brother who's just, he's, 10 cents is so fascinating because he's just angry and kind of bitter and way too serious about everything. And Hercules is like completely chill and almost never like angry in the way that 10 cents is. So I think it's just nice for those two to just immediately be like, oh yes, we are like a bonded pair. You can never split us up again. I think that Hercules and 10 Cents like write letters to each other when Hercules is still serving. I think Hercules, even when he's out like on the ocean after Star purchases him, he gets to like wherever his location is, and he's already bought like 3 postcards and sent them back to 10 Cents at like every single location that he goes to, and like he drops letters like back home, and he's like, oh, I love 10 Cents, and oh look, I got like I bought like a nickel photos, and like here's me standing in front of insert thing here. I just think that's cute. I think that's adorable, and I want that to be canon so badly. I want there to just be like a mention somewhere of like Hercules made it safe down to like Costa Rica. I got his letter in the mail. He'll be back soon. And then everyone's like, oh man, that's so nice. And then Star's like, he sent me the insert trinket here. And I think that would just be like the cutest little background thing. That would be like, aw, Hercules loves like being a Star Tug, and he loves the other Star Tugs, because I think he would. I think he'd be in love with these idiots, even if he thinks they're all idiots. Alright. Moving on to Zip, the little idiot, the idiot himself. What I didn't talk about with Zip the first time through, which I mentioned that I would, is Zip is a bad Zed stack, right? Zip is inherently terrible at his job of being a criminal. Any crimes that he commits are through, like, he's skipping through a field and just so happens to be trespassing, or Zip is like too stupid to like know that he's committing massive crimes. Or in like the show, when he does do things that are like devious and negative, Zip is entirely like he's like fucking around. Like, he knows that he's just having a fun time, and it's not serious for him at all. Like, I believe it's a deleted scene in Warrior where Zip and 10 Cents are having a pissing contest about who can tear down a building. And Zip is like, you go first, 10 Cents. And then 10 Cents basically destroys the building, but gets tired and like runs out of steam. And then Zip walks up and like pushes it over because he's not tired and is like, I win. And it pisses 10 Cents off so instantaneously. And Zip is like sitting there laughing. And that is like the evilest shit ever. Like, that is, Zip had to plan that, right? Like, he had to know, and he had to know how to like piss 10 Cents off like that. 1 second. Yes. Come on, get ready. Alright, there may be some purring in this part, but Zip had to know what he was doing, because there's no way he didn't know what he was doing. Like, he knew exactly how to piss 10 Cents off, and have fun and win a bet, and like, there are no hard feelings with that situation at all, but you know that like, Zip is going to talk about it just to piss 10 Cents off for the rest of time. And it's such a sweet moment of like Zip just being an asshole, and it's entirely like Zip intentionally being an asshole. But it's in good fun, right? It's in jest. Like, he's pissing 10 cents off because it's funny and it's not serious. There's also, I have the dynamic where Zip is very young. When the Duchess event happens, he's like 2-3 months from having been built. He doesn't know what's happening because he probably hasn't been involved in a crime before. Because I don't think Zero is a dumbass who would send someone who was born literally yesterday to, like, commit a crime. And I feel like they don't inherently, like, indoctrinate him into, like, everything is evil and the world is bad, like, instantaneously. Because he's already traumatized by the fact that his hull was, like, obliterated, when he was born. And he's already, like, clearly has anxiety problems, and he's just a little guy. And I feel like Zero would be like, I shouldn't trust him with crime secrets before he knows what a secret is. So, like, Zip has that going for him with why he doesn't understand what's going on. But Zip also seems like he's just by nature good-hearted. He, by nature, just wants to do things that for other people. I don't even think it's necessarily in the Zebedee realm of, like, Zebedee is a bleeding heart and inherently wants to be kind. I think Zip is naturally, like, he's a people pleaser. He's very anxious. He doesn't understand, like, what his place in the world is yet. Zip is young and idealistic in a way where when Izzy's going over, the first thing Zip does, seeing 10 cents almost get crushed, is like, I have to help 10 cents. And I have to help Izzy because both of them are going to be dead in this situation if I don't do anything. And then Zug fucks Zip over and is like, no, let 10 cents die. It's good for our contracts. And then Zip is like, I don't know any better. I think this is a bad idea, but I'll believe you. I think that's fun because in, like, a good explanation of, like, Zip inherently just wants everything to run smoothly and be okay. And Zip's idealistic in a way where he's kind and he thinks about other people before himself. Because, like, even when he's sure of himself on something, like with the helping 10 cents bit, or in Pirate, when he's repeatedly being like, Zug, I think this is a bad idea. Zug, I think maybe we shouldn't do this. Hey, Zug, let's not do idiot shit. And then Zug is like, no, we should do idiot shit. And then Zip is like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing idiot shit. I think it's not because Zip is, like, fully a moron. I mean, he is dumb. He does not. He is true Zero. But I also think that he's just young and he wants to help people. And he wants to help his fellow Z-Stacks over everything. And Zug is who he shouldn't be the closest with, but he ends up being the closest with, at least early on in his Z-Stacks career, because he works with Zug all the time. So he inherently just wants to do things that would make Zug either proud of him or happy, or it would help Zug with some kind of goal. And I think that's why, like, Zip is the way he is. And I think Zip as a character would be someone that Zoran, like with Zebedee, Zoran does not think Zip is an ideal Z-Stack. But I think Zoran recognizes that Zip has a emotional talent. He's empathetic. He very easily does the right thing. He understands how to react to a situation and he understands how to analyze things and get stuff done when he's put under ideal conditions for Zip, which is explaining things to him maybe a little slowly at first and giving him like the setup to be able to do things properly. Because in Sunshine, when Zoran is like, hey, Zug, Zip, go and like fuck with Big Mac, Zip's initial reaction is like, well, he's very big and I'm very small, so don't do that. He will crush me. And then Zug and Zoran very briefly are like, no, Zip, remember when you like threw yourself onto a mud bank? Just do that to him. And Zip just gets it immediately. He's able to hold his like happy-go-lucky character way better than Zug is when they go talk to Big Mac. And then he beaches Big Mac with Zug. And then he just like goes away laughing. And he doesn't fuck any of that situation up. And in watching the show, we know that Zug would fuck the situation up, right? So, how are you commenting? Do you like Zip? I like Zip too, little man. Mwah. We know that Zug is the reason that most of Zip and Zug's plans fail. Because Zip can do the work. He can get things done. And he doesn't have ideas. But Zug is full of ideas. And they're all bad. They are all bad ideas. And I think that's fascinating. And I think that Zip being very like, I can see when a situation is bad and react to it. And Zip being able to like process things emotionally and having just like his positive outlook and kindness to him. Like, Zoran would look at that and see someone with great emotional ability and good eventual people skills going forward, and he'd be like, okay, maybe I don't ask Zip to break people's kneecaps, but I can absolutely ask Zip to like go and talk to people for me. I can ask Zip like, what does he think a situation needs to be dealt with in like an emotional sense. The same way I feel like if Zoran is having a general like moral crisis, he could go to Zebedee and Zebedee would be like, I might not agree with how you see the world, but I can discuss how I see it and we can work out like what would be like a good situation for you to like deal with this. It's why I think even Zip and Zebedee not being ideal Zed stacks are still valuable to the Zed stacks. I think that Zip is like, he's clearly really young in the show. 10 Cents, they talk about him like he's been around for a while. Sunshine was originally supposed to be like literally a 7-year-old. I don't think, at least when I watched the show, Sunshine does not read to me like a child, like at all. Sunshine reads like a 20-something to me. As a 20-something, like, I look at how he reacts and he's just like vibing. I read 10 Cents as being like later teen, probably like, he's not in his early 20s yet, but he's definitely like an adult or almost an adult. And like Zug has no age. He is agelessly stupid. I don't read an age off of him because whatever age I give him, it's funnier if he just doesn't like have one. Like, he's an adult, but he's just stupid. Zip reads to me like a kid who graduated high school like a couple months ago and his parents kicked him out of the house and were like, go get a job. And he literally just was like, I'm gonna walk until I get a job. and like somewhere to sleep. And he ends up at Zero Marine and he knocks on the door because there's like a help wanted poster. And Zero opens the door and Zip is like, I don't know anything about what you do here. And I need a job and I need somewhere to live. Can you offer me a job? And that is, I'll do anything as long as you tell me how to do it. And if you offer me the job and you give me somewhere to sleep, I will work here for the rest of time. And Zero takes a drink of his knee high because he has an obsession. He has an addiction to knee high. I decided when I was 12, and I continue this to this day. He takes a drink of his knee high, and he thinks for a second, and he's like, "There's crew quarters on the boat. I'll have Zoran tell you how to turn the boat on, and then I'll have Zug, like, you can shadow Zug for a week, and then you're good." And then he takes down the help wanted poster and walks back. Like, if this human AU, like, they weren't boats, and they were just, like, people, I think that is, like, the ideal of how Zip got this job. Either that, or, like, big city Fortenza. I don't know the exacts of how Zip is found yet, but the fact that Zero just finds this random kid and is like, "You want a boat?" And Zip is like, "Gee golly, I want a boat." That's ideal. Like, it has to be silly like that, because Zip has nothing going on in his head, and like that's just how I see him. I know there's like an official cast age somewhere, and Zip is like 19 versus Tencent's being like 12. I think that is, I don't often say that canon is wrong, but canon is wrong about that, because there's no way that like Tencent is a tween and Zip is like an adult. Like, even if I see Zip as being like 17 to 19, like basically an adult, but is still in the trial period and doesn't know what's happening, there's no way that he's that much older than Tencent. I think that's in the same chart where they're like, and Sunshine is a literal 7-year-old. And it's like, Sunshine is not a 7-year-old. Sunshine sees Sally Seaplane for the first time and catcalls her. Sunshine is not 7. In early scripts, he might be 7, but he's not 7 in the final show. Yeah, Zip also, I think going forward as he gets older, because we see him when he's so like new to everything, he's inherently always just gonna read as like really young and stupid. I feel like Zip is the kind of person with no street smarts, but he is constantly reading like a newspaper. He like keeps to himself to some extent. Once he finally starts growing a bit of a backbone after being in the Z stacks for a while, I think that he like kind of blossoms into not Zebedee levels of apathy, but to some kind of extent like that, where Zip is the kind of guy where he tells a joke and you can visibly see the sand falling out of his mouth because it's so dry. I think Zip can be like kind of moody and he could like talk back, but I think he's not there yet. I think Zip is going to be a very complex dude, and I think that Zip is gonna end up with like a really interesting intuition, and I think he's gonna end up with like really varied like interpersonal skills dealing with the Z stacks. And I think the situation that he's like growing in is going to make him like a very, very fascinating person. Like, I almost see like Zip and Zoran have a very similar like conscience, Zip doesn't have a focused conscience yet. Zip's conscience is like, I do the right thing because I see that the right thing has to happen, and he's not thinking critically about why that's the right thing yet, or why something needs to be done. Because there's situations where Zip very clearly is like, oh, this would not benefit me and or the Z-Stacks to just be an ass, or like for me to like act politely here. Because like in Pirate, he immediately is like yelling at 10 cents and egging him on because he knows that like 10 cents is going to get in trouble. But in the situation where Izzy is sinking and he reacts, that's a situation where it bites Zip in the ass that he doesn't react. And I think Zip doesn't understand why, like, he should or shouldn't have reacted there, but I think he understands he should have, and he does, and he doesn't, and then bad things happen. I think morally, he's going to end up somewhere like Zoran or Zebedee, where there's clearly a conscience, and there's clearly a critical thought, and there's clearly, like, he knows, like, what's right and what will help him, what's right and won't help him, what's wrong and won't help him, and what's wrong and will help him. And I think that's going to make a very, very fascinating little switcher, but he just needs a few more years and some experience. And as we come into the summer of 1920, he's going to start getting the experience that's going to change him as a character and make him that dynamic, interesting, complicated guy. And I am so excited going forward to both talk about like what happens here and how that changes all the characters, and then going forward, like what events are because of these things and what events continue this. So this is the end of 2.5. My next part, I will be getting to the show, I swear. So I will see you all in the next one. Hello and welcome to part 3 of the AU timeline. Now that we are almost 4 hours into this, we get to the show. I love TUGS. So the show itself, I'm not going to be unpacking in the same way that I have unpacked events for the AU, but I will be discussing my episode order. And I will be discussing I'll be discussing my episode order, and I'll be discussing certain things that I think are funny or important. For the episodes themselves, when it comes to my AU, basically, they play out 100% like the episodes do. The only difference is occasionally one of the boats is a person standing on their deck. It's not that deep. In my AU, honestly, there are very few situations where they ever do need to be humans. It's just fun. And that's how I'm going to be like continuing like through this section. And then after it, it's like we're back to like indiscriminately, it doesn't matter like what's going on. They're human or they're boats. So my episode order is Sunshine, High Winds, Munitions, Warrior. I have already fucked up the order because I wrote these dumbly. Let me start over. My episode order is Sunshine, High Tide, Munitions, Warrior, High Winds, Regatta, Pirate, Quarantine, Jinxed, Trapped, Ghosts, Big Freeze, and then Upriver. So, my episode order is not a normal one. I am pretty sure it does not line up with, like, anything that I've seen previously. I have never seen someone say that Munitions is the third episode. I think when it comes to the order of the show, chronologically, I don't care. And airing order, I also don't care about. What I care about is the bit and what is interesting to have happened before and after, like different things. I place the Duchess event happening right before like summer starts, like late April, early May. This is kind of like a floating timeline, except for one specific episode has to be within a certain period. But Sunshine happens in late April, early May. There's a little bit of a time gap after the episode. And then we go into high tide. High tide, I personally believe, can happen anywhere in the show because Top Hat learns nothing in that episode. And it's like no arc happens for him there. And I think that's beautiful. Also, I personally think it is hysterical that, like, the littlest thing happens to the Star Tugs, and Star loses his fucking mind and is like, we will never financially recover from this. Except Zach and Zebedee literally destroy an entire railway bridge, and we never see Zero, like, comment or is angry about it. And I feel like if there was going to be a moment where we were going to get a scene of Zero at his absolute 100% angry, it would be there, and we don't see it. I personally believe that man, like, Zero invested in, like, insurance, and he's good. It doesn't, like, matter to him. Or, like, he has enough money to cover it. He just hand waves it. He's like, oh shit, don't do it again. But, like, I guess it was unavoidable, you dumbasses. This also goes with Zero has no sailing knowledge as my personal headcanon. Or, like, any sailing knowledge he has is very minimal. It just makes it funnier when the Z-Stacks, like, do something that they should have damn well known not to do. And they just, like, obliterate a bridge. And then, like, Zero should have warned them about, like, high tide and shit. And he just doesn't. He doesn't even know what high tide is. I have a fic scene that's literally Zero trying to talk himself through a navigational chart. And, like, he can't even figure out when high tide is on the day that it is currently. And he could clearly look out of his window and be like, huh, is the tide high or is the tide low? Is it going up or is it going down? And, like, Zip has to tell him when high tide is that day. He never learns. He never picks up sailing knowledge. I hold on to this for the rest of my life. He is a businessman first. So, moving on. Munitions happens at the end of May because I want there to be a period of time between Munitions and Regatta. And it needs to be long enough that, like, Blue Nose has had time to, like, recover, at least somewhat, from everything that happened in Munitions. I like to personally believe that, like, we get to Regatta and Blue Nose is like, we're gonna blow up Krampus, and he's like, I'm all fine. And then, like, they go to blow up Krampus, and Blue Nose has like another breakdown, and that's why he just does not appear again for like the rest of the season. Because they're like, okay, buddy, we're sending you on retreat now, because obviously this is a problem. Following that, I believe, is Warrior. I think it's nice earlier on to just get the, like, God. In Warrior is just a bunch of nonsense, quite honestly. And everyone's like, oh, we feel different about Warrior at this point. And then, like, by the time that we get to later in the series where Warrior has more hero moments, everyone is treating him exactly the same again. So I like to think that they all told themselves, Warrior is such a great guy and he's so strong, what a hero. And they immediately go back to status quo with him within a week. I think that is just like, mwah. The next episode is High Winds. And it's here because it makes sense to be later in the series as a late game turning point to show what's going on with Zebedee, like mentally, for the audience to learn about it. I like it earlier in the plot because it gives us, or you have to think about TUGS as Sunshine is learning about the port. He's not the main character, but it is inherently Sunshine learning about the port. And I think within like a couple months of Sunshine showing up, he would in fact start learning about like the interdynamics of the Z-Stacks. And I feel like the first place for him to learn like, oh, the Z-Stacks aren't just idiots and there is danger and all of this would be a situation like High Winds. So I think it makes better like narratively for it to be forward if you take this as Sunshine is learning about everything. We have a little bit of a gap, and on July 4th we get to Regatta. It happens on July 4th. Like it happens on July 4th. It happens on July 4th. That's like the one date that has to be specific. Yeah, I have no comment on why it's there. This is, again, it's chronological, so it has to be there. The episodes before and after it, I'm pretty sure, I did not double check myself, but I'm 99% sure that Krampus is in the Navy in all the episodes before this, and he's not in the Navy after this. If I messed that up, someone tell me in the comments. If you got this far, also give me a comment. I'm so sorry. The next episode, roughly like at the end of July, is Pirate. I think Pirate happening like in the middle of summer, and like we've dealt with munitions, we've dealt with everything else. Grampus never states that he's in the Navy in the episode, so I think it would be entirely funny that the first thing that like Star does is move Grampus to like the Bridge Cafe, and then Grampus never sleeps again. Because Star is like, oh, it's too dangerous for you to stay here at the like Star dock because what if one of the tugs hits you or something? And so he like is like, here, you can sleep in this slip that is just for you. And then Grampus never sleeps again for the rest of his life. Also, I think it's a good turning point in the middle of like Sunshine's first year where he gets an outside danger. And also, this is a great place considering how young Zip was at the beginning, where Zip is starting to grow at least a little bit of a backbone. Because Zip is like, when he fucks with 10 Cents in Warrior, it's like lighthearted and he's still trying to help him. When Zip is fucking with 10 Cents in Pirate, he is straight up like being rude. And I love that for him. So I think it's nice that that's a little later. The next thing is Zoran is quarantined in early August. His quarantine ends on the 21st of September. I specifically worked the dates out for these 3 episodes. Zoran is sitting in the like estuary. The boat that was quarantined before him is like released from quarantine, and he's just sitting here like alone towards like mid-September. And he's just hanging out and vibing. He doesn't have any like scenes in Jinxed. He cameos, but he doesn't have like concrete scenes. So I would just think it's so funny that Zoran is spending the entirety of Jinxed just out in like the estuary. And he's sitting there. He's like talking to a seagull, and he's like losing his mind because no one has been allowed to get near him for like weeks at this point. And he's like, "Yes, Captain Zero, I'm gonna be the greatest tugboat in the harbor." And he's like visibly trying not to cry. And like the seagull just stares at him. And then there's an explosion in the background. And Zoran turns and is like, "That better not have been one of my idiots." And it, in fact, was Zip, Zug, and Boomer exploding in the distance. Or, like, Zoran is sitting there in the estuary, and he's just, like, vibing. And then way out in the distance, he's like, that orange tugboat that I don't know is taking out a schooner. That's interesting. And then he sees lightning strike Boomer in, like, the galleon, and just like fire. And Zoran is just like, what in the hell has been happening since I've been gone? It's so funny. It's just so funny to me. On September 21st, Zoran gets out of his quarantine. On September 22nd, Zoran is upriver trying to help with log movements, and Zug is being stupid, and they ever given a tramper, and Zoran is like, "I have a headache, I am bored." Zoran acts kind of off and talks to 10 Cents really weird in that episode. He both talks to 10 Cents like 10 Cents is a literal infant, and he talks to 10... Oh, one sec. My cat has come back. All right. Things to cut. Zoran both talks to 10 Cents like he's an infant, and he talks to 10 Cents like he's never been, like, caught in a shady act in his life before. And I think that's fascinating. And I love the idea that Zoran, for, like, 2 months, has been entirely on his own talking to rocks and fish and like losing his mind, and then he comes back and the first thing he does is like ever given a tramper, try and gaslight girl boss gatekeep 10 Cents, and then he goes to like talk to Zug or whatever and like deal with the tramper, and then Billy Shoepack blows it up and Zoran gets beached on a rock. Like, worst summer of Zoran's life, honestly. Then we have a little bit of a gap in late November, like right around Thanksgiving. Zoran has the worst night of his life. So Ghosts happens here, and I subscribe to the idea that Zoran is never informed that, like, of any of the events. He does not hear Hercules in the morning. He is getting reamed by Zero for giving Izzy a free tow so loudly that Zoran misses the explanation that Hercules gives because, like, Hercules is giving it 10 feet away. And for the rest of his life, he believes deep in his soul that he saw ghosts that night and him and Izzy were in grave danger. And the only reason that, like, he doesn't, like, talk about it is because the other Z-Stacks, like, make fun of him for it. Because they're like, Zoran, the port is not haunted. You are acting ridiculous. And Zoran is just firm. He saw the ghosts. He saw the ghosts. And then because the Z-Stacks make fun of him for it, he never discusses it, like, with the stars, and eventually he just stops talking about it. So, like, later on, there will be opportunities where, like, maybe the Star Tugs might hear Zoran talk. No. He stops eventually talking about it and just lives with it deep in his soul. And it just makes it worse and worse and worse for him. Transitioning from that, Big Freeze is next in early February. East Coast weather tends to, for winter, get bad in, like, January and then lighten up in early April. I'm pretty sure 1921 was a heavy winter, which is why it would make more sense for tugs to take place in 1921 instead of, like, later in the 20s. It gives me more time as well to have things later on in the 20s and with Prohibition, because we see absolutely no diesel power in Big City. If you assume that Zero Marine is the Moran Corporation, in 1923, Moran Corporation starts converting their ships to internal combustion engines. In tugs, the diesel tug does not exist yet. Being built, will be here soon. I haven't figured out what I'm doing with the diesel tug yet, but what I do know is I know folks who have talked about the diesel tug possibly being like part of the Navy and like a Navy experiment. I love that. I love that as an idea. I don't think it makes sense for Zero in 1920 to build an internal combustion like tugboat, especially because the real world equivalent wouldn't do it until like way later in the 30s. Conversions were much more convenient, and it was much more convenient to just buy a real old ass tug and convert it because you already know it's going to work. There's not a lot of infrastructure for it. So Zero would have to be investing in the infrastructure for the diesel tug at the same time that he's investing in building diesel tugs, and that cost is ridiculous. That's my diesel tug rant, why it's not Zero. But yes, Vienna makes her visit. The piano song plays and we all cry. And then the logging accident happens in late March. It's still a little snowy, still cold, but winter is letting up. and that's where upriver happens. So that's my episode order. This is the thing I have like the least amount of opinions on, because everyone has an episode order. Either they swear by the air order, they swear by the canonical order, they swear by some like niche order that they've come up with their head. My order is just to make the concepts and connections between what would Sunshine discover in Big City, like earlier in the year, and what would he discover later. And it also makes the connection of Zip gets a backbone, or not even a backbone. Zip is like starting to get a backbone and starting to grow up a little bit. And Pirate and Big Freeze are good examples of Zip growing up a little bit. Like more and more. I mean, you get to Jinxed, and that episode is later in the like airing order of the show. And Zip and Zug are put on like a munitions contract. And I like to think that Zero wouldn't put the same Zip that was in Sunshine on munitions, because that is a bad idea, right? Like, that's inherently a bad idea. But if Zip is like a little older, a little more sure of himself, like within the year, I think that like makes sense for him as a character. I think that eventually takes Zip a long time to get a backbone with like the harbor tugs and like anyone who intimidates him. I think that Zip within a year would realize that Zug is bad news for his own well-being. I think that Zip, while being stupid, he's not as dumb as Zug is. So that 100% makes me think that at some point, Zero keeps the like Zip and Zug dynamic going on. And one sec. He keeps the Zip and Zug dynamic, right? But he realizes that Zip actually is keeping Zug in check. And I think that happens sooner rather than later. I think that as soon as anyone starts realizing that Zip has realized that Zug is stupid, Zip gets entirely way more credit. And I feel like this is just ragging on Zug, but Zug is the dumbest motherfucker in TUGS, and I don't even know how to like properly explain how stupid he is unless you've seen the show. Like in Trapped, Zoran is so clearly fucking Zug over. He is fucking Zug like 8 ways to Sunday. Zoran is berating Zug for things that like Zoran damn well knows, and Zero probably damn well told him earlier that day, like, oh, there might be this contract. Zug, I'll have him do it. And Zoran talks to Zug like he's stupid. And then Zug like reacts exactly like he is stupid. And then like Zoran fully intentionally ever givens that tramper, right? He flaps that thing in there, and like everyone else is like, oh yeah, once it starts going, you can't stop it. Like Sunshine's like comforting Zug and like holding his hand and being like, there, Zug, it's okay. And like Zoran entirely intentionally did that. Like there's no way he didn't. And then Zug spends the whole time like, Zoran, I can't believe we had this accident. And Zoran is just like, God, he's stupid. But I rag on Zug because he's just so funny. Because he's so dumb. He's never gonna learn how to not be an idiot. Once microwaves exist, he's just gonna continually microwave forks to, like, warm them up. Like, he's that kind of guy. And I love it. I love it as a concept. I think that is, like, my whole bit on the episode order. And a little bit of Zug there. My Zug loving hours in part 3. But I think I'm gonna cut this part because I am going to get into Zaffre Zone, and I need to be prepared for Zaffre Zone and actually, like, grab some information so that I portray this correctly. Because as you can see, she's on the horizon. So I will catch y'all in part 4. Hello, and welcome to part 4 of this overly long video, where we will be discussing after the show. And we will be discussing things going much heavier into headcanon and OCs and things that deviate from the lore of the show. I try to make a point of everything that happens before the show I either don't have to explain in the show, or it adds to something in the show. After the show, however, I can do whatever I like, and I will be doing whatever I like for the show, at least going forward. So, the first thing that I decide going forward after these late winter. Oh. My cat has been joining us for recording, and sometimes he smacks the microphone. So, okay. The first thing that I decide going forward after the upriver logging accident is in June of 1921, Captain Zero purchases an ocean tug. I've established before, I think that Star makes some sort of deal with the harbor board, which is why he has a railway tug and Zero Marine does not. I think the harbor board would not make a handshake deal with either company about ocean tugs or very high power tugboats, because that would be a bad idea for everyone involved. And I think Star gets Hercules because Hercules is like Tencent's brother and he's been around, and Hercules just like shows up and is like, can I have a job? You know? And I think Star would just be like, yeah, sure. I think Zero would be balancing his assets and taking care of everything, like, involved with, like, making sure that he always maintains, like, a good overhead. I don't think I fully talked about this, but with Star being idealistic, I think that Star is the kind of guy who fully just trusts, like, he goes down to the bank and his banker is like, put all of your money into dime stock, and you should 100% put all of your assets in the bank and then spend using credit. And Star goes, oh yeah, that's a great idea, I'm gonna do that. And Zero is the kind of guy who, since being kicked out of his house in 1908 as like a teenager, has spent the last like decade or so shoving money in a mattress. He has like safes hidden everywhere. Zip probably has like some panel inside of him with just like cash stuffed in it, because Zero knows Zip's not going to fuck with the cash. Like that kind of thing. And I think that Zero would know that having an ocean tug is a good thing, but also know that like he should not just buy one when he doesn't have the overhead for it. And coming out of the show, Zero and Star are on like the most even plane as like the two businesses. And because there's no other tugboat companies in Big City anymore, Zero would probably start making more like forward purchases. Like Star, through the course of just the show, invests in like a submarine, which that's an easy contract for like working with the Navy and the Coast Guard if they ever need anything. That's great for salvage. You just send Grampus down there. Grampus can be like, oh yeah, and we need a diver team, or oh no, you don't need a diver team, just pick it up. You know how much money someone would pay for that as just like a service? Star gets Sunshine, which means the Zero fleet has 5 tugboats, and they're doing great financially because they can cover those 5 tugboats. Star has great financial opportunity, and he's still fucking it up with like eight vessels. But Star has opportunities to make money where Zero can't. So Zero would eventually, because it's only a couple years since Star has gotten Hercules at this point, Zero would be like, you know what? I need an ocean tug. And that's where I think my OC, Zaffre, comes in. Her name is pronounced Zaffre. I have a rant about this that I'm going to post at some point after I edit the audio down. But her name is not Zaffre. Do not pronounce it French. Her name is Zaffre. She will take Zaffre. She understands why you said it that way. If you call her Zaffy and you're not like close with her, she will be mad, but she will understand the first time that you say it. If you read through my fics, Zach does nothing but call her Zaffy, and it pisses her off. But there's also a certain point where she's like, oh, he just calls me Zaffy, and that's okay. Because it's more like a connection thing. Zappa, or like Zaff, I've heard that one. I've heard people say that one. I agree. She would be okay with that. But if you pronounce it in the French manner, if you do Zaffre, you roll that R, you do the weird F thing in French, she doesn't like it. It sounds like a cough to her. And with discussing her native language is French. She comes to Big City Port having complete fluency in Canadian French, which is also a whole thing because there are other characters I think would possibly speak other languages, and Zaffre speaks a very specific version of an already like not really common language. So like OJ can probably speak like 3 languages at this point because he's just so old, and when he was first built no one spoke English around him, but he's fine now. But like Zaffre was built and everyone just spoke French around her, and then at some point like some dock worker was speaking in English and she was like, oh, do I have to know that too? And then like a boat like came from like somewhere else and she was like towing it in during her like first little bit of life and was speaking English to her, and she was like, oh, I don't know what this is. I don't know French, so if you see me writing French in a fanfic, the point of me doing that is like, oh, I like the idea that there's like language bits, and if you ever see a language untranslated in one of my fics, it's not actually important to the plot. It's just like a character moment. Or like I use like very flat, like Zaff will use French words, but French words that you can figure out what she means. Like, one of the few French words that she sticks to for like her entire life is Capitaine. And she uses it as... Stop hitting the mic. She uses Capitaine... Bless you. She uses Capitaine as like a nickname for Captain Zero specifically. When she first arrives in port, she calls Star it like once or twice, and then she starts saying Captain. And when she's referring to other characters, or like talking to other characters and talking about Zero, she will say Captain Zero. But when she's talking to him, she calls him Capitaine. And I just think that is so sweet. I think that just all the tugs have like vague nicknames and like refer to their captains as like more friendly sometimes. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm talking about specifics when I should be reeling back. I literally have a list of things to discuss about her. So, I want to discuss Zaff originally as a character, Zaff now that I have taken in a lot of like Tugs production stuff. I'm going to talk about Z-Stack's team dynamics and what their dynamics as a team mean and how it works, because there's some interesting writing stuff that's going on with both fleets, and I think the Zero fleet is so clear about what it wants to be as like a group dynamic, and then it just like bungles it completely. And that's fascinating to me. I just love that. So, circling back around, Zaff originally as a character, I believe, I'm not actually sure at this point because it has been over a decade since I started her as a character. I think Zaff started as an OC that I named Red Dawn because I was like, ooh, Red Sky Night, Sailor Delight, Red Sky Morning, Sailor's Morning, because that was my edgy OC. So she was Red Dawn. And she was basically a self-insert who was besties with 10 cents. Because, also context, I was like 9 when I made this OC originally. And eventually, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if my OC was like bought by Captain Zero? Like, and that's how she got brought into port. And she's brought into port and her name is like changed like Boomer's was. So she's like, has this like, oh, terrible luck. And so originally she was Red Dawn, and then her previous captain, to sell her, changed her name to Zaffre. And she didn't know how to pronounce her name properly. So that was also the origin of Zaffre instead of Zaffre. And Zero gets his cursed ass tug and eventually is like, Star, just take her. I don't want her anymore. And because when I wrote fan fictions 10 plus years ago, it was a disaster is what it was, because I was a child. And Star is like, wow, you want to go by like a chosen name and not this name you're assigned? Let's do like a proper name change ceremony for you. And then yay, Red Dawn. And I was so clearly trans as a child, it's not even funny. What can I even say to that one? Took me a few more years to figure it out, but I was an egg ready to be cracked. And Red Dawn as a character was like, she's fiery and feisty, but friends with everyone. And just like, she was so generic. And I love little baby me making the most generic OC ever and being like, and here's this convoluted backstory, and she's an edgy name. And it's just so nice. And at some point, I was like sitting in my bedroom on my ancient ass laptop that like got 300 degrees, like drawing in MS Paint with a mouse, and I was like, and it like hit me suddenly as I was like DeviantArt is scrolling in the background that every single person on Earth that was into tugs had some form of star like tug OC, and they were all besties with 10 cents. And I, as a like tween, went, I don't want to be like other girls. And I started ham-fisting, figuring out what can I do to make my OC different. And I decided to go back to like the Zaffre thing. And I took Zaffre and said, what if she will be Zaffre, like going forward, instead of going to the Red Dawn thing? Because at that point I was starting to realize the Red Dawn thing was really stupid too, because it was not as edgy as I thought it was. And so this is probably like 2012, 2013, and I make like one human design for her, and I draw like a couple of like bad art with crayon. And then my tugs phase dies because Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012 comes out, and that becomes my brain rot for like a year. And I don't come back to tugs until like late 2014, early 2015. And I see Zap sitting there, and I look at her, and I'm like, oh, I love this OC. How did I put her down? And I go ham, absolutely insane, like making content of her, except she is so clearly just generic girl number 12. Like, she's walking around acting as both literally Hercules but girl and as like evil but girl. And she's not interesting at this point, right? The only thing that I think is still good from like this era of Zaff is she is besties with Hercules, not because of like any flirting things. She's not besties with him because like they have some past. She's besties with Hercules because Hercules and her see each other out of port occasionally. Sometimes they go to like similar areas, and they both do very lonely, long jobs where they're gone from big city for, they get up to like months, like half of a year, they won't see big city. But they'll see each other and they go, hey, I'm staying in Chippertown for the night. You docking overnight? Yeah, I'm docking overnight. You want to go get like a burger? And like 10 cents sent me a letter at my last port, and then Zap is like, oh yeah, me and Captain Zero, like he sent me a telegram here, and then hey, we'll like do our letter writings and drop them off to send a poem, like that kind of thing. And they can just sit and talk about like, I miss big city. And I think that's something that, especially in the 1920s, when it costs $1 million to make a phone call, every telegram is like few and far between, and you have to catch where someone is, and you have to like be able to recognize like where someone is. And this is literally on the cusp of two-way radio becoming a thing. And we can see it on the horizon here. But I think that that's a great dynamic for Hercules to have someone outside of port. And I think it's a great dynamic to have someone else who is like close with Hercules because they see Hercules outside of port. It's kind of implied that Hercules knows like the liners from like being around, and he knows like naval ships and stuff. But I think another tug that is on Hercules' level of the loneliness of not being at home is just like fascinating. I'm explaining all of this because I want Zaffre to make sense in context. So that's like the first interesting thing between like Zaffre in this era that I stick to and I keep. And the other thing is that she inherently loves the Z-Stacks. That's like her family. That's her little group, right? And she loves being a part of them. But she also inherently, as like part of her love language, likes messing with people. And not in a like, haha, it's totally a prank, bro, didn't mean to stab you. But in a like, she's just a happy person, like in her soul. And that happiness manifests as like, I'm going to like, I want to hear about the people around me. I want to like, she finds out that, let's say, Zoran really likes, I don't know, the color pink or something. And her immediate first reaction is, that is adorable and I love that. And her second reaction is, Zoran is so embarrassed by that. And I know he's embarrassed by that. And Zoran, my guy, I'm about to buy you like 17 pink ties. And then I'm going to throw a fit so that you wear them. And I think that that is a very fun, like, character dynamic for someone in TUGS because they all jest with each other, but there's no one who's like, not even like a prankster or jokester, but someone who presses at buttons just because they know, like, I'm pressing at this button, but I know I'm pressing at it because I'm coming out of a place of like, Zoran, I think that your interest in pink is like really fun and I want you to like have fun with it, but I'm also going to be an asshole about it. I guess like Top Hat maybe might be another character who does the like pokes and pokes and pokes, but at the end of the day means well. I write Sunshine a lot like that. In the show, Sunshine, he pokes fun at people, but he doesn't like go too far. I write Sunshine as the kind of guy who pokes at a situation and keeps poking until it either blows up or someone physically grabs his hand. And most of the time, 10 Cents physically grabs his hand, and 10 Cents knows, like, Sunshine, so he knows when to grab the hand, or, like, he knows that if he blows up on Sunshine, like, it's not, like, a whole thing. Or if, like, someone genuinely is like, Sunshine, could you stop poking at me like this? Sunshine would be like, oh yeah, sure. But because Sunshine is new to port, which is, if you've noticed, especially in the with like my episode timeline, Sunshine being new to port is like really important to how I do the show. With that, that's like the characters who are like happy-go-lucky and fuck with people. And I like the idea of a Z-Stack that is happy-go-lucky and fucks with people. I also, during this era, and I still stick with it to an extent, Zaffre can be the most violent of Zed stacks if she wants to be. The thing is, you have to make the conditions for her to be the most violent Zed stack, and it's not super easy to do that until you find where to poke. I have a fic where Big Mac decides to be a gossip for the first time in like his life because he thinks it would be really funny. And he sees a gossip opportunity and is like, I'm going to be like the other boys and gossip. And he pokes at Zaff where he doesn't intentionally do this at all, but he calls her straight, says that she's sleeping with her friend, and then because of a language barrier, 10 Cents and Sunshine accidentally confuse her into thinking that like someone hurt Zip. And Zaff, as a character, like, I love this. She has a soft spot for Switcher tugs because she thinks that they're just so small and cute, and she just wants to like pick them up and hold them because they're just little guys. She's like me in that way. But she loves Switchers. So the second that she hears that like Zip is somehow damaged because of something else, it really pisses her off. And she like goes to Zoran and is like, what's going on? I need the facts. And then they deal with this whole situation and they explain through it. And then Zaff is like, okay, so Zip isn't hurt. But why is Big Mac saying that we're like dating? And her first reaction is running off. Like, she doesn't even take her ship. She runs off because she's like, where is Big Mac? Finds him and beats him to a pulp. And she's like, usually really chill. But Big Mac poked just enough buttons in just the right place all at once where she's like, the only solution I see is violence and blood. Godspeed, Big Mac, you're dead. I like that. I will get more to that later. So Zaff in this era is actually really generic, but there are pieces here that are like interesting going forward. And I around 2017-ish, 2017, 2018, take a break from Thomas and Tugs for years. That was a very weird time in the fandom. I was graduating high school around that time, and I was going through like 8 ways of hell. All kinds of stuff going on, and I started branching out of Thomas fandom for a while because I had been in it for as long as I could remember. And besides like Ask the Famous 8, which is my claim to fame as being the ridiculous Ask the Famous 8 fan, besides that, it wasn't really appealing to me anymore. Blubba was on the horizon. All Engines Go had not been like announced yet, but everyone knew that was probably going to be a thing. Like, in hindsight, everyone saw Blubba and were like, this show is going to end and or be rebooted, and we're not going to like either. And I kind of just fell off at that point. And because Thomas fell off, and Tugs at that point was like a nothing fandom, and I had been in the Tugs fandom for 10 years, and again, if there was like 6 people in the fandom, I didn't like 3 of them, and any of the people who were really into Tugs were Thomas fans first. So it kind of just like left me. Tugs went away. And in like 2020, I kind of poked around with Tugs, but I was writing like a novel for another fandom or some something, and TUGS wasn't in the forefront. And then in like 2021, I had a little bit of like draw a few Captain Zeros and maybe a Zoran. And I came back in 2022 and dropped like a couple more drawings, drew a few more Zorans, and moved on. And then this year, I watched the SpongeBob musical live on my college campus. And for some reason, me doing that jump-started the TUGS obsession of all time. And I don't know where it came from. I literally was sitting next to like my boss at the time and my partner watching the SpongeBob musical being done really like on a college campus, so you know that it's not high quality. And I was sitting here watching it, and I was like enamored by just everything going on. And I was staring at the set design and like the water effects and all the like layering of the set, because it was a very nicely put together like set and stage. And my brain said, you could do a TUGS version of like this set design and it would be very visually interesting. And I was like, brain. And then I was watching the musical, and I got halfway, like, I got to one of the like crabs and plankton arguments, and my brain melted. It melted instantaneously, and I was like, that is Zero and that is Star, and they are in a rowboat arguing about like what to do about a situation they're both like they're like people in all black prop suits holding a megaphone. And it hit me, I needed to do TUGS the musical like right there. And I got to like, I'm not a simple sponge, and I was like, 10 cents. This is a 10 cents arc. And then in my stupidity, I went home, did like 7 fan arts for it, promised I'd make the musical, and then proceeded to fuck up the first draft so badly that it has taken me 6 months to get like 3 pages into the second one, because I'm fixing so much shit. And this is the TUGS the musical lore that I shouldn't be putting in this video, but this video's so long. If you care enough to get here, I'll let you all have TUGS the musical stuff. But I, throughout like the 2020s and my little glances back into the TUGS fandom, throughout all of this, I had been toying with Zaffre as an OC and seeing what I could do with her that wasn't what she was previously. Because between 2012, when Zaffre made her first like beta appearance, and then like 2013, 2014, when she became an OC, there was no Zstacks OCs. There was like no Zstacks content. There was like one fan art with a speed paint, and it was done by my friend at the time of like Zstacks. And I was so hyped to do Zstack stuff because there was no Zstack stuff at all. And between there being no Zstacks content in like the early 2020s, I had met like one other person with a Zstacks OC, and it was also an ocean-going tugboat, and she was also like a Zstack, but not a traditional Zstack. And that OC and Zaff dated. That was the whole thing. Because Zaff is a silly little lesbian, and I hold on to that with my heart because she deserves it. Have you seen the men in this show? And that was like all the Zstacks OCs that existed. And I was stepping back in early 2020, and I posted a few things about Zaffre and like Zoran braiding her hair or like random stuff like that, or like, hey, here's like my design for like her work uniform. And then I kind of went away, and then I kind of saunter back in, and then I saunter away, and then I saunter back in. And I'm going to say this, and I mean it in a like, I'm either flattered because of what I think happened is like, I love it, and I think it's so fandom core, or if it's not intentional on the part of other people, like, that's fine. Like, this is a great idea, so I don't care, like, that it's independent. Between me dipping back into the fandom a little bit and having like hard breaks and not really looking for content in the fandom, between that and me fully coming back to the fandom earlier this year, there are so many ocean-going tugboat Z-Stack OCs with bangs that frame their face, a Cuban-inspired hat with a, like, where they're, like, not a traditional Z-Stack OC, where, I can't even say that because like Z-Stack OCs didn't exist. They're not a traditional Z-Stack in the like they're a little crime person and always sour. They're always like a very faceted OC with like, and she can be bubbly, and she also commits crimes, and when she does commit crimes, she doesn't do it like Zoran does. And they're all girls. And I either think all of you are copying me or all of y'all are copying the idea, and I don't care, and I think it's so funny that this is like a fandom trope, and I love it, and I want to see every single person in the fandom come up with a Z-Stacks ocean-going tug OC that is a girl and isn't like other girls. I think it is beautiful. Or we are all independently coming to the same conclusion that an ocean-going tug Z-Stacks OC that is a girl is the greatest idea ever. Because I stand by, there needs to be gender equality in the show, and the funniest way to do it is to make a character that is like unhinged and is a Z-Stack because girl bossing it up, and is like deals with the Z-Stacks and is antagonistic as fuck to the star tugs, and then on top of that is like gone 90% of the time, because that is such a like David Mitten thing to do. And like, also, because this OC is an ocean-going tug, she could beat the absolute shit out of Zoran any day of the week. So Zoran is just terrified of her. And I don't care if you make it a shipping thing or if you make it a like, like a friendship thing. I think it's funny. I think it's so good as an OC. I think everyone needs to do this. I am like brainwaving at like the big Tugs fans. I'm gonna write a letter. I'm gonna do a letter writing campaign to the unlucky Tug to get his Z-Stacks ocean-going tug OC girl. I want to know every single person in this fandom's like ideal like ocean-going tug that is a girl. It's such fun that everyone either comes to this conclusion or is copying me. And I've been in this fandom long enough to know sometimes I see some of y'all's OCs and y'all are copying me, and I don't even care if you acknowledge it. I just think it's funny. I think it's great, honestly. Like, it's funny because Zaff is nothing. Like, at the end of the day, she's an OC. Like, cool. And it's funny that you all are just like, and she's great, so we're copying her, even if it's like a subconscious thing. This is something I care so deeply about because I think it's just the silliest thing. It's such a fandom moment, right? It's so fandom for there to be like an OC and then everyone has an OC like that. It's like for a while this is my other OC rant. Like 10 years ago, there was this very common OC, and it was Captain Star has an adopted daughter, and that daughter is actually Captain Zero's biological daughter, who was born out of wedlock, and Zero didn't want her, and then Star adopted her, and then Star is like, this is my precious baby girl daughter, and I love her, and Zero is like, I'll get you, Star! And that's like the whole dynamic, and then the daughter of Captain Star, that's actually Captain Zero's daughter, because it's always Captain Zero, like, tries to drown a baby and Star stops him too. That was like a whole thing. Or like there was one, and if you're listening to this person, I mean this, I remember this so vividly as like your OC. But like Zero fucks the mayor's wife. I can't even take this seriously, and I mean this completely nicely, but and that it's like memorable to me. But Captain Zero has like fucks the mayor's wife, and the mayor's wife has the kid, and immediately is like, ew, it looks like Zero, it's ugly, and like hides the baby and then gives it to Zero, and Zero literally goes like, ew, I don't want a little girl. And he like, God, this is so like, I'm so sorry that I'm laughing through this. Zero like hands Zoran the baby and is like, do something with it. And so Zoran Zoran just like walks out of like the area, or like goes out of the area and just like picks the child up and tosses it over the side of like over like the side of his deck or whatever, and then just like situation dealt with, and like goes home. And somehow this infant survives and like floats over to the Star dock, and then Star picks up the baby and is like, my beautiful daughter. And I love that. That is so silly. Like, now looking at it, that is the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. And there are like a dime a dozen like OC that existed 10 years ago on DeviantArt. Like, there are so many Captain Star has a daughter, or like there's a couple of Captain Star has a son. But like the child was just Zero's, and Zero didn't want it. And they're like everywhere, right? Like 10 years ago. And I'm not like other girls, as we've established. And I was so mad because I was like, the Z stacks are really cool, and I have a totally uncanon, unfounded, like, Captain Zero is actually just this pathetic loser who is like not actually a criminal, or like when he does criminal stuff, it's like nonsense. And Zero's like like all this, and he's just like, and I'm like chilling and whatever. And then I was like, what if Captain Zero like walks outside of his office and there's like a baby crying in a basket, and he's like, this is mine now, and he just gets a child, and there's just a child, he happens to find it, it's his. And I thought that was such the most like anti how the fandom does things edgy thing ever. And now I'm realizing I am now the captain has a random child person. It's me. I am the person persisting this trope in the fandom after being so mad at it. But like, I still stand by like everyone was being really bad faith about Captain Zero like 10 years ago in the fandom. Every human Captain Zero I saw was like, I think this is like someone's like projecting some like weird thought crime towards him, and that's just the how fandom was 10 years ago. I don't think anyone was trying to like be mean. And everyone was like, and he is so evil, and he's ugly, and he looks like a rat, and he would try and kill a baby. And I was like, Captain Zero would decidedly not try to kill a baby, first of all. And second of all, what if he was just a business guy? What if he's just a white guy with like scruffy hair and a suit? And now I'm the person I hated. I'm getting so off track of this part, but I'm just persisting because I have been talking for an hour and I haven't even gotten to the thing that I have notes about. Anyways, Zaffre as my baby girl OC. Once we get into this year, I sat down and I evaluated what makes Zaffre an OC that's interesting to me and would be interesting to other people. And I think with analyzing the Z stacks more, now that I'm an adult with like an analytical mind, or not even an adult with an analytical mind, God, I sound like, I'm an adult with critical thinking skills and not just like I'm mad at this other person's OC for existing because I think they're wrong. Now that I'm an adult and can process things, I sat down and I said, what about the Z stacks is interesting to me, and why does Zaffre fit in Z stacks? And I very much broke the Z-Stacks down to the Z-Stacks are a mafia. They're a gang. What is important for them to meet gang dynamics? And if you break it down, like, very simply, Zoran's the leader, Zach and Zebedee are the muscle, and Zip and Zug are the idiots. And if you realize in like a gang setting that the show writes them like that, but that's an incomplete, like, full trope. So you kind of have to break it down and make a couple of assumptions. And the way that I've broken it down for me is that Zero is the mastermind, Zoran is the leader, Zebedee is the soul of the group, Zach is the muscle, Zug is the idiot, and Zip is the heart. These are very like concise ways of breaking the characters down, and it's not fully like explaining of it. But the problem with this, and breaking it down the way that I have or I interpret it, is in both situations, every group needs a wild card, right? The wild card is a character that keeps the dynamic going and can be cause for different events. The cause for these different events is, on the wild card, is a character that will inherently do either a good or a bad act depending on the situation. This theoretically could be Zach, right? Zach could be the wild card. However, Zach in the show is either violent or violently coughing because he is sick. And he never does anything that would tell me that if push comes to shove, he wouldn't push a child onto the train tracks just to see what would happen. And I love Zach for it. I think he's great for it. But I don't think he's a good wild card. And if Zach is the wild card, that means Zebedee is the muscle. And Zebedee is too complex of a guy to be the muscle. Some characters inherently, as their tropes, need to be simplistic. And Zebedee is not simplistic enough to be the muscle. Maybe based on production documentations, how Zebedee was supposed to originally be the stupid one, he might have been the muscle, but at that point, I think he'd just be the stupid one. So, going into these, this dynamic, Zebedee makes more sense as the soul, and Zach makes more sense as the muscle, because Zach will beat the shit out of someone, on site. He's here for that. And Zug is clearly the idiot. Zug is the idiot. And Zip is very clearly, supposed to be the heart. And the heart and the soul can be the same character. But I think the Z-Stacks breaks it down to them being two different characters. Because Zebedee is a bleeding heart, but he's a complex dude. So it fits him more to be the soul. And Zip is a bleeding heart, but he's not a complex dude. He just does what his heart says is right. So I think that, helps narrow things down. It's like Zebedee is the George Harrison of the group, where he's complex and he's very kind, but he also has, stuff going on. Whereas Zip is the Ringo. Ringo is here, and Ringo is having a great time, and Zip is here, and Zip is having a great time. And, Zoran is very clearly, the Lennon of the group, and he's, very complex and doing dumbass shit, but at the end of the day, he's here for the group. And then, there's no pretty boy in this group, so there is no Paul, but, put Zach or Zug there and they can be Paul. It would be really funny. Someone draw them as the Beatles cartoon. But at the end of the day, this functions as a very good, I can even make, and then 0 is Brian, and we need to find the lost fifth Beatle. I'm gonna make a dumb joke. Anyways, with 0 as the mastermind, makes sense. He's the one pulling the strings. Zoran, he's the leader. That makes sense. All that. We're missing the wild card in this interpretation. And part of me thinks David Mitton and Robert Cardona, they probably knew they had an incomplete gang. And the diesel tug is supposed to be a threat to everyone in the show. And people think that the diesel tug is going to be a Z-Stacks project. I think that is interesting because they clearly show that Zoran is doing work on the diesel tug, right? And they show that both fleets know about it, at least to some extent through production information. And what we do know about the diesel tug is the diesel tug is supposed to be kind of a wild card character. And I think that possibly the diesel tug was supposed to be the Z-Stacks wild card. And that would round out the Z-Stacks very nicely. Because without the wild card, they kind of all just do what Zoran says. And there's no, like, against the grain of that, besides Zebedee being the soul. But Zebedee being the soul is, like, a very generic going against the grain. So, I think the diesel tug was supposed to be the Z-Stacks wild card, right? Or at the very least, he was going to be associated with the Z-Stacks, and the diesel tug was going to be some form of a wild card. But the diesel tug doesn't ever get, like, born in the show, right? The diesel tug ceases to exist at some point. And because the diesel tug ceases to exist, and because the show's production stops and we never know what the purpose of the diesel tug was, that leaves the Z-Stacks missing a wild card. And they're also missing a ocean tugboat in their line. And I said, what if Zaffre is the wild card in the ocean tug? Because this would make the wild card someone who can pull weight against Zoran if the wild card decides that they want to pull that weight. Or the wild card is entirely loyal, and you know that loyalty is, like, deeply profound to that character in that moment. Because the ocean tug doesn't have to listen to Zoran, and whatever they decide is, I am either loyal or I'm going against the grain, has a very, like, thought out, impactful thing. And having a character come in and be the wild card, and be the wild card that Zoran does not have weight against, but Zero as the mastermind would have weight against as well, is very fun. And as we've established, Zaffre is a character who inherently loves being a Z-Stack, right? She loves being a Z-Stack, but she also likes messing around, having fun. She's friends with Hercules. She's not supposed to be, but she is. And she will be friends with him forever. And there's nothing that the Z-Stacks can do with it, but she's still loyal to the Z-Stacks. It's not like she's going to go be a Star Tug. And I think it's very interesting to have that character be someone that Zoran is, like, at odds against, but a character who also inherently is just in love with everything to do with what's going on. And because she's in love with, like, the Z-Stacks and everything going on and is here to have fun, that she's loyal to the point where her own conscience kicks in. And the other thing with Zaffre that is important, and I have very doubled down into it, is if you notice in my fics I've published earlier, like this and last year, Zip is like 4 or 5 years old in them, or years christened. And Zaff is like 1 to 2. And I want it to be Zaff is learning about the world the way Zip was. But Zaff is coming from a different culture and a different language. So Zaff is always going to be well behind the beat. Going at this timeline, I think it works just as well that Zaff and Zip are like the same exact age now. Because going into summer of 1921, Zip is 2 years christened. Zaff is 2 years christened. I haven't worked out the exact day that Zaff is like christened. But at the same, like, that's like, Zaff is new. And part of her backstory is in her old port, her captain did not like her because she's a wild card. Zaff reacts. Zaff goes on about her business, and she does what she thinks needs to be done, even if her captain is like, could you fucking not do that? And that sets her up kind of like how I set up Zoran, where Zaff is very strong-headed. She knows what she knows. She does what she believes in. And going off of that, she's not liked by her previous captains. She's also a girl, and as we see, the show is lacking in women, and it is the 1920s, so like on a dock, you wouldn't see a lot of women, right? Any women that were there would not be having a fun time because it's the 1920s and they're surrounded by men who are all stupid and culturally are entitled to women. And I think that's like probably Zaff is just your average, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm a little hot-headed. I have a little bit of a temper. I'm a little bit of a wild card. And if Zaff was a guy, a captain would not bat an eye to it, right? Like, she's kind of in the 10 cents school of like, she just kind of goes and goes and goes and is a little mouthy and a little arguey. In 10 cents gets repercussions, but it's clear that Star like really loves the little guy. But a girl walking in to a tugboat company and being kind of like 10 cents and a little mouthy and a little wild, does things the way she wants to, doesn't listen, she would not be seen as like, oh, that's just like a tugboat. A lot of men who would be her captain because it's not a woman, because it's 1920. A lot of captains that would have her would just immediately assume just the absolute worst out of everything that she's ever done in her life. I specifically have her as being someone who, like Zip and Zoran, does the right thing, but she doesn't understand like when to stop doing the right thing. I have a fic scene where Zaff is using all of her supernatural boat strength to literally hold a sinking Zoran out of the water by a tow rope, and she's literally tearing her like human form like into atoms because she's like putting so much force and energy into doing this. And literally Zoran has to basically almost kill her to get her to stop, because she doesn't understand that like Zoran's ship is going to sink like 2 feet and then rest at the bottom of like Zero Marine. This fic is also going to be like never published, so I'm going to talk about parts of it in like detail. If it does get published, I'll be like spoilers, but Zoran literally has to be like, Zaff is going to kill herself. I could tell her to stop, but she's not going to stop, so I have to throw my body weight into the situation. And, like, Zoran hurts himself a little. Zaff gets, like, dragged underwater, caught in a tow rope, and she's a boat, so it's fine. She didn't, like, Captain Star herself. And, they, like, 10 cents pulls her out of the water and is like, you got guts, kid, but don't do that. And then, like, Zoran is on the dock, like, he also just got, like, beat up by this situation and almost got dragged into the water, and, like, Zip is like, Zoran, you fucking idiot. You should have just let her get dragged under. And Zoran's like, yeah, but then she'd hurt herself, and I feel bad. In that whole situation, the entire thing is Zaff sets her mind, and then she goes, and she commits, and that's where the problem lies. Because she is inherently doing the right thing in that situation. Like, if you think about it, she is saving Zoran from sinking. And, like, Zoran doesn't want to sink. So, like, and the sinking of a ship is, like, real bad. And it's like Zoran's injured as hell. Zero Marine loses a ship. She's doing the right thing. She's just doing it stupidly. And I think that's a very interesting, like, Zed stack. It's like, instead of Zach hammering in that he's, like, gonna murder you and being, like, really violent and doing things really, like, dull-headedly, like, Zach's head is full of rocks and he does dumb shit and they have to reel him back. Have Zach, that level of Zach is doing stupid shit and you have to reel him back. And have that as someone who has a similar conscience to, like, Zoran, where this thing would be bad because it would negatively affect me and or my friend and or the Z stacks. Or that this thing would be good for our competitors. Because, like, if 10 cents was sinking like that, she would laugh at him. But if Zoran's doing that, she's decidedly doing what must be done. And I think that's very interesting. Especially because it's someone that is very difficult for the other Zed stacks to, like, reel in. You can't reason with the wild card when the wild card is being a wild card. And it's what makes her fun. It makes her interesting. It makes her work because when she does dumb shit, like, she is committed and it's happening. Yeah. I also like to think that the other Zed stacks are all various levels of, like, protective towards her, but it's all in vastly different ways. Zip is besties with her because they are basically the same age. They both have this very, like, complex way of, like, processing their conscience. They're both kind of dumb, and they both just want to have, like, fun and learn about the world, and they're learning about being Zed stacks, like, kind of together. So I think that's fun. I love the idea that Zaff and Zip are just having fun and going off, and, like, they get the night off and they immediately go see, like, 6 movies and then go to the Midway, and then they come home, like, completely bogged out of their mind on sugar. Because I think Zip deserves a friend to do that with, and Zaff is just this, she's just great. And just, she also deserves someone to do that with. I think Zug and her don't get along in the way that Zip and Zug get along, because Zug inherently will always assume that Zip will do what he says, and even when Zip is clearly not doing what he says, Zip learns to like reel Zug in a way that like properly deals with his stupidity. Zaff, once she realizes Zug is stupid, is just like, I'm not listening to you. We're getting the work done. And I think Zug is probably great at getting the work done when he's not succumbing to his own hubris. And I think those two like work really well together as like co-workers. But Zaff just thinks Zug is stupid the same way that like all the other Z-Stacks think Zug is stupid. And Zug is terrified of her because Ocean Tug and he has no spine. And Zug is like this little like suck up and is like, there's production documentation that's like Zug is Zach's little baby suck up, but Zug wants to be Zoran's little baby suck up so bad and be like Zoran's little sweet cheese. And he's trying so hard to be a suck up that he's like, it makes him stupider. It makes him look stupid, and he already looks stupid. And I think he attempts to suck up to Zaff, and Zaff just doesn't take it because she's like, I don't know, man. Zug is running on the assumption that Zaff is like going to be like the great leader of the Z-Stack someday, and Zaff is like, I'm here to do my job, and I listen to whatever Zoran says because I don't know what's going on. I think that's like the dynamic. I think Zach would react like, I'm not going to listen to a girl. I don't want to work with a woman. And I think that Zaff is dumb and I hate her. And I'm going to say the most like sexist bullshit and just be rude as like all hell to her. And Zaff is like, man, what an asshole, but like, if we could be friends, I guess I'd be cool with it. But Zach doesn't actually dislike her at all. He's just like, she's a wild girl. She'll grow up a little bit, and whatever, and I think she's whatever. Zach also, in this AU, is constantly out, like, bar hopping and trying to get women because it's the 1920s. I think that is, if Zach was a person, he would be doing that shit. And there are several situations where Zaff, I have a fic about it. Zaff gets horribly misinterpreted by like someone, and then someone is like, you should go on a date with Zach because everyone assumes that those two would be a couple. They wouldn't be. It would never work. And first of all, Zaff is a lesbian, and second of all, Zach is Zach. But Zaff ends up on like several dates with Zach, and every time Zach is just like, no, I'm not gonna be me and take the pretty girl on our fleet to like a dive bar and then get a hotel room. Like, I'm not a fucking asshole. Like, what? I feel like Zach is the kind of guy who, when he babysits Zasha, he buys her like pocket knives because he's the cool uncle. And I feel like he has some kind of relationship with Zaffre on that same level where he treats Zaff like utter garbage, but when he does have to interact with her in like a friendly manner, or he sees a situation where he's like, I gotta step in and not be myself for once, he's just chill with it and is like, all right, I guess Zaff is on another one of those things where she's getting advice from like Lily on how to pick up boys, even though she clearly doesn't want to be doing that. And the language barrier is making it hard. So, I'll take her on a date and buy her dinner, and then we can talk about like jars or something. I think that is a very good, like, Zach is multifaceted thing to do. Zach is insane. Zach is feral, but he's still a Z-Stack, and he's loyal to his other Z-Stacks. Zebedee, I think, also is, like, not super involved with Zaff, but he also gets her, and she gets him, and they just vibe. Like, they talk for hours when they do talk. When they do any work together, it, like, goes pretty smoothly. I just don't think that either of them go out of their way to, like, hang out with each other. I think it doesn't make sense for either of them, because they would vibe, and they'd live together, basically, so, like, they'd vibe. But I don't think they're, like, besties the way that, like, Zaff and Zip are besties. Yeah. And then Zaff with Zoran. Zaff follows him around like a lost puppy, and it annoys the shit out of Zoran. But he knows that if he tries to get her to stop doing that, she will run off and probably, like, do something horrifically detrimental to everything. So he has to put up with it, because when she's in port, she needs to have someone to make sure she doesn't, like, sink herself. But when she's out doing ocean tug work, he doesn't have to worry, because she's good at doing her job. It's the Zoran basically just keeps getting put in charge of raising the younger tugboats, and he is not a fan that that's his job, but he takes that as a job very seriously. I think even with, like, Zip, if Zip would walk up to Zoran and be like, I want to have, like, a real heart-to-heart chat with you about, like, what my position is here, I think Zoran would, like, clear his afternoon and take Zip for ice cream and have a conversation with him like that. I feel like it falls in line with, like, the conscience that Zoran gains throughout the show. Because he starts Sunshine, right? He starts in Sunshine, and he's a fucking asshole. And this is dependent on, I can't remember if it's the air or the canonical order, but it's one of them. Zoran spends the first, like, 5 episodes having every fucking thing ever happen to him. Like, he goes from being, like, one of the successful Z-Stacks to being in, like, disgrace. Then Pirate happens, and he has to work with the like, Star Tugs. Then Trapped happens. He gets fucking beached after almost blowing up. And then, like, Regatta happens, and that is a whole fucking situation. And then Munitions hits, and Zoran watches himself almost die, along with, like, half of his fleet and, like, most of the, like, Star Tugs that I'm pretty sure are the ones that he can, like, stomach being around in the early years. And Zoran, for the rest of the show, is, like, the only guy here with, like, a conscience and, like, a complexity to him. Because there's a certain point in the show where he flips from just being the evil guy ever to being, like, a multifaceted evil guy and doing, like, whatever needs done. And I think that, like, conscience that Zoran has, I think he always has it, but something about the summer of 1920, Zoran's conscience summer, kicks him into like some kind of gear. Because even in early like Sunshine like era stuff, Zoran is kind of taking Zip under his wing a little bit, and like when Zip does something good, he like eggs him on, and when Zip is being stupid, he like he doesn't scream at him. He's just like, Zip, shut up and sit down. You don't know what's happening. So I feel like Zoran would inherently do that anyways, but Zero kind of just keeps tossing like people with no world experience at Zoran and being like, give him world experience. And Zoran is like, I'm not a babysitter, as he's like actively babysitting Zasha as well too. So I think that's like fun. I think Zoran is inherently like protective of all the Z stacks. If Zebedee comes home and he's crying because his girl was like, I don't want to date you anymore because I think you're dumb, Zoran would immediately be like, I'm gonna go beat the shit out of her. I just punched my mic. I think like even if Zug is like comes home crying and is like, Sunshine was mean to me, Zoran would be like, okay, there, and then immediately run off to go yell at like, no, knew what he'd do. He'd pick up Zug and then like walk over to the Stardock and then be like, OJ, the kids are fighting. And then OJ would pick up Sunshine, who's like bitching about being picked up, and then the two are like, and now we're gonna like parent. I think that's like Zoran in all situations is inherently has the back of his Z stacks, even if he thinks it's stupid. So I think a new Z stack coming in, Zoran would just immediately be down to like be there and help out and whatever. Yeah. That's the Zoran dynamic. And then with Zero, I think Zero gets a handful with Zaff. Part of her backstory is that she does not trust her captain, or at least her previous captains, very much. Because they've, okay. Zaffre is from Vancouver Tug. Vancouver Tug in the early 20s had a reputation of a tugboat broke, or a tugboat was difficult, or a tugboat got stuck somewhere. And instead of dealing with the situation, they just buy another one and replace it. And I feel like Zaff, coming from a situation where she was entirely replaceable really easily, is and she was replaced. Most of her first year of existence, her first year christened, is her sitting in like dry dock at like a builder's yard in the back, and her captain is trying to figure out like, do I sell the ship? Do I try and train it? What do I do with this? Like, I don't know. Vancouver Tug was an absolute disaster, and then it dissolved and like burst into flames for 10 years in the 30s, and then it came back. Specifically, I use Captain Jones. I can't remember what his first name is, but the last name of the like guy who owned Vancouver Tug in the beginning was Jones. And he's like a real guy, but he's not a real guy because no one actually knows anything about this guy. They just know a guy whose last name was Jones owned this tugboat company in Vancouver. And Mr. Jones was like, well, if Zaff isn't going to be useful as a tug because she's kind of mouthy and I don't like her, I'll make her like an office girl. And then it's the 1920s, so Zaff has like the worst time ever being an office girl because like all the guys in the office are just miserable to her, both on the like, you're a girl so you're stupid, So we're gonna talk to you like you're an idiot, and also on the like wavelength of like sexism is a thing, and they're all just nasty. They're just nasty old men. Don't like them. Zaff also deals with like, because of inherent how things are dealt with, Zaff just goes through like misery after misery when it comes to men just kind of doing whatever and not giving her a voice on it. I have bits in my fics where Zaff starts mentioning, or even in her first fic, Mr. Jones is just fucking nasty to her and pushing her around and yelling at her. And then completely without any like change in tone or anything, he like kisses her on the forehead and is like, "You're gonna be such a good little girl. Give your new captain everything that you've given me." Like wink, and then walks out, and Zaff is just clearly like, "I'm gonna puke." There's also other situations where in one fic I published, Zach and her are talking, and Zaff is like, "I don't want to talk about like the office work I did," and Zach is like, "It's just office work. Like, I worked in an office. Zoran does office work all the time for Captain Zero. Zip was an office boy for a little bit when his hull was shattered when he was built." Like that kind of thing. And Zaff starts mentioning like, the guys in the office use me like interpersonally, and they use me for personal favors and like that kind of thing. And Zach immediately is like, "I am not talking about this anymore. We're gonna go back to eating awkwardly, and we're gonna go home, and we're gonna like talk to Zoran because I don't know what's happening." And I think that's probably something that realistically would be going down. And it makes Zaff just not like, it makes Zaff hard for Zero, at least at first, to get a handle with, because she doesn't trust that he's not going to be an asshole to her, especially in the beginning, because she comes into the situation and she doesn't have the context of anything previously that's been going on with Zero, and he's just an asshole and yelling and kind of a jerk, and the other Zed stacks are all like, "Yes, sir, we'll do whatever," and Zaff just walks in and is like, "I am in another bad situation with a captain who sucks." And slowly over like her first few months, she realizes that this man is actually kind of just pathetic. And like, when she learns like, oh, Captain Zero is a father and he has a daughter of his own, like, it kind of starts clicking to her that she can trust this guy. It's also when she starts talking about like what has happened to her previously. Zaff blossoms in the Zed stacks because they let her just be fucking wild if she wants to be. And Zero is also raising like a fighty little thing of his own, and that gives him like the context to be able to deal with her as well. She can take screaming at her. She can take like all of it on the best day. Like, she's fine with that. She doesn't like the Z stacks arguing with each other. She doesn't like them arguing with the captain because it reminds her of like, you know, her own like arguments of just like, "Do not put me in dry dock, please." Zaff also has a very like, whereas I think Hercules wouldn't mind sticking around port for a while, like for a week between jobs and like doing light work, I think Zaff would be like, "I want to go out on the ocean and I don't care if I sink myself. I am going out now." And I think that's fun. As like something to play with, and I definitely like play with it later. But she inherently, because she was just put in dry dock for the first pretty much year of her life, wants to be useful so badly. She wants to go out and do the jobs that she was built for because they are what she really loves. And if she doesn't get to do that, it upsets her really severely. And I think this is a good segue into the Zaffre gets glasses, but I think I'm going to cut this part here. I was not supposed to talk this long about Zaffre and OCs and fandom stuff, but I think it's good context for going forward, and it's stuff I just want to talk about anyways. So I will catch you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to part 5. Part 5. This is a long video. So, where we last left off was discussing Zaffre and her dynamics with the Z stacks and their dynamics with each other. This time, we will finally be moving on the timeline more than a year. And starting off, we will be talking about Zaffre gets glasses. This goes with a TUGS headcanon that I hold, and it's completely to do with Hercules having tinted glasses. Hercules, in my headcanon, has tinted glasses because he's out on the ocean most of the time, and something that occasionally happens to sailors who do not wear eye protection and cover their eyes, who are constantly out on the open water, is that they develop what's known as snow blindness. Now, snow blindness, is not actually like being blind because there is snow. Snow blindness is your eyes get so overstressed and damaged from constant sunlight being in them that they start to basically like deteriorate. And it's not permanent, but it can be permanent if you let it go on too long. Zaffre, in her first year, does not go on the ocean that much, and she doesn't get much eye damage. But after she starts working for Zero Marine and she spends a summer being out, her eyes go fuzzy, she stops being able to read as easily, and she starts like tripping over things that she should damn well know are there. And I have a fic about this, but one night the Z stacks are all playing Sheep's Head, and Zaffre is really struggling to like play, even though it's like the one card game that she's good at. And they realize there's something wrong with her, and the Z stacks wake up Zero and like drag everyone in the Zero sedan to Lucky's yard, and Lucky is just like, oh god, I can't get her to work with me, because Zaffre immediately believes that Lucky is going to like be like, you can't work on the ocean anymore because your eyesight's going out, and it upsets her. So that's fun. The Zero has one of his starts parenting the boat moments. He like gets a candy stick off of Zip and like does the entire parenting bit of like, have a piece of candy, here you go, now that you have this candy, like you should let the doctor give you a look over. And then after like Zaffre and everything, and she gets a pair of Hercules' old glasses at first, to just like protect her eyes until she gets real glasses like made for her. But it starts the Zaffre starts looking a lot more like Hercules, and she gets those like tinted glasses, and they're entirely functional. I have decided for Hercules, and they make him look real cool, but they're entirely functional. And like Zero and Zaffre both did not realize that Zaff was supposed to have glasses. It's just not a thing that either of them like thought about. So, moving on from Zaff gets glasses, in early 1922, which would be late February, Zero establishes the first amateur radio station in Big City and equips Zaffre with an early radio setup and emergency marine VHF equipment. So, I've gotten this double checked by my radio guy. Thanks, Mike. Amateur radio, which at the time would be called amateur radio, but would be more commonly known as ham radio nowadays, is established because a bunch of really nerdy ass guys get their hands on a lot of copper and they start shit posting at each other, basically. And Zero is a smart man, and Zaff has proven that she will do anything to be out on the ocean, including to the detriment of herself. And Zaff makes some dumb ass fucking decisions occasionally and gets back like a day late, and it's like, I ran out of fuel and had to put out a distress flare again. And Zero is like, Zaff, I'm going to literally strangle you. Can you stop doing that shit? And basically, this is a safety net for him to make sure that his ocean tug, which was arguably a very large investment, doesn't just sink. This is also the start of the era I would like to call the Z-Stacks learn how to use the radio, and Zaff knows how to use the radio. And the second that she is within range of Big City, Zaff almost always gets on the radio, and if there is a Z-Stack chilling, she's like near the radio, it is non-stop talking and fucking with each other. I think that is a very Z-Stacks thing to do. Moving on into March of that same year, the Coast Guard and the Harbor Board recognized Zero Marine as an emergency contact point for distressed civilian ships and make a contract for Zero Marine to be a designated distress operator via all radio frequencies. This is also based on somewhat fact. It's also based on I think it would be really funny. Zero has no sailing knowledge in this AU, as we have discussed. But Zero sees an opportunity to trick sailors into thinking that he is also a sailor and has their back, because he knows how to fuck with sailors. He's been fucking with a sailor since, 1913, when he met Star. And he goes to the Coast Guard and the Harbor Board and sings his heart out over how this will be such a good thing for people to trust the port, and he wants to do it out of the goodness of his heart, and it is entirely because every single ship that he would theoretically save or help as a distress operator, he's 100% going to be like, do you want to sign a binding contract for the rest of time because I saved you and you owe me? So on one hand, it's Zero being a little fuck and a criminal, and I love that. But on the other hand, this is like a real thing. Designated distress operators within ports are usually some guy who sits by their radio 99% of the time, and whenever something goes wrong, they are the person that everyone in the harbor needs to make that channel like a dead channel besides the distress call. And then they basically make calls landside to organize things. And it makes it so that Zero is a lot more intertwined in the harbor, because as we go forward, Zero is going to become very intertwined in the harbor. This also comes out of Zero having been on the Civilian Advisory Board in World War I. He's still working directly with the harbor board. That's something that they probably wouldn't dissolve, because they need the US military to not be like, wait, we pulled a soldier back just so he could do your taxes. And I think Zero going forward does a lot more work in the harbor, trying to like business it more, and which is a good thing for the harbor. And especially around this time, harbor boards would have just been a bunch of fucking sailors sitting around. They drink beer and then they're like, hey, we have like $500. Should we do more dredging? Yeah, sure, we should do more dredging. All right, cool, we're gonna dredge. And like stuff like that. And I feel like the business side and the capitalist side, this is a prime time for capitalism to start running rampant, because right now the Soviet Union is doing all of its shit. So capitalism is going to be like more and more and more and more forefront, which means Zero is going to be able to be an evil little bastard and do his accounting crimes. And people will recognize him doing business work not as, he's kind of shady business guy, but as like, that is a capitalist American. And Zero doesn't give a shit about that. But he does give a shit about being able to do crime. And I think that's beautiful. So later, in November 1922, Star bites the bullet and has Hercules equipped with an emergency radio and marine VHF at the urging of the harbor board. The harbor board would 100% want both of the ocean tugboats at the time in the port to be able to be communicated via the distress, designated distress operator. And I imagine they just keep knocking on Star's door, and Star's like, sailors don't need radios. What is this, the future? And then eventually even Hercules is like, just install the damn radio in me. Just do it. And it is now also starting the era of the second Hercules gets near Zaffre. Zaff just immediately starts pressing the like hail button, and then Hercules is like, hi Zaff, and then Zaff is like, hi, and then that's like the end of it, just every time they're just like within range of each other. This also, Star never picks up radio equipment to be able to communicate with Hercules. But there are like 3 or 4 times, like a year, where Zero hears his radio hail, and he goes over, and Hercules is like, can you tell my captain to do insert thing here? And Zero just sighs and is like, leans out the window and takes the speaker and puts it to the megaphone and points it at Star, Tug, and Marine. And he's like, turns the radio all the way up and is like, start yelling. And I think that's beautiful. I think that is entirely how that works. Star is not anti-technology, but he does think that Hercules having a radio is stupid, and he will for the rest of time, even when other things like start happening. In December of 1923, after Zaffre's fuel disasters going on the previous year, and with Zero getting sick of Zaff's, all of her measurements are in metric, and she's built in metric because she's from Canada. Did I ever clarify that? I did clarify she's from Vancouver. God, I thought I was just really stupid there. But Zero sends her to Lucky's yard to be converted to oil burning. And Lucky, like a troll, decides, I'm not gonna standardize her into Imperial. I'm gonna keep everything on her metric. And then he sends her back in 0, screams into the void, like, I have to do metric conversions every time I do anything with her draft, Lucky. I'm not that smart. I don't want to do that math. He also never just writes down what the conversions are because he doesn't think of that. That's also important. But yeah, Zaff has a bad time during this conversion. It's the first time that she has any serious work done to her. It's the first, and it's like, she spends months in dry dock getting this work done, and she goes stir crazy. She starts bothering the other Zed stacks. At first, they're like, oh, you can be like a little ship's boy, and you can like come help us out. 0 has her work in the office for a little bit. It's very obvious she doesn't like that. And then, as things continue, there's I'm writing a fic about this, and I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. But there's a point where Zoran, like, breathing through the gap in his teeth, like, he's just hissing. He's bright red. He's carrying a rucksack on one shoulder, and he's dragging Zaff by the ear, like, with the other hand. And he walks into Star Tug and Marine, and he meets eyes with, like, Hercules. And he's like, Herc, I hate you. You hate me. I know that you don't want involvement in this, but you get along with Zaff. She is obnoxious. She is annoying. She will not stop talking about the ocean. I heard that you are going to Beanstown next week, and you're leaving tonight. You are taking her with you. And Hercules just laughs and is like, oh, okay, whatever, I'll take Zaff with me. And Zaff is like, yay, ocean. And Zoran is like the most divorced father, like handing the child over of all time. It's in my brain. It's beautiful. But yes, Zaff is the first non-coal-fired tug in the harbor. She's like 2 or 3 years christened at this point. So she's very new, and she's getting this work done. It'll also come to term later, because we'll get to those points. So, in May of 1923, it finally happens. Zach's engine gives up. It blows up. He's done. He's dead. No more winning for Mr. Zach. And Zach is taken into Lucky's after just completely being destroyed. And in around a few weeks, Zach is fully converted to a diesel engine. Lucky had plans to convert Zach starting like in the 1910s. He always had this as in the back of his mind. Zach needs a new engine because we fucked up his engine the first time when my dad built him. I think I owe it to whoever owns this man to finally figure out what's wrong with this engine and then convert it. So Lucky was holding off because he wanted the conversion not to like emotionally damage Zach. And because Lucky, this is a specific thing. Lucky entirely thinks that Zach is like an entirely morally broken ship with like horrific trauma, and that's why Zach is the way he is. But the reality is, Zach is the way that he is because Zach is just a weirdo. And Lucky is like, it's really traumatizing to do massive work to these ships because Lucky Jr. here, our Captain Lucky, I think it even says this in production information. He is the one who is the bleeding heart for the tugboats when the captains won't listen. He's the reason that Boomer isn't just scrapped over like 3 times over in Jinxed, because he finds a way to like take care of the ships and make sure that they have like happy lives. So I feel like Lucky would be way, way, way overcompensating for like damaging Zack any further. And then Zack is converted to Diesel, and on one hand, there is someone who has a headcanon out there where Zack is converted to Diesel, becomes even more feral and insane, and then ends up like singing himself within a year. And I love that, but and in any other situation, I think that would be beautiful. But I want Zack to be around forever, being his silly feral self, and I have plans for him later. So Zack gets converted. He's noticeably a little different after the conversion. I think that's like a fun headcanon. I think Zack's engine blows in a way where he's like done. He's done for. And he kind of gets a little sense of mortality. And Zero saves him. And he goes, oh god, I almost died. I need to be a little more like sane. And so he changes a little, but it doesn't change him entirely. It's kind of like after Zaffre's oil burning conversion. I think that Zaff gets a little more comfortable with being in port when she is in port. And I think it makes her just a little more like comfortable, and like after all of that, she realizes like the captain and her fellow Z-Stacks were always looking out for her because she was very upset and scared in this situation. And because she's realizing all of this, it just like makes her feel better to be in port and happy with it. Because before this, if she was in port more than like 3 days, she would like start crying and throwing fits. But after this, she's a little more mature about staying in port. So, moving on, in July of 1923, Zero buys an apartment and sets up a second amateur radio base. This is something I didn't mention because going through this and just talking about it is like, okay, whatever, cool. I'm about to drop a piece of lore that I should have dropped at the beginning and I didn't, and now it's funny. So this is my payout for everyone who's gotten this far. Captain Zero and Captain Star have been living in their office buildings this entire time. After the divorce, Star still lives in the apartment that they shared for a little longer, right? When the court-ordered divorce takes place, Star is like legally required to sell the apartment. Zero has been living on Zoran for like months, and like they split the money from selling this apartment, and then Star is like, I don't know what to do with myself, and I've never bought an apartment before, so I'm gonna stay in my office until I figure it out. And Zero is living on Zoran anyway, so the second Zoran can like kick his ass into the office, he does. And then Star like never leaves port again, or at least he will not leave port for like decades, because he gets like groceries delivered or he sends his tugs to like run errands, and he just stays there. And Zero is like on the same wavelength. He still has family in big city, so he does like leave and come and go and all of that stuff. But he's there. He stays there, and he just lives there. They're both just living in their offices. It's why they're just it's part of why they're so pathetic, to me at least. So Zero buys this apartment because he realizes he's literally raising a child in an old fish warehouse, or and he's like, I need to actually have like a house. He's also been mattress stuffing so long. I have a specific apartment in New York like apartment layout. It's like it's a Central Park West building. And the apartment was built in the 20s. And I looked at it and I said, I want Zero to have this apartment so bad. I moved where it is. So Zero moves to the other side of the bridge. But we're talking like he's in a high rise, literally on the water. He can come down and he could theoretically swim to Zero Marine in like 10 minutes if there's an emergency. Because that's also another thing. Zero sticks very close to the port for the rest of his life in case of things happening. He watched munitions happen in the distance a couple years before this and was like, oh god, if there's ever a fire, my entire business is like destroyed and my safes are destroyed and this is bad. I've partially pulled this off of headcanons that I've had friends tell me about, like things that they've worked on. But in an original version of munitions, they use the Star dock as like a fire break and they like burn it out, and Star basically has to rebuild from scratch. And I think Zero would know that that's a thing that might happen because inherently this is big city and he's lived here his whole life and he knows that things explode in big city. Everyone knows things explode in big city. And he would plan for that to just that's just bound to happen. So he plans for it. The apartment he has is also like 50th floor not a penthouse, but like it's like an A and B apartment. And he can look out and he can see the entire like main harbor. He can even see some of like those canals and waterways, and he can see the liner dock, and he can see all the way out to Lily. And I just think that's nice. I want Zero to be standing in his window in the morning, drinking his knee-high. It's his third one already this morning. And like looking out, and he's like, I'm gonna go down and do my briefing, but I can see Lily's light still blinking in the distance. And like, oh, there's like those lights down there because of the flashing pattern. Like, oh, that's Warrior. He must be doing night garbage runs. And oh, there's Zoran. He's going back to port. I need to get like to port soon. And I just think that's nice. I think Zero should be able to look out his window and just see the port and be like, I can see all my boys. I can see all of Star's boys. I can see Lily. I think seeing Lily from up there is just one of those things where like Zero finally has some kind of like connection with why all of the tugs are like basically obsessed with her and why they're like, oh, she's like the greatest girl ever. And it like a little bit of sailing clicks in his head as he sees it from this like up angle and like down, because he's always been in the port and like doing port activities this way, like down with when he was in the old docks doing dirty business years and years and years ago, when he started his company, even like he's been living in the docks, but he's never seen the port from above. And I think that's something that might touch a man who's been down there. I also think that the Z stacks all occasionally like show up to the apartment for various reasons, either like babysitting reasons or I have a fic that is Zug and Zach carry a couch up 50 flights of stairs. It is the most dull fan fiction I've ever written. And I have written tax fan fiction, but I think that like situations like that happen. And in my head, in the unpublished Zoran fic that I talked about before, I think Zero was like not really caring about where he lived at all. And maybe like one of the tugs in this fic, I have it as Zoran with him, but it's like a different circumstance of why he buys the apartment, so it's not canon. But like Zoran's with him, and Zoran is like upset about there being an elevator, and he's upset about like being so high off the ground. And he's like, Zero is like, I don't know how I feel about living in this like high-rise apartment building. And Zoran stops almost like immediately on the apartment tour, and his eyes are just sealed to seeing the port this way. And him and Zero spend like 10 minutes just picking out like where each of the tugs, hey look, Zach's a big steam cloud over there. That's why it's not canon, like it doesn't fit with this timeline. And oh look, here's Lily, and oh look, there's Sally Seaplane coming in for a landing out here, and like all this fun stuff. And I think that's just like a genuinely like sweet thing. I just love the idea of Zero being enamored with the port, even if he's not a sailor. And I feel like he's not enamored with it like early. Before like he leaves for war, before 1920 happens, before Prohibition and all of this shit and all of his crime, he sees the docks as just like a thing. He sees the port as just a thing. And eventually it starts growing on him. The same way that Star, like, initially he was like, oh, a sailor, I don't know anything about sailing, but this is my friend. And eventually he succumbs to Star, like, poking him every day when at breakfast and being like, we should buy a tugboat. We should buy this tugboat. We could do a tugboat company. We could both, like, do all this sailing and be captains. And, like, Zero had to fall for that. And I think it's Zero finally falling for, like, the concept of the, like, heart of the port and what it means and how it's, like, this functional part of the city that he, like, he's lived in big city his whole life. He has to be at least a little in love with it. And I just think that's nice. I think that's something that after the show ends and we have, like, all this arc with everyone, that Zero finally starts getting more and more enamored with everything going on. It also will come into play a little more later, so we will continue moving on. And the second radio, Zaff always fucks with him on it. Don't worry. In winter of 1924, very early in the year, Zoran finishes his conversion to diesel. Zero starts picking up on Zach is functioning really well and the infrastructure is starting to be there. And he immediately is like, Zoran, I know you don't want me to say that you were born in like 1889, but you were born in 1889, so we're getting you a new engine, sweetheart. And then Zoran is like, don't mention how old I am. But he bites the bullet and he does it. And then moving on to August of 1924, Zero Marine and the Harbor Board establish a co-operated Marine VHF station for emergency communication. This goes along with the radio bit. Zero and the Harbor Board are still working hand in hand on a lot of projects, and Zero is already recognized as Coast Guard as a radio operator. This goes along with Marine VHF starts becoming like a thing in the 1920s, and up and down the East Coast in the early 20s, like they keep popping up these VHF stations. Because Zero is working on this one with the Harbor Board, it's more likely that he is just like a main post. Like when he's in the office for the day, that's when he's posted to it. And if emergency communication comes through, he is like first or second on like sit down post to like deal with the situation. But because it's with the Harbor Board, and I imagine the Coast Guard and the Navy all like handhold on this too, because it becomes a major institution of like Marine. It's just something that Zero's heavily involved in, but it's not like his entire deal. Moving on, late in December of 1924, Zebedee has his diesel conversion, being next oldest. Later that year, in late October, Zug finishes his conversion to diesel, and those are all the older of the Z stacks. Because we have to remember, Zip and Zaff are both real young, so there would be no incentive to rip out brand new engines, especially because Zero has already ripped an engine out of Zaff at this point, and she's running on oil, which is going to be a lot easier for him to maintain. Going forward, we have a couple of years where nothing important happens, mainly because I haven't put anything important here. And in 1930, right at the beginning of the year in January, Zip is finally converted to diesel. His 10-year certificates come up, and Zero says, go on and just get it done. And that is the first 5 Z stacks, all converted. And a few years later, here we go. This is where the fun begins. In May of 1933, Zasha inquires with her father's company about starting work learning the sailing side of the business for when she eventually takes over as captain. Zero denies her due to safety concerns and a lack of confidence that it'll ever be needed. Zasha, having been raised by 7 stubborn bastards and knowing what she wants, marches next door to Star Tug and Marine and applies for a position as a dockhand. Star hires her on the condition that she finish school and go on to secondary administration training, and that Zero has a final say in everything she's doing for work. This pisses off Zero to no goddamn end, but he does admire her chutzpah and allows her, the more experienced sailor, to take her under his wing. This is a point that is very dear to me because I want it to be like a reconcile almost for Zero and Star to finally start working together to some capacity beyond necessity. Zero fully does not want his little baby girl to be working on ships at the age of... Zero thinks that she is 13. She's actually closer to 15, but they calculate her age going forward from when she's adopted. They add like a year, so Zero thinks she's 13, 14. She's like 14, 15. They're never ever really specific about how old she is, just to note. The only times that are specific are like things that have to be specific. But he doesn't want his little baby teenage girl to be doing sailing because he knows it's dangerous. He literally helped Star recover from the fact that he got eaten by an anchor. And he knows it's dangerous. And even though he trusts his own tugboats, he does not trust his own tugboats. He knows better than to put Zasha on, like, Zach's deck ever, because Zach will immediately do something stupid, and they will both get hurt. And Zero is like, I have no sailing knowledge, so my daughter doesn't need it. And Zasha knows that she doesn't need the sailing knowledge. Zero's gotten this far, but she wants it. She's been raised by a bunch of tugboats, all of her little tugboat uncles, and her one weird tugboat aunt. And it's something that she's, like, passionate about. She wants to be not a sailor, but she wants to do sailing. Because it's important that she knows it, because she wants to be closer with, you know, her own family. And she recognizes her tugboats as her family. This is a little, like, besides the point. Zero also has not been helping the Zasha really wants to do sailing. When she's young, he picks up wood carving randomly because he's like, I'm bored and I have a knife. Just at some point in his life. And as he goes forward, he starts carving her toys because that's a very 1920s father thing to do. And at first he's like, haha, I carved like a boat shape thing. Here, Zasha, have a boat. And then Zasha is like, breaks it like immediately, yelling at it and like telling it to do tugboat activities. And Zero goes, "Oh, she wants to be a tugboat captain, just like her old man." And he starts making like little mini Z-stacks for her to scream at. And oh boy, does she scream. She screams at these things, just like her old man. And this is like so sweet to me. But Zero also eventually runs out of Z-stacks to carve. And he eventually moves on to every other tugboat in the harbor. And Zasha starts being like, "I want all of the tugboats in the harbor. I want them to be mine." She particularly loves 10 Cents because he is just angry. He is an angry, sour little guy. And every time she's ever met him, he has been angry and sour. And she remembers like one time when Zip was babysitting her, like when she was really little, that like 10 Cents popped around. And 10 Cents was like, "Ew, what is this human thing? Zip, throw it out." And she was like, "I love him. He is so silly." So Zasha has always been really interested in getting to know the Star Tugs because her goal in life is to buy out the Star Tug and Marine. And this Zero being like, "No, you can't work for me. I refuse." The second that comes out of his mouth, she literally stands up and like stomps away out of his office. And Zero is like, "Oh, she's gonna go sulk to Zoran and I'm gonna have to hear about it." And he just like lets her go. And then Star shows up with Zasha like under his arm like 3 hours later, and he's holding like really poorly worked out like paperwork, and he's like, "How do I hire an employee? Also, can I hire your daughter? I think she's really swell." And Zero loses his fucking marbles. And as he's like standing there screaming at Star and like screaming at Zasha, it suddenly hits him that Zasha is literally just doing like what his ass would do in this situation. If he wanted something and the only way to get it was to go to her father's ex-boyfriend and be like, "I need you to give me a job," it would really piss my dad off. Oh god. Would he both, if Star had a like child and that happened, Zero 100% would hire the kid. If Zero was the kid and it was like his dad's like competitor, oh god, he 100% would do what she just did. And he is just like enamored instantaneously, and he's like, "Oh my god, my little baby girl, she's growing up." And then he's like, "Oh my god, Star, like she's gonna get so hurt. She's gonna get so hurt. Star, she's gonna get so hurt." And then Star is like, "Yeah, I'm not putting her on like a ship, my guy. I know that she's gonna get hurt. I have trauma, okay? I know how this works." And I think it starts like Star and Zero always had to work together because they have that like profit share that they both are invested in. I think they also like, because of the profit share, they're like required to hold like board meetings. So like a couple times a year they have to like go eat at a diner and have a pleasant conversation by like court order over the kids. So I feel like they have had pleasantries like this before, but I feel like this starts a little more the pleasantries. Prohibition is over at this point, I believe, and the Great Depression is in full swing, and I feel like this is definitely a time where the two of them, Zero, Prohibition doesn't exist anymore, so he doesn't need to do the running, he doesn't need to do the bootlegging. And I imagine after Prohibition, and especially because like Johnny Cuba's been locked up for a decade at this point, he's getting older. He's probably still like has a couple hands in with organized crime stuff, but because like the big stuff doesn't exist anymore, he's not as like involved like every day with it. And I think Star would recognize that like Zero's coming out of the lifestyle, and Star no longer has anything like concrete in the present to hold over Zero as like you're a criminal forever. He's gonna think Zero's a criminal forever. But I think that kind of gives them just a little bit of leeway. So Zero would be a little more okay to go down to like Star's office, like even if it's like once a month or once every like couple weeks, and be like, okay, so what are you having my daughter do? What's going on? I want to make sure that like everything's safe, and I have like at least a little bit of say to make sure that, you know, everything's going good. And Star, I think, would be very receptive to like, no, I understand in this situation that you want to make sure that it's okay, and I want you to feel that the situation is okay, even if I'm absolutely pissing you off with this. I just think that's nice. I think Zasha, her entire life, just recognizes Star as like a weird uncle, and as she gets older, she like finally realizes, it clicks to her one day as she's like listening to something, that the guy next door and my dad, they never dated, but they are definitely divorced. And Star just becomes this like interesting piece to her, and she almost feels like a little bit of responsibility towards him, because she's like, she also recognizes, like Zero recognizes, that this guy is just like a hermit and a recluse, and whereas Zero has been living outside of the port for the last decade, Zasha realizes Star never leaves port, and he's just alone, and all he does is talk to his tugboats and get like groceries delivered. And in the back of her head, on this, in her like 10-step plan for world domination, that is like how to take over Star Tug and Marine, it kind of like drops down just a little bit, and like another bullet point comes up, and it's like, domesticate Captain Star, make him part of the family. And I think that that's just like a really fun idea. And I think if it's coming from Zasha, who she does not know the entire extent of the divorce, and she probably never will until way later in her life, but she just decides that the old guy neighbor is really funny, and it would be really fun to make sure that like, it's really fun to piss off her dad with him. And it's also really fun to like get to know him, hang out with him, and she wants him to be like okay going forward, because she recognizes that this man is living a very sad, pathetic life and has no one. And I think that's just like a very sweet thing that just goes on for like the rest of time. And I think Star 100% realizes that Zasha is doing this, because he can't not realize it, right? And he like humors her a little bit, whatever. And as she gets older, he starts realizing, oh shit, she really is domesticating me, isn't she? And that's going to be important later. In July of 1933, Big City constructs a second bridge over the harbor. This is, in my headcanon map, there is only one bridge at the beginning that goes over the port. And the port is really sprawling, and the city is really sprawling. So I put a bridge over the port from the old city to roughly around where Lucky's Yard is, and then from Lucky's Yard into like the newer parts of the city by where the liner docks are, which kind of makes like this square around the harbor of like bridges, which I think would be very reasonable for a city to be like, no, we need to like get over this harbor at multiple points. But this also corresponds with the Golden Gate Bridge, because The bridge in Big City is like the Brooklyn Bridge. If you look at like a map of the Brooklyn Bridge and then you compare it to the port set, it's like 1-to-1. And I feel like San Francisco kind of got shafted a little bit with like the geography of Big City. So I think it's just nice that they get to have a little Golden Gate Bridge too. So that's fun. All right. In December of 1934, Zaffre is converted to diesel. Z-stacks are in a modern era. In 1936, in May, 2 tugboats are christened for Zero Marine Big City. The first one is named Zircon. She is the first fully diesel tug christened for one of the companies. She is directly based on a Moran tug that I cannot remember the name of, so I will cite it on screen. And this is also in IRL like lore. The Moran Company does a handshake deal with General Electric for building all of these combustion engine tugs right before World War II, because Eugene Moran and General Electric were sitting there staring at the world burning down in Europe, and they were like, we gotta start getting ready for this, and they start getting ready for it. So within 1936, 2 diesel tugboats are christened for the Moran Company, which means in my AU in 1936, 2 diesel tugs are christened for the Zero Company. Zircon is first. She is very feisty. She's very sour. She's very Zack-like. She's reactive. She resorts to violence. She is enamored with the idea of the like Zero Marine history where they were all like these hardened criminals, where in reality, like, they're still committing like petty crime, and occasionally Zack burns a building down, but like Zebedee is living the life because he hasn't had to commit a crime in a decade since like Prohibition has been up and all that shit. And then a little later, a tug named Zame is christened. Zame is the nervous of these two. These two are, I pair them up almost as like twins, or like really close siblings. Zircon is the wild one and Zame is the reserved one, and they're just like a little stereotypical little group. I like to think they look up to the Z-stacks for the idea of the Z-stacks, as well as like who the Z-stacks are, like inherently as people. I also think Zip and Zaff are finally like maturing to the point that the other tugs were when they were first around. And I think both of them have a lot more of a handle with these two and any of the tugboats christened going forward. These two are the last that I talk about, because after this, Zero Marine starts blowing up as a company, and I will touch base on like when and where and how and why. But these two are like the quiet before the storm. And after this, because Zero Marine starts expanding so rapidly, there's just no way for me to make a clean timeline of who's born when. They're also the last 2 tugs that are christened with Z names intentionally. Zero, at debriefing, made the mistake of picking up his megaphone and going, "Hey, I think I have names for the new tugboats. Can you listen?" And then all of his tugs started yelling out Z names. And Zero was like, "Oh, I was going to name this one Sea Spray, and this one I was going to name Jacob Zero." And then they're like, Zircon, Zame, those are the names. And then they bully him, just like with Zip. The more things change, the more things stay the same. But after this, Zoran obviously has a hand with these two the same way he had a hand with the last two. In the same way that Zoran will continuously have a hand with the younger tugs going forward. But this is the first time that Zip and Zaffre have that their conscious kind of kick in the way that they care about others, and they start doing more of the legwork that Zoran had been doing. Because going forward, Zoran's not going to be able to keep up with the amount of tugs. So this sets up that starts happening. Zaff starts picking up these little young tugboats and like put them on her shoulder and being like, "Let me tell you about the past of port." And then like Zame, as the nervous one, is like, "I don't know if I fit in, and Zircon's kind of mean to me." And then like Zip like sits him down and is like, "I was nervous as a little tug too." And like I think that's so sweet, and I think this is definitely the time when they're both Zaff and Zip, both being like over 10 years old at this point. Like they know about the world, they've dealt with all this shit before, and they're like, "This is great. I love this. Like, Zoran, we also are so sorry that we did this to you." And I think it's nice. I think it's very sweet. I think these two recognize Zasha not as a little kid, but as the daughter of the captain who works for the enemy, because that is what's going on with her. And so this is the start of the split between the tugboats that would die for Zasha and the ones that are reasonably would die for Zasha. The same way that like all of the tugs at Zero Marine would die for Zero, like hands down. But like Zoran would die for Zero in like any day of the week over like a sandwich. Whereas like Zaff is like, "Why would I do that? Of course I die for him, but I'm not insane." So I think that's like another like split. Zasha's no longer a child, and the tugs that basically grew up with her are no longer like not little kids. They're no longer new to the world. So moving on, we start getting closer and closer, and we know what happens in the timeline next. In May of 1940, Zasha takes leave from Star Tug and Marine to join the war efforts at Lucky's yard, helping with shipbuilding. The war hasn't started yet, but Lucky suddenly has a lot of new contracts from the Justice Department and from the War Department, and he's building a lot more ships. And Zasha, being the good American that she is, and having Star having wormed into her head, takes her post to go and help. 1941 rolls around, and in December, mid to early December, Zasha starts doing part-time work at Zero Marine. Zero has been commissioned by the Harbor Board to serve as temporary commissioner and a civilian organizational strategist in case the war comes home. Zero, still doing work for the Harbor Board since World War I, is finally given a full post at the Harbor Board. He is commissioner, he's in charge. He also is contacted by the Coast Guard and the Navy, and they're like, "We need someone with civilian skills to help with civilian organization." This follows along with what Moran was doing in the First World War, a lot closer than what Zero was doing in the First World War. It also follows along with what I think it was Michael and Eugene Moran were both doing in the Second World War, because they were both called off to basically work for the government, to run basically civilian ocean tugs. They were sent over to be like administration. I think Michael Moran was like a fleet admiral. I think Zero at this point is, people are no longer looking at him and being like, that's a criminal. They look at him and they're like, yeah, I would have been doing bootlegging in the 20s too. You're not special, my guy. And he starts becoming more and more of like big guy in port. He still has no sailing knowledge. Like, obviously, he will never gain that. But he's getting more and more just like involved with the harbor, and especially because like Zasha is involving herself with the harbor. He is fully in love with the harbor at this point, and he's working on doing things for it. He also knows the horrors of what happened in the last war, and in case the war comes back to America, which, because of the Pearl Harbor attacks, everyone is concerned that the war is coming to America. And America has not had a war in over a century, like on its homeland. And because of all of this, Zero would definitely take a not patriotic, but a I'm scared and I don't want things to go badly, and I want myself to be able to help as much as I can, because this is a situation that is definitely going to need help. Zasha starts working part-time doing dispatching work for Zero Marine, because Zero can no longer be at his post 24/7, and he has obligations that post is filled. Not 24/7, but as much as he can. So, going forward, in December of 1943, December of 1942, I read that wrong, Big City Harbor Board fund Top Hat's diesel conversion. They go, we own that tugboat and he needs to be modernized, and Star is like, grumble, grumble, okay, if you pay for it, because I am broke as shit. Moving forward, not much else happens in the war for Big City. Zero doesn't get traumatized, Star doesn't have an arc. Zasha has her little learning how to be captain instead of just a dockhand, but that's just fun. Basically, the worst never happens, and it's the best thing that has ever happened for any of them. Naval stuff in and out of the here we go. We're at the end of the war. Stuff going in and out of Big City Port is insane. New York gets so busy during World War II that these tugboats are like never sleeping again. Or at least like through the war, like it is nothing but stress. It's nothing but running. Because of all of this, like the tugboats are overworked, they're tired, everything is like going bad. The end of the Second World War for those tugs, which none of them saw any like actual combat, but they definitely felt the stress of it. They are celebrating, they're cheering. This is like World War I ended and everyone just kind of felt gloomy. World War II ended and everyone was so excited that they ignored that the greatest atrocity of all time happened. It is one of those situations where like there are no Star Tugs, there are no Z-Stacks, we are all Americans. I think that's like a very fun thing that goes on, at least at the end. In September of of 1945, after the war, Zasha takes her leave from Lucky's yard to start working full-time under her father. Zero is finally, like, sent off. He's no longer commissioner, or even if he is, he's no longer, like, literally sitting on top of, like, a strategy board, literally losing his mind, being like, I need to move, like, 10 Navy ships, and I need to make sure none of them hit each other. That's done, and Zasha finally is allowed to come work for Zero Marine. Zasha is a little more hands-on than Zero is when it comes to the physical sailing side of things, but she's still up in that office most of the time, just like her old man. Those two working together are fucking menaces because they are both angry, they scream. Star has several sleepless nights where they get into a screaming match and he can hear them through the wall. So that's fun. But I also think it's just inherently like a sweet time for them because they both just had like the busiest decade of their lives in about 5 years. And finally Zero can sit down and be like, I'm going to show you like every little nook and cranny of my business. And Zasha is like, this is all I've wanted since I was 2. Gimme. So that's fun. And then later, in October of 1945, Blue Nose, who's a little past his retirement, but because of the Second World War, stayed on. They let him. And he is so excited, he is going to retire. And he's going to go out as a reef as he's always wanted. And as Grandpa should have years and years before. And Blue Nose is so excited, and he's like in tears, and he's so ready for this. This is all he's ever wanted. He's wanted to be target practice his entire life. And he turns around, and his admiral is handing a like scroll of paper to Zero, who's still like working as like part of his post for like the harbor board. And Blue Nose feels like the heat go out of his face. And he's like, no, I was sold to a private company. And then Zero like walks over and he's like, Blue Nose, I'm here to inform you that you will be doing a great service to our country. And Blue Nose is like, no, I'm gonna be a private vehicle. And then Zero is like, puts a hand on his shoulder and it's like, we've decided that because of your great service towards Big City and how much you love being in the Navy, that we're gonna turn you into a Navy museum for the city. And Blue Nose breaks so instantaneously into both a fit of rage and anger and screaming and like, I don't want to be here and I'm gonna lose my mind. And he just like sits down and is like catatonic for 3 weeks, just sitting on the dock. It is the worst thing that's ever happened to him in his life. He was so ready to be a reef and he was turned into a naval museum. Blue Nose has all of his like components stripped out. He's turned into a museum, and everyone thought he would really love telling like children about like how great the Navy is and try and like convince people to go into the Navy. What Blue Nose actually does is just scream at people, and he becomes great fun for like everyone around Big City. Because no one is realizing how like fucked up the situation is because it's, you know, it's not even the 50s yet. Ugh. And Blue Nose is like upset. He's angry. Most of the time he's just sitting there like staring at his deck or like staring at his hands. He's like upset all the time. He's always arguing with people. The only time that he's ever not sour is when like someone who's like in a Navy uniform shows up and then he's like, oh, thank God, take me home with you, please. But Blue Nose is miserable. And he's gonna be miserable for a while. He's gonna be miserable for a long while, but we'll get back to Blue Nose. moving forward, in December 1947, Zero Marine starts to publish Downhaul magazine as a quarterly update on Big City Port. This is directly correlated to the Moran Company publishing Tow Line, which is one of the nicest magazines I've ever read in my life. It is literally the Moran Company talking about its employees for like 50 pages, like once every quarter. It's very nice. If you like sailing history, I would definitely go read it. But yeah, I think that's like a little Zasha pet project. Zero's giving her a little more responsibility, and she's like, we're going to publish a magazine. And he's like, why would you do that? And then like the first one sells out in a day, and he's like, profit, I see. But yes, I think that's like a nice little thing. In early May of 1948, Captain Zero retires. Zasha Zero takes the role as captain. It has been a long time coming. This is, I believe, 30-something years into his career. Zero finally gets to sit in his apartment and do nothing. He takes his retirement really well. He is well adjusted. He is proud of his little girl. They're still living in that apartment together. He still walks down, across the bridge, comes and sees boys. He can always see what's going on from his apartment, and he hands over that megaphone, and he realizes he's been screaming for the past, 40 years, and he realizes that he's just an old man, and he probably, walks down to his, parents' tailor shop and immediately sits down and starts doing tailor work because that man can never not work a day in his life. And I'm so happy for him for that. I think when Zero retires, it's it's a celebration. I think Star shows up and, hands him a bottle of alcohol that's I've been saving this for, our retirement day for years. And then Zero looks at it and he's like, this is dated before Prohibition, my guy. Where have you been hiding this? I think it's just a very nice moment. I think it's the port. I think the port celebrates Zero retiring and finally being done. And most everyone in the port has forgotten that Zero was the shadiest dude ever and a criminal. And then within a while, they start realizing that Zasha is still doing a little bit of the shady shit because she was raised in it. But she's not doing anything really illegal, and they're like, oh, Zero was fucking us for decades. He was screwing us over. And then Zero is like, but you celebrated that you liked me. Ha ha ha. I think he is just buried. He is just fully soaked in just happiness. And this is the greatest time of his life. And he's going to enjoy his golden years. He's not going to enjoy them long. In 1949, July, Sunshine is purchased by the Harbor Board and turned into an icebreaker. Star's lifelong debt is starting to catch up with him and his completely unmodern fleet. He sells off Sunshine. Specifically, I have him sell off Sunshine because God, Sunshine gets the short end of that stick. Sunshine, the tug that Star basically almost didn't buy. I think Sunshine is really mad about this, and then within 3 weeks of being sold and him realizing his job only exists in the middle of winter and he only has to work 3 weeks out of the year, is I'm enjoying retirement, and he slaps on sunglasses, and he's like, I'm gonna go fuck with Billy Shoepack for a while. And he just starts living his life, and I think that's beautiful for him. In May of 1950, Sunshine is converted to diesel. The harbor board was like, oh god, he is so out of date. And they immediately, like, as soon as the next winter season over, is like, here we go. In late May 1951, Zero Marine buys out a tugboat company in Maine. This is Zero Marine's first steps into the big pond. The Moran Company in 1951 goes to Maine, buys out a company. In late June of 1951, Zircon and Zame are sent to Maine. This is important because the Moran Company, whenever they buy out a new company, they start shuffling employees around, like with the new company and the old company, both to be like, hey, anyone at the old company, do you want to move to one of our other locations? And people do. And then they also try to bring the Moran Company slowly in. They don't just immediately change everything, but they kind of like bring in employees, they bring in a few ships, they like start filling in roles to like help things going forward. And during all of this, it like brings the Moran Corporation in as like a positive entity that bought them out instead of a negative one. I think Zasha would be very wary of Zero Marine becoming something negative outside of people who've known them since the beginning. And Zircon and Zame at this point are in a similar situation as Zaff and Zip were when they were first built, where they're older, they're more world aware, and they're completely happy to start stepping up and like branching out and helping people become Z-Stacks. I think there's a very powerful scene that can be laid out with the original 5 Z-Stacks and my girl Zaff too, because I love her. Like, Zasha mentions she's going to send ships to Maine. And the original Z-Stacks are all standing there, like on the dock, looking up at the megaphone that they've looked up at for years. And they all feel like their stomachs pit, and they all start feeling nervous, and they all start realizing that they don't want to be separated from each other. Because even with, like, Zebedee hating Zoran deep in his soul, even with Zug being the dumbest guy ever, even with, like, Zach talking about how he'd rather, like, gut the people around him than, like, have to, like, be soft with them, I think after so many years that this group would be so tight-knit, and especially because Zasha is both, like, their little girl and who's, like, taking care of them now, that the thought of being separated out of Big City would be, like, too much for them. And not even too much in a, like, they're sobbing and crying, but in a, like, they don't know how they're going to be able to process not being here anymore. And I think Zasha would inherently not want to separate the boys and Zaffre. Or, well, Zaff's one of the boys. I didn't mention that earlier, but Zaff is entirely considered one of the Z-Stacks. She's one of the boys. She's one of Zero's boys. It's a funky gender lesbian thing, but it's also just, like, out of, like, a respectful, like, she is one of them. But Zasha's up there, and she's kind of holding tension, and then she's like, Zircon and Zame are going. And the original Z-Stacks are going to be very sad to lose them because those are they're little guys and they helped raise them. But I feel like splitting up after 30 years, this group of tugboats, like literally 30 years of them all being Z-stacks together, I think that would just be like, just really upsetting. This is also like, I want the Z-stacks to be a found family. I want them to be a found family so badly. And there's cues of them having found family behavior, like in the show. And I think earlier on, they see each other as like, oh, we're all just coworkers. But I think there's a point after, like, especially with the 3 harbor tugs, after you've lived through 2 world wars, you've helped raise like 5 other tugboats at this point, and you've like dealt with so much. There's no way that you're not going to be tight with each other in ways that are just like not going to be able to be like comprehended as like, it's not even like, it's not a romantic thing, it's not a sexual thing, it's like a platonic brotherly warriors bond. And I think that's just something that is really beautiful, and it's something that I really want like represented. Like, even with Zero and Star in this AU, even at their closest, they were never involved in a like traditional romance or a traditional relationship. But these two were so like inter-knit with each other, and they were so close, and they cared so deeply for someone else that it literally, the trust breaking between them created like the divorce of all time. And I think that's like just a theme that I want to like reiterate and continue and talk about for like the rest of time. Honestly, it's about the non-romantic, non-sexual, like traditional relationship, just closeness and togetherness. And I feel like all of these tugboats in both of their fleets like feel that deep in their souls, like with the people around them. But I want the Z-stacks to have that so badly. I want them to be happy, and I want them to be able to commit their little crimes and do it hand in hand as a group. And I feel like threatening that, at least a little bit, just a little bit of poking about it, would make them finally be like, no, we're a family, and we gotta not pretend that we aren't. Even like Zach would be sitting there like, no, I have to admit that after all these years, if I'm separated from these goons who I pretend not to like, that I'm here with them, you know? I think it's a very beautiful thing. The concept of found family is very profound and deep to me, and I think the Z-stacks are just such a good setup for it. Moving on. A couple of years pass, and early in 1954, Captain Star finally retires and sells all assets to Zero Marine. Star's health is kind of a disaster. Star's financials are a disaster. Everything with Star has been a disaster as long as Star has been Star. And in the beginning of 1954, it kind of all hits him at once. Like, his doctor is like, John, you need to retire. You're stressed. Your health is abysmal. Like, you need to find someone to take over the mantle. And he's barely keeping up with the paperwork. He always has been barely keeping up. The financials are bad. Everyone in the Z-stacks is still running on coal, which is just eating into his wallet. and he doesn't know like what to do anymore. So he sets up like a business dinner with Zasha, and Zero tags along because he's like, this is weird. John doesn't set up business dinners. And Star basically just goes, I can't do it anymore. And I've already arranged all of my assets to be merged into Zero Marine. All of my debts are paid enough that it won't crash your company. I want my boys to be together, and I want them to stay together for like the rest of time. That is the only thing that I'm asking of you, to please take over and just like help fix the situation. And Star's like, I'm fully ready to just leave. You don't have to ever see me again. I just need you to promise me this. And Zasha immediately is like, I am setting you up like a trust. I'm setting you up like all of this stuff. I'm making sure that you have a place to live because like you've been living in that office longer than I've been alive. And I'm setting up like all of this stuff. I'm going to make this like a slow transition. I'm going to have you sit down and explain me through every goddamn piece of paperwork in that office. Like, we're going to do this properly, but also take it off of you. And Zero is like, I agree, we're setting up a trust, we're going to set up you like all these profit shares, we're going to make sure that you always have a place to live. I know what your Navy pension is, it's not enough for you to live on. I know like what all of your like financials are, at least based on like the 10-cent side of things. And we're going to make sure that like everything is settled and you're good. And it's Zero being like, there's no need for me to be angry at you anymore. He's still mad, but at the end of the day, Star is admitting defeat. Star's throwing in the towel. And all he wants is the people around him and his boys to be together, and he wants them to be happy. And he doesn't care what that does to him. And Zero recognizes a fellow parent when he sees one. And he knows how deeply Star's life did not go how he wanted. And he wants Star to be happy with what's left of his life because he cares. And Star is like a broken, pathetic man at this point. And it's not them ever reconciling what happened, but it's them, Zero and Star, finally being like, no, you know what? This is a situation where we're working together on this, whether we like it or not, and it's on their terms that they're doing it together. Star is fully ready to just pack a suitcase and start walking after this business dinner. Zasha and Zero say no, because they're the only people that Star has at this point. Even with his sister floating around, I don't think Star would even know where to begin with that one. I think it's it's very stressful for all of them. For Zero and Zasha, them seeing Star like throwing in the towel is like he needs help. Star is very idealistic and he's proud. So him finally giving up, especially because he's not discussed this at all with them before. Again, he's idealistic, he's proud, he does things his way. So him doing this is like more than they could have imagined, because Zero has been in the back of his head, like, when Star is done and Star is like gonna retire, he's gonna disappear in the middle of the night and no one's gonna know what happens to him. And Zasha's been hoping that her domestication stops him from doing that. And yeah, I think this is a good place to end off this part. We are now in the era of Zero Marine. Zero Marine is the only company left in Big City Port. And we will be talking about what happens when Zero Marine is left on its own in the next section. Hello, and welcome to whatever part this is. I don't remember at this point. It's been a minute, but we're back. And we're back in February of 1954. So, Star is retired. Going forward, the first act Zasha makes as captain for the former Star Tugs, before she steps out of her office day one to go stand on that stupid dock that's between the two offices and yell at all of them, as any good captain does. Her first order of business is OJ. OJ is a money pit. He should not be running anymore. Even if they restore him, he's so past due for everything. Once you get to 1954, he's over 100 years old. And he could keep working if you put the money into him. You could theoretically, make him into a diesel tug, but that would just be, dishonest to the guy, because he's existed over 100 years. I believe it's 128 years at this point. And Zasha says to herself, as she's, sitting there the night before, probably pounding back, beers, ready for the hellstorm that is, "Hi, I own you now," to the Star Tugs. She's just OJ can't work anymore. I can't afford to work him as an actual tugboat. He's literally vintage. He's vintage. He's not even vintage. He's prehistoric. And so her first order of business is, OJ, sweetie, don't even fire your engine today. You have no orders. Just relax, bud. Just sit back there and relax. And OJ is yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm good with that. And the other Star Tugs do not take that well. This happens around a week or two after the business meeting that Star retires at, because Zasha and Star and Zero a little bit have gone through all of the finances and the paperwork, and they're okay, we have everything aligned enough for us to start working the contracts while we settle everything else, but Star is no longer captain anymore. He's not in charge. He's still here, but he's not in charge. Within month and a half, Zasha gives Zero a pet project. The pet project is Star has gotten many offers over the years for OJ to be a museum piece. Many museums have contacted him. And Star's only qualm, his only thing, is he wants OJ to stay complete, he wants him to stay in some form of working order, and he wants OJ to not have any massive overhaulage done to him beyond repainting him or putting on fancy fittings or that sort of thing. And with Appleton Hall, who OJ is based off of, Eppie's sister ship, who I can't remember the name of right now, but Eppie's sister ship was the last Tyne paddle steamer. And the National Maritime Museum said, "Hey, we're gonna take this boat, woo!" And what they did was they stripped her to parts and then made her into a display, and everyone was pissed about it. And then over the years, suddenly the museum piece disappeared, and then they, like, stripped her for literally everything except her engine and just, like, scrapped her. And everyone regarded that as a bad move and hated that. And I think Star would be like, if like the big city history museum walked up and is like, hey, by the way, can we have OJ? And Star's like, let me think. What are you gonna do with him? And then they're like, we're gonna strip him down to his engine and put him up on a display. And Star would be like, absolutely fucking not, mate. I'm now going to start yelling at you through the megaphone in the office and make your eardrums bleed. Get out. And I think Zasha also would be like, considering she thinks of all the Z-Sacks are her family, and Star Tugs are also like dear friends to her because she worked with them for close to a decade. And she sees someone come in and be like, ha ha ha, we're gonna walk on in, and if we want OJ, can we strip him down for parts, or like can we like break him apart and make him into like exhibits? And Zasha would be like, fuck no, absolutely not. Star, I understand why you still have him working, even though I don't agree with it. So I think Zasha goes to her world domination board, her 10-step plan. She sorts through all of it, and she's like, Star, we have to give him something to do so he doesn't rot in his office for the rest of time. We need to start pushing him a little bit. We need to get him out of the office, so he needs something to do. And then she turns around and like looks at Zero, who's just trying to like drink scotch and watch the television and ignore her at this stupid board she's had in the living room for the past 10 years. And he's like, don't look at me like that. And she just looks at him and goes, Daddy, I love you so much, and you're the best dad ever, and I think I love you, and you're amazing, and you're so great, and everything is so good, and I love you so much, and you're just the best dad. And he's like, just tell me what you want, please. Stop sucking up to me, you sound like Zug. No one wants to be a Zug. And so Zasha is like, well, what if we made a maritime museum in Big City? And Zero is like, you can't afford an entire museum. You just took on all of Star's debt. And then Zasha's like, well, I know a really smart businessman with big ties to the military and who started the Naval Museum and is super entrenched in all the politics in Big City. And you know so many famous people from your work as commissioner, and you know you're a war here. And then Zero is like, so you want me to go down to the mayor's office and start bribing people? Is that what I'm hearing? And Zasha is like, yeah. And what if we made Captain Star involved too? It would give him something to do, and we'll put OJ there, and it'll be great. And Zero is sitting there, and he's like, all right, anything for my little girl. Give me my briefcase. It's because he is a champion. He is a winner. And Zasha like cheers and goes back to her world domination board and like puts a gold star next to like Zero and is like, did good things to help me with my domination of the world. And Zero just goes back to watching fucking Looney Tunes because it's like the 50s. And like, so Zero spends basically all of January and most of February just absolutely bureaucrating his way through the city, getting funding and working with all these people and being like, we need to protect history and our sailing routes are so important. He's like, I hope no one realizes I'm not a sailor because I am bullshitting to the newspapers. And like, Star has no idea that any of this is happening. OJ barely knows that it's happening because he's just been sleeping for a month. He's like, I'm done working. Conks out. Old man moments. And all this going on, yay. And in mid-February, OJ is donated to the newly formed Big City Maritime Museum. Big ceremony, it's on TV. The handshakes, Zasha is there in her little Z-Stacks uniform, and Zero is also there, and like Stars somewhere in the background, because he's like, oh yes, I have to see OJ off, and like Lucky Jr., who's now like Lucky the Second or whatever, is like, hey, I'm also here. And this is a development between the last time I recorded something and this time, but doing more research based on all the information I have about the real life Moran company and what Eugene Moran was doing, which Eugene Moran is Captain Zero, the Captain Zero we know, and he's not, but he is, and all of that. Captain Zero is 100% pals with Joseph Kennedy. They met. There's no way they didn't meet during the Second World War at minimum, and there's no way they didn't meet during like way earlier in the timeline. And I think it'd be real funny if like one of the Kennedys is standing back there, because Zasha's like, yay. Zasha and JFK are the same age also. Like, they're off by like 2 years, like 1 or 2 years. Just think about that. That is all I'm saying about that. But I'm sure just so much could happen with this idea. I want everyone else to think about it, because I haven't fully developed it yet. But it might go on Timeline 2.0 at some point. Anyways. Handshake deal, Zero's girl bossing it up, Zasha is girl bossing it up even harder. OJ is like, I have a new place to live. This is nice. Naval Museum, or not Naval, Maritime Museum, yay! And then he's like, oh god, am I gonna be moored next to Blue Nose for the rest of the time? And then they're like, no, Blue Nose is staying at his old mooring, it's okay. He won't hurt you. And then OJ's like, okay, I'm good with this, yay! Just lots of fun, like fun, nice. All the former Star tugs are like, woo, we're gonna do like a salute, and it's like all publicized. It's one of those like, the harbor, and the town loves the harbor, and we're a harbor town. Just yay. Another thing about the Maritime Museum, so we've mentioned the radios in the past in these videos. I personally believe that Zero immediately sets up a radio like setup in the Maritime Museum, and everyone is like, so why are you doing that? And Zero is like, just look at me, just talk with me for a minute. The boats are gonna get restless if they have nothing to do, because they normally do nothing but work and sleep with like afternoons off, right? So if we give them an emergency radio, that gives them something to focus on. And then imagine you're like a ship or a sailor who's sinking, and you phone into Big City, and you hear the calming voice of OJ talking you through what's going on, and trying to calm you down with stories from over a century of experience, and like talking about galleons and sailing ships and you know, this voice of reason, and then when OJ needs a break, he can pass it to, like, the next tugboat in line, and they can sit and explain and talk to you and get the help that you need because they understand what's happening and they've been there. And everyone goes, oh my god, it's boat enrichment, you're a genius. And Zero is like, I am a genius. Ah! And then he still sits by his radio every night for like 3 hours because he's been doing that since the 20s. But it means a lot. I think that is a very beautiful thing. Later, in 1954, Star, who has been pretty much a hermit, as he always is, in his office, because that office building's gonna stick around for a while yet, and he's still in there. Basically, if Star leaves that office, he's just gonna pick up his suitcase and walk off into, like, the bog. And Zasha really doesn't want that to happen. Zero is... He likes to say that he doesn't care, but if that happened, he would probably feel a little bad about it. I finally have more ideas about Lucky. Lucky would also feel sad about that. And that's like all the people that Star has. And his boys would be fucking upset. So they let him stay in the office while Zasha is working on like phase 6 of Star domestication. But Star, in April of 54, is put in charge of vessel care and curation of the Big City Maritime Museum and the Big City Naval Museum. Zasha was like, we need to give Star an activity because he is rotting in that office and he is now getting regular paychecks and he's still only eating like soup and drinking a beer every night and then sleeping on a couch. Like, he needs something. This is also around the time when Zasha basically, like, picks her father up by the back of the neck, by the scruff of the neck, and sits him down in Star's office and goes, you need to figure out how to make him not look homeless, make him, like, be able to interact with people, and you need to make it so that he can leave his house without being really, 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 really pathetic and sad. And Zero is like, you are asking me to perform a miracle. I'm gonna fit him for a new suit, and that's gonna be the end of it. And what Zero does is, like, drag Star down to the tailor shop for a few weeks before this, and is like, okay, so you're gonna get back into knitting, start knitting now, because you are doing activities and you're gonna like it. And Star is like, okay, and then Zero is like, furiously, as his, like, parents are watching, and they're, like, so proud of their little boy for finally getting into the tailor's business, but also they're like, oh my god, what are we watching? Our boys are fighting because I don't know if I've mentioned it, but Zero's parents fully adopted Star in like in the 1910 when they first met him, and Zero has been pissy about it for the rest of his life. But they're like, wow, the tension between these two is wild. But Zero is like, you are wearing the coat you stole from me in 1913. You are wearing the shirt that I bought you in 1912. And, like, you're wearing shoes that I'm pretty sure I made you buy in, like, World War II because I noticed that your boot had a hole in it. So, Mr. Star, we're dressing you up like a human again. And then Star refuses to wear more than his same 2 shirts and 2 pairs of pants and his coat he stole. because that is what he looks like and that is what he wears. And Zero is like chewing glass, but eventually Star puts on a different shirt. And then Zero is like, okay, so we're teaching you how to, like, you can have your hair long, but we're teaching you how to braid it. And then Star's like, your daughter taught me how to braid it when I babysat her once in, like, 1926. And then he starts doing it, and Zero is like, God, you're weird. What the fuck, man? Oh, I hate you. And then eventually Zasha is like, drags Star down to the museum, and he's like, and she's like, hey, you're a curator now, and you get to take care of the boats. Do whatever you want. And Star is like, I don't know how to do that. And then Zasha is like, it's easy. You can't possibly fuck up something where all the money is already allotted to you, and the budget people hand you a budget, and they say, do whatever you want with this money. This is how much money you get to do each thing. There's no way you can mess this up. And he struggles for, like, the first year to not fuck up all of the paperwork and, like, actually do curation. But he gets it eventually, and then he's like, do you mean I get to sit here and talk to OJ all day, and then occasionally classrooms of children come in, and I can tell them Navy war stories? And I can lie to them and tell them that I was cooler than I really was? And Zasha's like, if you want to lie to children, go for it. And Star's like, woo! And he loves that job. And he finally, the domestication is going forward. He is interacting with people. He still has not left the port. He's still in the port, but he's interacting with people. So, good for him. He's finally making it up in the world. Moving forward. In late September of 1955, Zasha gets married. Zasha is no longer Zasha Zero. She is Zasha's, or her full name would be, she's no longer Zasha Sadie Zero. She is Zasha Sadie Zero Rothschild. I haven't given her, well, I gave her husband a first name. It was David, and then I realized I've named like 4 TUGS OCs David, so he's gonna get a new name eventually. But the only thing important is his last name is Rothschild. Zero does not like the man at all. Zero, not a fan. And he kind of sucks because it's the 1950s and he's a young man, the same as Zasha is a young woman. So he came back from World War II and had trauma. And that's the most you need to know about that. Zasha stays in the family apartment. That's her, like, one thing. She doesn't want to leave her father because she knows if she leaves that man alone, all he will do is eventually haul himself up into a single room, probably the kitchen, and do nothing but make himself tuna sandwiches and listen to his radio. And Zasha is like, yeah, so we need to give him enrichment and people to talk to every day because otherwise he will never leave this house. And her husband is like, okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. And so her and the husband move in to the apartment when they get married. And Zero is like, yay, my baby girl is staying. I fucking hate her husband. Her husband sucks. Zero has not hated all of Zasha's boyfriends, but she hates the one that she married. So, moving on. In July of 1956, 10 cents blows an engine and is converted to diesel. Zasha did not immediately run to the races and convert all of the star tugs over. There was pretty much no, like, amount of money that she could throw at the fleet immediately and not just immediately tank the entire company. Because Star basically was in disrepair forever. I mean, if you even think about back in the show, like in Quarantine, Star was literally hemming and hawing and trying to convince himself not to sell his tugboats for scrap because he couldn't afford to fix them, and eventually he's like, fine, OJ did a good job, go get a new engine. And he probably should have done that if he spent the entire first half of that episode being like, if I scrap OJ, I'll get money. Because, like, that man was persisting off soup and, like, cans of soup, one a day, and dreams. Let's be real here. 10 cents. 10 cents did not take being a Z-Stack very well. He will never fully accept that he's now a Z-Stack. The second his engine blows, he's like, fine, I'll go to the Naval Museum and hang out with Captain Star and OJ all day. And then Zasha is like, 10 cents? I'm not gonna get rid of you. I think you're the greatest tugboat in the world because you're 10 cents and you're you. And go down to Lucky's yard. We're gonna convert you into diesel. And 10 cents loses it. He's not happy. He doesn't want to be a Z-Stack. He doesn't want to be owned by Captain Zero. As much as he thinks Zasha is way nicer than the old Captain Zero, he still hates her guts because that's Captain Zero. He hates that he's, like, spending time with the other Z-Stack. He hates that he has to take orders from Zoran. That's the worst part of all of this. He is convinced that just being associated with the Z-Stacks makes him a criminal because Star gave him some trauma about that back in 1913. It's just a disaster is what it is. And 10 cents doesn't want to be a diesel tug. He thinks being a diesel tug is gonna, like, ruin him and he'll never be able to work right again and he's gonna, like, whatever. And then he sits in Lucky's yard fuming and, like, being worked on. And at some point during all of this work, he's like, I could never go to the museum. Sitting here for, like, 3 months is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. And he kind of goes, okay, I'm still mad that I'm a Z-Stack. However, I do like that I still do things. So, I'm still gonna complain, but I'm not gonna keep biting Zoran whenever he, like, gives me orders. And I'm gonna stop calling Zasha names. And it's like, it's a little bit, but over the years, 10 cents kind of adjusts, but he does not like being a Z-Stack, and he will never like being a Z-Stack. He's tugboat number 9. Zurkon and Zane kept their numbers because they kind of transfer between, like, Zero ports. As of right now, there's only the ports in Maine and Big City. But they kind of transfer between ports, so their home port's always going to be Big City. And they were the last 2 of the Z-Stacks to get numbers, because after the Zero Marine starts expanding outside of Big City, they stop numbering ships. So the only ones with numbers are, like, original Big City. So when Zero Marine basically gets all of the star tugs. The star tugs do get numbers, but they start from where Zame ended, Zame being 8. So 10 cents is 9. Big Mac is 10. 10. Top Hat is 11. Warrior is 12. And Hercules is 13. Grampus, who is still around, I have like not mentioned Grampus at all, but he's just vibing. He's auxiliary vessel 1, so Grampus, being the last star fleet member, gets to become number 1, and 10 cents is now number 9, and 10 cents is also mad about that. 10 cents bit Lucky when Lucky was like, okay, we're gonna take the 1 off now, and 10 cents lost it. He was not happy. I love 10 cents. I love the idea that 10 cents is like a genuinely nice little boy, and he's like a good man, and he has like this very strong moral code, and he's like a great leader, and he has great skills like in harbor, and he's a master switcher, but his temper is just untamable, and his temper is entirely just Star's untamable temper, except a million times more ridiculous, because 10 cents blows everything out of the water. So that's my 10 cents is silly rant. In September of 56, Zero Marine expands into Ballymore, which is Baltimore, Norland, which is Norfolk, and then Filmerson, which is a town in Pennsylvania that I can't remember what the analog is. I think I stopped giving them silly names at some point, or if I do give them silly names, I make it a little more clear. But yes, very fun. Coming into 57, March of 57. This directly goes with the real life history of Hercules, because Hercules was a real ship. In 1957, Hercules is made an auxiliary standby tug. So Hercules still does an amount of work. He still gets fired up occasionally, but he is no longer on ocean runs, and he's no longer on like super big jobs unless he has to be. He does like car floats, or they're like, hey, we need a tug to do dredging. Do you want to go do dredging? And Hercules is like, please, I have been sitting here for a week. Like that kind of thing. But Hercules at this point is real old. His engine is probably toasted. He had a Navy career long before he was in the Star Tugs. He had a long career with the Stars, doing God knows what, tramping around the world. And at this point, he is just a tired old man. And he's like, yeah, I'll do the occasional run up to Maine to get lobsters, and I will do the occasional, like, tow of, like, a liner, but I understand that I'm done. And Zasha is like, I don't want to just get rid of you because you are kind of really valuable, and also Star kind of made me promise that I can't get rid of you, and the museum doesn't want you, so you're auxiliary now. And Hercules is like, cool, and then he puts on like a straw hat, and then he goes sits next to Sunshine, who has been tanning over, like 20 feet away for the past like 20 years. Fun stuff. Not 20 years, like 10 years. Come on. Mr. Klinger is joining us for some recording. So, 1957, July. Zora is born. Zora is Zasha's oldest daughter and the first grandchild of Captain Zero. Zasha was reading through baby name books and she saw the name Zora and she said, if I have a girl, her name is going to be Zora. And her husband hand waved and said, yes, that's nice, dear. And Zero was like, well, that's a cute name. And they didn't think about it any deeper than that. And they kind of were like, let's keep the name secret. Like, ooh. And Zasha has her child and is like, wow, this little baby girl and I love her and everything's great. And she like walks down to Zero Marine while she's on maternity leave, and like Captain Zero is sitting down there like playing cards with like Zip and Zoran, who are also like having the afternoon off or whatever. And Zero is like, sweetheart, why are you down here with an infant? And Zasha is like, oh, I just had to bring her down and come meet like her uncles. And then Zero is like, oh my god, but this is starting over, isn't it? And Zasha like walks over to Zoran and is like, you want to hold her? And Zoran is in tears and he is like, I want to hold the baby so bad, what's her name? And Zasha is like, her name's Zora. And Zoran is like, that is the most adorable name ever. And he is just in tears and holding this infant because like his little baby girl has had a baby girl now, and like Uncle Zoran is losing his mind. And then all the other ships in Zero Marine kind of sit for a minute and then they start to snicker a little bit. And eventually, whole dock is laughing their asses off. And they're like, oh my god. Zasha named her child after Zoran. And then Zasha kind of comes to and is like, oh my god. I named my daughter after the tugboat who, like, saved my life as an infant and I didn't realize it. And Zoran is none the wiser, and he is losing his mind, and he is playing with the infant, and this is the greatest day of his life. And Zero is like, oh my god. You can't name children after boats. You name the boats after the children. That's how it works. I know very little about boats, but I know this. And it's too late now, Zora. And Zasha is like, I named my baby after a boat. And then she's like, damn right I named my baby after a boat. Zoran's a great guy. And then she's in denial for a little while. And then she's like, wouldn't it be funny if I had more children? And then I kept their name on a theme. And she doesn't reveal this plan to anyone, but keep that in mind. Moving on. In 1958, July, Zero Marine expands into Docksmore. This is, like, 5th port, I believe, that Zero Marine exists in. There is a lot of tugboats now, let me tell you. But moving on. December of 1958. Zachary is born. Zasha laughed her way all the way into the delivery room with this one. She had an entire laundry list of names picked out and was like, here are alternate versions of all of the boats in port. And she had her little baby boy put in her arms and she's like, this is Zachary. And then yet again she comes down a few weeks later during her maternity leave and is like, look everyone, Zachary. And Zach looks over and he's like, why the fuck did you do that? I am violent, I am nasty, I have a terrible record, I'm a womanizer, I am gross, And then Zasha hands the baby to him, and he's like, okay, this is fine. I'm okay with this. But this joke will continue. Zero is so pissed about this. He was so pissed that his boats were bullying him into naming Zip and like sticking with the Z names, and he was so mad that Zoran named his daughter, gave her a Z name, and now he lives every day and he gets up and he's like, I'm gonna help take care of the kids, and then he looks at Zora and he's like, I can't deal with this anymore. I'm gonna lose it. He loves his grandkids. He is the most involved grandfather of all time, and he's having a blast about it. But in the back of his mind, he's like, why is it the Z names? It's always with the Z names. He just can't win. So moving forward, in July of 1960, Zebediah is born, second grandson of Captain Zero and second son of Zasha. Zebedee is the proud receiver of the, do you want to hold the kid? While he's like, why'd you do that? And then he's like, oh yeah, this is fine. So, moving on. In 1961, finally have some more events. In March, late March, Zasha's divorce happens. Zasha's divorce happens because earlier in 1961, Zasha and her husband get into an argument. That argument leaves Zasha in, like, teary-eyed and having a bad time. And her father, who was listening in, goes to have a chat with her husband around 1 a.m. At around 3 a.m., there is a tugboat fired up at Zero Marine, and Zoran goes on a little nightly stroll to Demder Rocks, and her husband is never seen again. In March of 1961, Zero, with some suspicious paperwork, files a divorce from Mr. Rothschild from another state and mails that letter to Zasha, and Zasha is like, my husband's divorcing me after walking out like 3 months ago. And Zero is like, oh baby, it's okay. And then she looks at him and she kind of squints, and she like, Zero starts kind of sweating a little bit, and she's like, so my husband disappeared several months ago, and he's divorcing me from another state, huh? And Zero nods and kind of grits his teeth and is like, yeah. And then Zasha is like, okay, Dad, that's sure what happened. At least, you know? And then she goes and, like, sits in, like, another room of the house for a while. And she sits there, and she's like, I didn't like my husband anyways. You know what? This is for the best. And never, like, thinks about it again. Good for her. But yes, Zasha had a very interesting divorce. In early June of 1961, Zero Marine starts rebuilding its headquarters. Star is moved into the Zero household. Captain Zero was enjoying his retirement. They were the golden years of his life, and they were here. He was doing harbor board activities. He goes down to his parents' tailor shop still throughout the years. He's doing management. His parents are probably gone by now, but it's all just things for him to keep himself busy. And he goes down to the Maritime Museum and helps with their accounting, because we remember he was an accountant to begin all of this. And he is taking care of his grandkids, and he's having a great time. And he got to kill his daughter's husband like 6 months ago, so he's having a great time. And then Zasha walks up to her world domination board, and she's like, Dad, you know how I'm rebuilding Zero Marine? And Zero goes, you did not tell me you were rebuilding Zero Marine, but go on. And she smiles, and she like pulls a like tarp down, and like the star domestication plan comes down, and then there's like a crude children's drawing, and it's the star tug and marine like exploded with like stick figure Captain Star dead, and then Zero Marine is like double sized, and then there's like an arrow pointing at like a little shed, and it says the boathouse, and Zero is like, no, you're not doing it. And Zasha goes, I am building the boathouse, because Zasha has been obsessed with the boathouse. It's a house for the boats, and a boathouse is a real thing, and she thinks that it is the greatest thing ever, and she came up with this when she was 4. And Zero is like, so is Star staying in the boathouse? And Zasha goes, no, he's not. And Zero is like, okay, so is he moving into like my parents' old house? I know we've been renting that out for a few years. And then Zasha is like, no, he is not. And Zero feels his stomach start pitting out, and he is like, Zosh, baby girl, where is Star moving? And Zasha smiles at him, completely saccharine and sweet, and she's like, Daddy, how would you like a roommate? And Zero immediately stands up and like flips the coffee table and starts like screaming at her. And she is just smiling away, and she's like, I knew you wouldn't like this, Father, because I know you, and I know that you hate this man, and except he's my little silly, and he's my pet project. Microphone started falling off my stand, sorry. And she goes, Daddy, I knew you weren't gonna like this. So I had Star pack up all of his stuff, and he's in the hallway right now, and he's moving in, and I'm pregnant also, so I already have like the nursery set up in one of the other rooms, and our options are we can move Star in with one of the kids, which I don't want to do that, or Star can be my roommate. He can move into my room. Zero's like, absolutely fucking not, he isn't. And then Zasha just smiles so saccharinely and is like, Daddy, can he move into your room? And Zero like kicks the couch over and starts screaming again. And then after this whole thing, like, he gets all of his anger out, and like the living room is like trash. He's like, You are lucky that I love you, young lady. We're finding him somewhere else to live. This is temporary. And Zasha's like, thank you. And then she moves Star in with, like, his one box of, like, clothes and his, like, knickknacks from years of, like, Hercules sending knickknacks back. And she's like, okay. And then she, like, plops him down with his, like, ratty-ass old bed that got moved with him. And Hercules is here moving him because he didn't have work today. And Zasha's like, okay, now play nice. And then she goes to work, leaving Zero, like, taking care of the kids, and Star just sitting ever so awkwardly in, like, the corner of the living room as Zero, like, puts it back together. And Star is like, I am so sorry. So I didn't plan on this. And Zero was like, I know you didn't plan on this. I'm killing my daughter later. And Zero thankfully never kills his daughter because he loves her too much. And Zero, he grits his teeth and he deals with it. And Zasha keeps telling him, oh yeah, I'm looking for an apartment for him. She is not. She's absolutely not looking for an apartment for that man. You know what she is doing? She is going, he. Star is now out of the port, and I have put him with my father, and now phase 10 of Captain Star domestication, the secret phase, can start. And then she, like, pulls another layer off of her world domination board, and it's like domestication of Ruben Zero. And Zero is now looking at it in the corner of the living room, and he's like, what if I killed her? I'm strangling her. I'm breaking my vow to be a good father. She's dead. And he just hates every minute of it. He doesn't like it. The grandkids love Star, and Star spends all of his time whinging, like, sea stories to them. I like, Zora is a couple years old, so she's, like, toddling around. At some point, one of those children hits Star with, like, a familial term. One of them calls him, like, Grandpa. And do you know what? Zero strangles the man instantaneously. Star had nothing to do with it. Hits him with a chair. It's all over. Those two spend so long in that house just feuding, because Zero doesn't want him to be in his house, but Zasha said that he lives here now, and Zero has to be polite because his baby girl said that Star is living here now. And Star is pushing every button in Zero's, like, entire body. He's like, this is funny. I'm gonna fuck with him because he doesn't like this anyways, but there's nothing he can do about it. And I'm still mad about the fact he lied to me about being in the mafia in 1913. And those two, they're terrible. They make each other worse, and it's beautiful. It is the old man friendship for the ages, except, like, Zero is slowly learning just how far downhill Star's entire, like, processing of his life is gone. Because, like, Star is like, oh, I'm hungry, and he pulls, like, a random can out of the cabinet and starts eating it, and then Zero is like, are you gonna heat that up? And Star is like, I don't know what this is. I think it says gefilte fish. It kind of tastes gross. And then he just keeps eating it, and Zero is like, are you kidding me? Are you going to do are you just going to eat random cans out of my cabinet for the rest of your life? And Star is like, well, I'm not going to make you take care of me. And Zero is like, I am entirely taking care of you now. Yeah, you're going to start eating with the family. Because he just gets so, like, mystified and, like, pissed off about it. And it's like he's looking at this sailor who lied about his age and was just, like, eating random shit and crashing on his couch when he got shore leave again. And he's like, this man has not aged past 17. Oh my god. And then, like, there's other things where Zero is like, Mr. Star, I would like to ask, have you been wearing that shirt for 3 days? And then Star looks down and he's like, actually, I've been wearing it for 2 weeks. And then Zero, like, warps out of time and reality and is like, you've been what? And then Star is like, I mean, it's fine. And then Zero, like, has an aneurysm and is like, we're buying you new clothes. I know I bought you new clothes like 10 years ago, but I can't handle it. And then he, like, Star at one point is like, man, my bangs is getting too long, as he's like standing in the kitchen, like attempting to help Zero with dinner. And then he just like reaches up and like rips some of his hair in half, and Zero is like, are you telling me you have been giving yourself haircuts, and those haircuts are you just ripping your hair? And then Star is like, no, sometimes I take out my pocket knife and cut it, but I don't have my pocket knife on me right now. And then Zero just like walks to his room, lays down, screams into a pillow, walks back out, is like, we're going to a barber! John, what have you been doing? This is the final phase of Star's domestication, which is put him with someone who is just gonna get so frustrated and so angry at just everything that Star does, and is going to finally kick him of all that last level, that last layer of problems that Star has with being a human, because he just does not process or function being a real human. And then Zero is like, he insists that Star is still his like greatest enemy and rival. But throughout all of this, like, you cannot be like dragging a man to a barbershop and being like, we're going to teach you about shaving and razors in your like 50s, John. And Zero is like, God, I'm starting to get along with him again, aren't I? And then that is just going on forever in the background. It's beautiful. These two are, there's so much wrong with them, and I love it. Moving forward, in September of 1961, Zipporah is born. The final daughter, or son, the final son of Zasha, back to Zero. She changed the name in the divorce. Good for her. It is terrible timing, because another thing coming forward, but Zip gets his moment where Zasha walks into the dock and she's holding the baby, and all of the tugboats are like, oh my god, which one is it? Is it gonna be Zug? She's named after the first 3, so this is number 4, and she's not having any more kids. She's divorced, or at least like she might get remarried and have more kids, like, I don't know. And that's like a whole thing going on. And Zasha smiles and walks up to Zip and is like, do you want to hold the baby? And Zip's like, yeah, woo! And he like picks up the baby and he's like, yeah, woo, baby! And is just enamored. And he's like, yeah, I had a baby named after me. And then Zug starts throwing a fit, and he's like, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm not the next one? And then Zasha looks at him and is like, if I have another kid, maybe I'll name it after you, Zug, but I did get, like, a hysterectomy when the baby was born. And then Zug is like, falls onto his knees, is like, no! I thought I would be the special boy once. And Zasha's like, God, Zug is pathetic and silly. Of course I didn't name a kid after you, Zug. You suck. Everyone hates you. And Zaff is in the back like, I'm happy to be here. is beautiful. Zip is losing his mind because baby is named after him. Beautiful moments. But Zasha is on maternity leave the boathouse got pushed back by a while, and Zasha did not know she was pregnant when this started. So Zero Marine, in the middle of this, is finished being rebuilt. The old fish warehouse and the new Dewey, or the old Dewey building, are torn down, and they built this mega complex, and there's now like a nice office section, and then off to the side, there's a half of it that is like, that seems a little big for just being like, you know, the headquarters of the Zero Marine. That's the boathouse. The boathouse is Zasha's baby and her pet project. Zasha loves the boathouse dearly. All the tugs have like assigned places. Some of them are like, and she's worked out like who's roommating with who and who gets a private room and who doesn't get a private room, and she makes sure that like, and they have a kitchen and they have like a dining room and a game room, and Zasha had so much fun designing this boathouse for all of the boats. And literally all of the boats are like, why would I move into the boathouse? I'm a boat. And then Zasha's like, you're all moving in there and you're gonna like it, and this is my dream, and this is everything to me. And then like everyone is like, Zasha, why would we move into the boathouse? And then Zasha's like, okay, you don't have to move into the boathouse, okay, but like you can play cards in there. Look, I got you all a nice card table. You don't have to sit on the dock with crates and play cards every night in the cold and when it's raining and when it's snowing. And then like the Z-Stacks, who literally every night play a poker game and have for the past like 40 years, are like, but we like the crate. We have a nice oil lamp, and that's good for us. And Zasha is like, and this is like the only time I'm gonna mention shipping stuff. But Zip Sense is a thing in this AU, and Zip is like 10 cents. There's a bedroom in there, and we don't have to argue about whose ship we're gonna stay on, and we can finally stop having this fight we've been having for literally like a decade at this point. And then 10 cents is like, that is a good point. And then Zip is like, gives Zasha like 2 thumbs up and is like, everyone, me and 10 cents are moving into the boathouse. And then they're like, wow, okay, Zasha's doing good. And then slowly Zip starts like shuffling people in, and then Hercules is like, why would I go sit on my ship all day when there's a nice couch in here? And then like other ships like Sunshine starts showing up because for half of the year he doesn't do shit, and is like, yeah, I'll chill out in the boathouse. Oh, there's a room for me, that's nice. And Zasha is like, yes, the boathouse. And then like Zoran, Zebedee, and Zach, as stubborn as those old fucks ever will be, are sitting in the middle of a blizzard playing cards. And then like Zoran stands up and screams and throws his cards and is like, let's go inside. And then Zebedee and Zach follow suit and are like, yeah. And then they walk inside drenched, and everyone else looks over and they're playing like Parcheesi, and they're like, you want to play? And they're like, yeah. and it takes a while, but it happens, and oh boy, is it fun. This also, we are getting into the 60s, and technology is been pretty consistent and is going to stay pretty consistent, but this is where something important happens, and I am going to pull something up real quick just to make sure that I get this right. Let me look. I opened the wrong folder because I am a silly goose. Here it is. So the ships, the ships in Big City, a lot of them have been perfectly fine with technology up until this point. around when the boathouse exists, they start getting more indoctrinated into common human technology, and a good portion of them understand what's going on. You have your Zips, your 10 Senses, Grampus, Zaffre, Zebedee, even Zoran for the most part. They understand the technology they're being handed. And you have ships like OJ, who are just so old and barely understood how electricity works, so if you put him in front of a microwave, he gets scared. Or Old Man. Old Man is literally called Old Man. Zug should not be trusted around electronics, but that's because Zug is stupid. Billy Shoepack, who's still floating around having a grand old time, is oh yeah, if you put a spoon in the microwave, it blows up. And then everyone is like, is that why you have 6 microwaves sitting on your deck? And Billy's like, yeah. And then they're like, God. And then very specifically, and I'm going to point these out because they're funny to me. Blue Nose is entirely tech literate because he's like, I might as well exist and be tech literate. Also, I was cutting edge Navy technology, and I've always been working with high tech stuff. So, Blue Nose has that going for him. Him and Zip are the most tech literate out of all of them, because Zip and Zaffre both kind of grow with a lot of new technology. So in the 20s, they were introduced very young to a bunch of stuff that was brand new. TV, radio, record players, that sort of thing. Movies were the big hot deal. So they don't have too bad of a time adjusting. 2 tugboats who adjust horribly to technology. Big Mac thinks at some point that all technology is out to get him, and he firmly believes this and thinks that technology is stupid and basically becomes a Luddite. Good for him. Zach, in his mellowing since his near-death experience, in the same form as Zero kind of mellows out. At this point, the man is just a grandfather and playing with his grandkids every day. And Zach is kind of going along those lines. And, around when they get a record player, Zach is how do I make it make sound? And then Zip is Zach, just put the record on, and you press the button, and then you put the arm on, and it spins, and the sound comes out. And Zach kind of gets that. Zach kind of understands what's going on with that, but he doesn't fully get it right. And they're all a little concerned for Zach, because they're like, Zach, it's pretty simple. And Zach is like, I think I get it. I think I understand. But as time goes on, it's not going to be so clear that he actually does understand what's going on. We have a fun thing coming up, which is in May 1962, Zero Marine adds CB radio equipment to all active ships. Zach understood how the emergency radio worked. Zach can kind of get the record player working. Zach understands how to dial 911 in case of an emergency. Zach needs that radio placed in his wheelhouse explained to him. Not once, not twice, not even 3 times. He needs it explained to him until they pick a radio channel for Zach to stay on, and they teach him how to turn it on and how to turn it off. And they go, oh my God, Zach, what in the fuck is wrong with you? And Zach is like, I don't know. And slowly he starts putting like sweaters on, and he starts like reading the newspaper every morning with Zip at breakfast, and everyone is like, oh my god, it happened. Zach domesticated and he became the dumbest old man ever. And Zach is like, oh no, I don't want to be a dumb old man. And then he's like, I'm going to learn how to use my radio. And then he deep fries the thing. He absolutely trashes it trying to change a channel. And they're like, oh my god, we are going to tape paper in front of it so he can literally press the on and off button. And that is it. And we will do everything in our power to make sure that he does not keep blowing up radios. And that is the start of Zach is just functionless with technology, and he is just becoming a domesticated old man. And Zero starts hearing about this from Zasha, and Zero is like, you domesticated Zach. How much crime have you been doing? Are you keeping up with your crime quotas, dear daughter? And Zasha is like, honestly, the crime isn't that profitable anymore. It's just more profitable just to be an evil capitalist. And Zero is like, oh my god, you have uncrimed my crime boats. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. And for the rest of time, Zero starts to seethe under his breath. What, my crime boats aren't crime boats anymore. And he starts to see his family legacy of crime fading into like the ether, and he's like, ooh. And then he looks, and then he sees Zoran like shoplifting, and he's like, okay, I'm good. I can live with this. This isn't the end of that. In February 1963, Warrior bursts his engine and is sold as a utility tug to the harbor board for sanitation services. He is converted to diesel. Warrior gets his dream job. All he gets to do is hang out with Lord Stinker all day and move garbage and help with sewage issues and work with the sanitation department and do all of the... He gets to hang out at municipal garbage with Jack the Grappler and a very, very, very elderly Mr. Crap and Shit. God, I love that man. And Lord Stinker is there, and Warrior is like, this is the greatest day of my life. And everyone is like, God, Warrior is insane, but Godspeed, Warrior. And Warrior is like, yeah, I get to be the garbage tug. And it is a beautiful day for everyone. Moving forward, in 1964, end of September, early October. Can you pick what you want to do, little man? In late September, early October, 1964, Zero Marine expands into Port Aprile. That is all. We move a few more years. In 1966, August, Grampus is donated to the Big City Maritime Museum and used as a joint exhibit with the Naval Museum. Grampus is like, finally, my years are over, and scuba diving has gotten much better, so I'm not really that needed for salvage and stuff anymore. Everything's grand. And then he goes to the Maritime Museum, and they, like, do all of his parts, and they're like, we're gonna make you a little tour, and Grampus is like, yay, this is fun. And then he's, like, dragged out over by where Blue Nose has been for the past 20-odd years, and Blue Nose is, like, in a form of, like, weird trance state of, like, screaming and being upset, and Grampus is like, please, please, take me back to the Maritime Museum, and like within a month, Blue Nose has become so fucking like weird and unstable, more than normal, and they're like, Blue Nose's shell shock seems to be really weird. And then they take Grampus back to the Maritime Museum, and they're like, we'll drag you out there for like events and stuff, but yeah, you don't have to live over there with Blue Nose, because you seem to really upset him for some reason. And Blue Nose goes back to his like normal weird catatonic state, and everyone is like, man, Blue Nose is so silly. And then there's like a laugh track, and like Vietnam's is like going on in the background, and like PTSD is becoming a thing, and no one is noticing yet. But, and we will get back to it later. Moving forward, in December late December back in 69, Big Mac is donated to an upriver maritime museum and converted to an excursion ship. Big Mac was not a big fan of becoming an excursion ship, but it's fine. He gets to hang out upriver, and he comes down to Big City all the time, and Star was fucking pissed about that at first, and then he realized Big Mac was happy, and he was like, okay, fine, I get to see him occasionally. But Big Mac just lives his happy old life, doing excursions. People hold weddings on him. He sees Boomer every once in a while, and he's like, man, what a weird ship. And then Boomer is like, man, what a weird ship. And then they kind of like look at each other as they pass by. And it is beautiful. Also, Big Mac deals with Billy Shoepack all the fucking time again. He's so mad. That is the worst part, but he's not that far upriver, just a couple of towns. Moving on. In 1975, Hercules is acquired by the Big City Maritime Museum. He finally did it. Hercules is no longer an active tug. They drag him down to the Maritime Museum, they spruce him up, fix up his engine a little bit, and they're like, Hercules, you get to now do little tours, and you get to hang out with OJ all day, Grampus, and Hercules is like, this is great, I love this. And he's just having a grand old time. And he gets to also just tell weird stories with everyone, and it is just nice for him. In late 1975, in December, Lily is decommissioned. Coast Guard no longer needs her. They have a light beacon out in front of Demdur Rocks. Lily is made into a touring and excursion ship. This is based on the real Nantucket, so we will be getting back to her a little later, but she just starts having a grand old time. She gets to start seeing the world and going places, and it's great. It's a great time for her. In late October, early November of 76, the Z-Stacks CB radio chatter starts to get listened in by the people of Big City during the CB radio boom due to the oil crisis of 73. The Z-Stacks and the tugboats and general boats of the Big City harbor start to become local icons. It's not super big, but this is a thing that happened. It's not directly like, oh, ships got really popular. But if you ever think about, like, in the late 70s, there was a ton of, like, content and media about, like, truckers. That was the oil crisis of 73. So truckers had been using CB radio to communicate for years. And basically when the oil crisis happened, a lot of people started picking up their own CB radios for like private use in cars and listening into truckers. Now in Big City, the Z-Stacks have been using CB radio for years at this point. And at this point, they just chatter all the goddamn time and are comfortable with it and are bothering each other constantly. Started back in the 20s that Zaffre was always bothering people, and now Zaff gets to be bothered and bother everyone else all the time. And the people of Big City start listening into this chatter, and some people interact with them, but for the most part, the city is like, hey, these boats who have been here longer than most of us are kinda silly. Kinda like those little guys. And it's just like a little thing. People start talking about him. Zasha maybe realizes and sells a t-shirt or two, but it's nothing too important. But we'll get back to that. Moving forward. Time skip. Woo! In late May, early June of 1983, Zaffre is put into port-only service except for emergency operations. It was a long time coming, but she wasn't too happy at first, but she makes her peace with it. Zaff is old woman now, and if anything, she's happy that she got to here and wasn't scrapped or just put into a dry dock. She still goes on little trips. She still does emergency work. She goes out and gets liners and brings them in. But her strength is not really up to par anymore, but she still has more strength than a lot of the harbor tugs. She's a huge ship, and she's still in metric. In any case, Zaff makes her peace with this one, and honestly, for her being allowed to just be in port more often, and basically all the time now, she's grown, and she's grown to be, for years, she's been one of the Z-Stacks, one of the boys. And it's not the worst thing in the world if she, hangs out with Zip all the time, and she gets to play cards with him every night, and she can go to Zoran whenever she needs to talk about something, and she gets to see Zasha every day, and Zero's getting older, and she was not really catching him as much as she used to, and she kind of sits down and goes, I think it's okay that I stay in port, because I'm in port because people care about me. I'm not in port because they don't care and don't want to. And that's her little piece, and she's happy for it. She's happy for it. Also, a lot less work for her, and she's like, you know what, that's kind of nice, actually. Moving on. In late December 1985, Hercules is made a National Historical Landmark. The real Hercules was made a National Historical Landmark. Hercules is living life. He gets a little plaque and there's a ceremony and he's on the news and he waves and he's like, this is nice. And then OJ is like, good man, Hercules, and pats him on the shoulder, and Star is like, hey. And it's just a little ceremony. In early 1986, a local TV station establishes a weather cam overlooking Big City Port. The TUGS antics, both intentionally and unintentionally, end up on camera and start to attract more fans. And TUGS become a niche of local celebrity. People watching them in the morning when the news, I imagine it's probably like a PBS station playing something like a weather type channel that just plays cams. The tugboats are don't really know at first, and then one of them catches it on TV and they're like, hey guys, we're on TV and at this time and this time and this time of day. And then they're like, wouldn't it be funny if we start doing weird shit in front of the cameras? And they do that for a while, and they're like, haha, that was fun. And then Zasha, kicks down the door at the boathouse one night and is holding, 5 t-shirts and a mug and all sorts of stuff, and it's like, you guys have no idea the Pandora's box that you have opened. you are in the newspapers, you're on the TV, the newscasters point you out. And then the votes are like, that's a little weird, actually. We were just kind of being silly for a few weeks. And Zasha is like, keep being silly. I'm making money off of this. And they're like, okay, whatever. But the tugboats don't really mind being like a weird local thing. They're just like, humans, they'll get bored of us eventually. That's what they think. July of 1987. Zasha Zero retires. Zora Zero takes the role of captain. Zasha is basically dragged into the apartment and told to sit down and retire. And she's like, no, I don't want to retire. And Zero is like, girl, I am old as dust and not getting any younger. And you are also becoming dust. Sit. And she's like, ugh. And then Star is like, come on, we'll do retirement activities. And Zasha's like, I don't want to do retirement activities. That sounds boring. And then they're like, we sit and we watch cartoons all day. And if you look out that window, you can see all the tugboats. And Zasha's like, okay, fine. I'll sit down. And then within a week, she's like, okay, yeah, this is actually a lot nicer than panicking about all the boats constantly. And her world domination board, world famous world domination board, she looks at it and she's like, I think it's time. And she pulls down another sheet, and it says the ultimate retirement plan, and Zero and Star are like, oh god damn it. And Zasha starts planning them activities, and it's a problem. No one will ever get her to sit down. Going forward, in late March 1989, Lily is made a National Historical Landmark. Nice little catch up with Lily. But fun things for her. On April 4th, 1989, a multi-part documentary series about the history of big city ports tugboat companies airs on a local public broadcasting station and firmly supplants the TUGS as local stars. The part about the 1920 to 1921 season, narrated by an aged Captain Star recalling his events, becomes a local cult classic. TUGS happens in TUGS, except it's like a weird documentary put together with like $5, and it's everything. Imagine if the Crowley tapes, imagine those, those beautiful historical records. Imagine if someone did those, but made like a weird documentary about it. It's beautiful. I love it. Star gets to sit and just whinge about like how the evil Z stacks and all of this stuff, and everyone is like, oh man, Captain Star and the Star Tugs are so cool, and then they look out and they're like, oh yeah, the Zero Tugs are the only ones left. And then everyone is like, oh my god, 10 cents, he's the Z Stacks number 9 now, but he used to be number 1. He was number 1. And Zasha is like clawing at the office door and is like, you are capitalizing on this, aren't you, Zora? And Zora is like, yes, mother, yes. We are printing t-shirts at the moment as we speak. It is beautiful, and it is everything. And it is a very fun thing. Star got to just whinge about how much he hates Zero Marine, while Zero is like watching it later with like Star on their couch, and Zero just glares at him the whole time and is like, I wasn't that evil. And then Star is like, it's fine. And then moving on. In November of 1990, Captain Zero passes away at age 99. He dies in his sleep, which is more than he could ever ask for. any earlier. The polio didn't take him. The measles didn't take him. He didn't get polio again. He survived through so many illnesses and a half-paralyzed chest for the rest of his life. He didn't die being in the mafia. He didn't die in the war. He didn't die in the Second War, and none of his tugboats ever killed him in his sleep. And Zasha didn't end up, suffocating him either. And Star never killed him while they were roommates. And he passes away happily. He gets to know his legacy, and his tugboats try to stay strong, but there are many teary eyes. His tugs, especially Zoran, takes his death hard. Zoran doesn't take it as the hardest thing in the world, because 99's pretty good for a human, as he's come to learn. But his tugboats attend the funeral, obviously. They're pallbearers, whatever. But they give him like a last salute as he's being lowered into the ground, and everyone who went talks about, like, Zasha talking about her father, like, at the funeral. It's really emotional, seeing all the people that have been in his life over the years, even seeing Star, like, grappling with the fact that Zero's gone now. They've gotten very, very close in their, like, end of their life, especially in the end of Zero's life. And Star is like, you know what, maybe it wasn't so bad after all these years. And there's nothing on that day that people don't look back and go, it was good for him, nice for that. But anyone who is there and looks back thinks about the Z stacks, those first 6, standing over, like, the grave and giving their captain one last salute, tears in all of their eyes, and that is just, they lost something very important that day. Zero was everything to all of them. Zoran's life was saved because Zero, on a whim, decided to do a good deed, which is not something Zero was very well known for. Zebedee was purchased in, and Zero didn't just immediately get rid of him because he wasn't perfect. Zach was bought in, and Zero encouraged him to be himself. Zug was bought in, and he wasn't just sold or passed off because he's Zug. Zip, that was his first captain. That was the man who, like, made him as a ship, both literally because he ordered Zip to be built, and figuratively as, like, that was his captain, like a father figure to him. For Zaff, it was the man who was kind to her and let her be herself throughout the years. And for those 6, it is the most heartbreaking thing to watch as he's no longer in their lives. And I'm not going to dwell because it's inherently a very sad thing, but they all make their peace. Zero got to 99. Good for him. Nothing else took him out, but his sleep sure did. In September of 91, late September, early October, Blue Nose is diagnosed with PTSD and is formally put under VA care via the National Center for PTSD. It was a long time coming, and people were starting to question it. People were starting to question that there was something very wrong with Blue Nose, and there was something very broken about him. And everyone thought for many, many years that the way Blue Nose acted in his retirement was out of, like, oh, he's a Navy ship, he doesn't know any better. People start realizing around the end of Vietnam in like the early 80s, something isn't right with Blue Nose, and it's not something that he picked up in retirement. It's not super important. I haven't placed like where it is, but at some point Blue Nose gets like it put into like a documentary about how like veterans are treated or something, and Blue Nose starts talking about how much he glorifies the Navy and how all he wanted to be was a reef, and how his naval service was like, he's bragging about everything in his naval service, and he's talking about things like the Krakatoa event, and you can tell that he is talking about this in a way that is not healthy. And Blue Nose starts to become at least somewhat known to Big City as like more of a sad figure than oh, that's just the Naval Museum and he's grumpy and angry and yells at people. And once the National Center for PTSD is established, which is around the end of 89, I think, it's somewhere at least a year before this, this is when people start really getting into PTSD as a conversation. And Blue Nose starts being kind of pushed into that, and no one really understands like what they should do, but the VA, they take care of their own. They're not perfect. They are definitely not perfect. I have personal experience with the VA and how the VA works, and it's definitely not perfect, but I feel like if someone reached out and was like, hey, we need to discuss this. Blue Nose has something wrong, and it's looking like I think it might be PTSD. And someone finally goes out and sits down with Blue Nose, who is an actual mental health professional, and they go through everything from his World War I service, like everything that happened during the 20s, things like the Krakatoa incident. They start going through like what he did in World War II, how his feelings, how he feels about the Navy, how he was basically birthed and raised into nothing but pure propaganda about the Navy. And they go, there's something deeply wrong with this boat, and he needs help. And he doesn't need like minimal help. He needs genuine like, hey. And I like to think in this universe, in like the 20s, when we're dealing with like actual show stuff, people just see the boats and they go, those are boats, and they don't think about it. But as the years go on, and especially as common people become more and more familiar with like vessels as like living things, and it becomes not just something that is in the background, but like a thing that exists on TV, and you see them on the news and like all this stuff, people go, yeah, we need to care about these things and not just be like, wow, cool piece of history, but like, this boat is in genuine mental distress. Someone needs to help him. And Blue Nose gets very swept into that. And at the beginning of all of this, Blue Nose is not a happy camper. He's like, there's nothing wrong with me. The Navy is perfect. Shell shock is, everyone has a little bit of shell shock. What are you talking about? And Blue Nose finally starts to be like unpacked. and people start to kind of break into that, hey, what you went through wasn't actually okay. And Blue Nose starts to get better. And I think that's a good end for him. I think at some point he realizes, okay, A, there's something wrong with me. B, I am not okay, and I'm not going to be okay. Like, going forward, I need to make sure that I take care of myself. He starts very, very regularly being like, I am talking to people, I am dealing with all of this. I think Blue Nose, as soon as it kind of gets through his head that, like, there is fault with the military, immediately is like, I am here to support, like, our active duty, like, officer. I'm here to support our military because that's just part of him that he will never be able to let go of. But he also would 100% be like, I am now a veterans advocate. What the fuck? I'm going to start getting mad and doing things. I think once he starts settling in and being comfortable with himself and unpacking, like, what has been wrong with him for so many years, I like to think that Blue Nose is the kind of guy who starts holding, like, group meetings and holding, like, you know, coffee meet and greets to talk with, like, veterans and doing, like, all kinds of just, like, activist work and just being there as, like, you know what, I'm going to be here for the rest of the time and I'm not going to forget anyone who served. And I think that's a good place for him to just finally be happy with. I think he would be so delighted with being able to be a Navy museum just as long as it's on, like, his terms. And I think he definitely, like, would come to terms with that eventually and come to terms with, like, yeah, the Navy is not perfect. And I think that's just good for him. Moving on to 92, December 1992. Captain Star passes at 98. This hits his tugboats just as hard as it hits Zero's tugboats. Like, 10 Cents is in messy tears at the funeral the entire time. Zasha is, you know, she's still kicking, but she's also, like, just distraught. Star had the kind of funeral where, like, not many people showed up, and the people who did show up very much was just, like, pay respects, and that's it. But anyone who really knew him just, like, was just hit by that one. I subscribe to Captain Star as kind of an asshole, and he is not the likable good boy that most people think he is, or that he even thinks that he is, because he is a very unreliable narrator in the show. But I also subscribe to the idea that the people in his life who knew him very deeply and were always just deeply touched by him. So I think, like, his old fleet gathering together, it's just as sad, if not sadder, than watching the Z-Stacks salute their captain one final time, you know? And I don't think I have much more to say about Star's passing, because he doesn't really leave anyone besides his fleet. Zasha thinks of him as, you know, like, the weird uncle, maybe even, like, a second father, especially when he was around much later in her life and helping out with the kids and honestly helping take care of her own father. But Star was always kind of alone. He was alone on the ship when he was a child. He was alone when he joined the Navy. He found someone in Zero, but that ended with Zero, and he was kind of alone as just his own person. And it took till Zasha, wormed her way into his life for him to have anyone regularly in it. But even then, Zasha had her own life and her own family, so he was always just a little alone there. And so the people that did know him, even in his very lonely, hermit life, knew a very special person to them. And just moving forward off of that one. In 1993, June, Zero Marine expands into Miami. They're in Florida! Woo! Funny, I would make a found dead in Miami joke, but that's out of taste. We are moving forward. In August 1998, Zero Marine acquires a large rival company, expanding overnight into serving 14 U.S. ports. Zero Marine gets real big, real fast. And it is a very... Zora is having fun at the helm right now, and Zasha is cheering on her little girl. But moving forward. In June of 2004, Zasha Zero passes at 84, actual age 86. If Zero and Star's deaths were heartbreaking and very sad times for the fleets, Zasha passing was the 6 ships who helped raise her, gave her a salute like they did her father, and they broke into tears. They helped raise that little girl, and now she's gone. They were with her through everything. Zoran literally saved her life when she was very, before she was adopted. The Z-Stacks, the first 5, they named her. They christened her. They helped raise her. Zaffre was always there from when she finally arrived, and they would do anything for her entire life. I mean, they helped murder her husband, for God's sakes. They did everything and anything for her. They helped raise her, they helped raise her kids, they helped her through everything and anything. And she was the first person who the TUGS didn't just have fond memories of, and didn't just have they didn't have the she is our captain connection. They had she is our family member. We love her and she loves us. And it even goes beyond those original Z-Stacks. The Star Tugs also got to see her grow up. Not as long and not as specifically, but those years that she was working as a sailor's apprentice under Star, and those years that, she took them in and took care of them, even though, everything was, going downhill. Through all of that, all of these tugboats were very, touched by a person who loved the boats and loved them and not just, appreciated them. It is one of the saddest days in Zero Marine history. Those first 6 Z-Stacks are not okay for a long time after this one. And then going forward, on a kind of sad but a slightly happier note, Zora Zero retires unexpectedly due to illness. Zip takes on temporary post as captain. Zip is put in charge because Zora looks around and goes, Zoran is a good leader, but he has a plate full. And there are tugboats who do not like him in our ranks. And she's basically quickly writing down, like, basically a post-it note that says, here are my commands, I'm going to the hospital now. And in her final decision, she goes, Zip is captain now. And everyone goes, what? And Zip goes, I guess I'm captain now? And something I haven't touched that much, because it's not, like, super important. Zip is the most technically inclined. Zip is the most emotionally, like, receptive and the most, like, emotionally intelligent. Over the years, Zip has grown into a very, like, emotionally smart and a very book smart ship. Zip also grows into understanding, like, what makes the port work, especially in the, like, he's a switcher. He's gone everywhere and he's done everything and he's done almost every kind of work. And Zip is sitting there and he's like, what? I don't know why I was put in charge. And then he sits at the captain's desk and he starts going over, like, all the computer information, and he goes, oh, Zoran wouldn't be able to use this computer system, would he? And then Zip is, like, going through, like, all of the bills and invoices, and he's like, oh, no one else would be able to file this paperwork properly, would they? And then Zip kind of realizes that he is just, over the years, become, like, this, like, the most functional of the Z-Stacks on, like, human terms. And Zip goes, oh, I'm not just the stupid little kid of the Z-Stacks. And then he proceeds to girl boss so efficiently and hard that he tears up the entirety of the Z-Stacks for, like, a period of 2 weeks, right? And there is suddenly this, like, weird influx of profit, and Zip is, like, slinging out orders, and he's looking out that window with that megaphone, and everyone is like, holy shit, Zip is, like, really, really working hard at this. And then after, like, a day, all of the Z-Stacks, everyone in port under Zip, starts getting so fed up with that little guy. Zip he doesn't have a power trip. Zip is, in fact, being so kind and nice to everyone else. But Zip is like, finally, I can do what I've always wanted to do. Hey, everyone. All of you Z-Stacks, do you know what time it is? It's time to be nice and kind and treat everyone like how you want to be treated. And you know what we're doing? We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. And all of you, you're working on your customer service right now. You are all going to be wonderful customer service advocates. Just look at me. All of you look at me. You are going to be on your best behavior and you're going to like it. And the other Z-Stacks want to explode. Even 10 cents is like, I cannot handle being nice to everyone. And within a couple weeks, Zora is like, turns on the Weather Channel to, like, you know, look at her tugboats. And she sees Zoran, and he's bright red, and has the most forced smile she's ever seen. And she kind of stops. And she, like, pauses the TV, and she looks at him for a minute, and she's like, Zip is running amok and must be stopped before Zoran kills him, and immediately gets on the phone and starts calling basically like all of her kids and family members. And later, a couple weeks later, in April of 07, Zip is ousted by Maxwell Zero, who takes on the role of captain. One is Zora's son, who at some point I had to stop pointing out because there's going to be a lot of zeros on here. Same as with the ships. But Maxwell Zero is basically called, and his mother is like, I know that you are at school right now, and I know I paid a lot of money for you to go there. But, little man, I love you. You need to come and take over as captain now. And Maxwell Zero is like, okay, cool. And then he shows up and is like, I'm in charge now. And Zip is like, okay, and hands over the megaphone. And then everyone breathes a sigh of relief. And then Maxwell is like, go back to what you were doing. And then, like, the profits even back out again. And then Zip is just like, I did good as captain. And everyone is like, Zip did great as captain, but never again. Absolutely not. Never do that to us ever again. And that is just a fun little section of stuff's going on. Alright, moving into 2008. Around the middle of the year. It's not important, honestly. Bluenose is given a Twitter to help promote the Big City Naval Museum. This starts a port-wide Twitter pandemic that shoots the tugboats into becoming more popular both in and out of Big City. The boats are now becoming a thing, and Maxwell Zero, like his mother and grandmother before him, is laughing all the way to the bank with t-shirts and mugs. I have some very fun Twitter memes. I'm going to put them up right now, and I'm going to give you all a moment to look at them. Yes, Bluenose plays Minecraft. Alright, moving on. In late June of 2009, Lily is donated to the Big City Maritime Museum. She's done being an excursion ship, and now she can just hang out in Big City with all of her pals. It's not super deep, but you know. Woo! Moving forward a few more years. In April of 2013, Sunshine is placed at the Maritime Museum as an auxiliary utility ship. Sunshine had his last season as an icebreaker, full-time, and they said, you know what, if we ever need another icebreaker, we'll come and pick you up, but, like, you're good, you can hang out. And then Sunshine was like, cool, and then he went back to sun tanning like he had been for the past, 50 years. Good for him. Moving forward. In 2015, in June, Zero Marine expands into San Juan, its 17th port, and its most recent, I believe. Izzy is no longer safe. They're everywhere. Moving forward. In 2018, Zero Marine fully integrates its environmental recovery division into its main company. This is another thing that the Moran company did, and Zero Marine is a very eco-friendly place. Good for them. And that moves us forward into present day. Right now. I'm sitting here at the moment doing this. Welcome to the end of the timeline. It has been a very, very long process. I needed a very long break in the middle of this. And I don't think I could possibly talk any more about this. There has been changes to this timeline since I started, but they're not important. But I will say thank you. Anyone who got here, any one of you who got here in this video, you got to hour 2 of like, I think the 8th part of a 9-hour video. You guys are the real winners here. You put up with my autistic rambling for so long. And let me tell you, thank you. Thank you for not only listening to a silly man's rambles, but being TUGS fans in today's day and age, in 2023. Thank you for keeping this silly little show alive and interacting with stuff and listening to someone's weird analysis while their cat makes noise in the background. Thank you for just being you, not caring what people think about people liking this silly little show. Thank you for listening to anything. I want everyone who got to this point in this video, I want you to go find like another TUGS video, and I want you to go watch it, leave a comment and a like. I want you to go on Twitter and say something about TUGS. If you haven't seen TUGS and you got to this point in the video, go watch TUGS, and then go on Twitter or Tumblr or whatever website exists now and just be like, hey, I like TUGS. If one guy can ramble about TUGS for hours and hours, and I still have so much to say about this show. I have so many things to say about these boats. If you can get this far and you like these boats, I just want to know. I want you to go and make yourself known as a fan. Do fan things. I want to see bad fan fiction. I want to see people interacting with this. I want to see people making fan art and like silly edits and fan cams. I want to see it. And if you're in the TUGS fandom and you've been around for a while and I haven't seen you yet, you go and at me and you make something for TUGS. Because I didn't put this much effort into this timeline for other people to say that like, oh, I can't put enough time to make things like this. I want to see every silly little thing. I want to see MS Paint edits of like 10 cents as like Miku. Like, I don't care what it is. Because like, this is meant for me to just be happy and ramble and just talk about TUGS. Because TUGS means a lot to me. Not everyone does things like this. I want to see someone go out and make like a weird super cut of all of the whistles and then make them like sing popcorn or something. Like, I want bizarre stuff that only you can make. You, the listener, I'm talking to you. I want you to go and make it like right now. That is an order from your captain. And if you got this far, God, why did you listen to me for 9 hours? What is your deal? I appreciate you and thank you for listening to this silliness, because it means a lot to me. I've cried more in this video than I've cried in a long time. I've talked more than I've talked in a long time. I've talked about things that I care about a lot more than I've said about many, many things. And I hope someone else goes and rants for 9 hours about something they care about, even if it's not tugs. Thank you, and have a great time.